Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Avengers, Infinite Wars in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 86, To Be Guardians. You don't use a blaster? Not for anything? Peter Quill asked in bewilderment, observing the Mandalorian Western utilize a specially made Beskar whetstone to sharpen the uniquely designed Beskar sword he held. I told you already, my clan is that of the old way. Oldest way, actually. Wes remarked, hefting his blade to inspect it for any spots he may have missed. And we stick to the usual melee weapons. Yeah, but come on, just melee. Quill said in bemusement. I mean, look at Gamera and Drax. They got their knives and swords, but even they use a blaster every now and then. That's their choice and preference. Jern countered without missing a beat. I'm more used to this. Peter rolled his eyes. Fine, all right, if you say so. Star-Lord turned around, looking over at the hangar bay that served as one of the main bases of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Ever since coming to Glavies and acquiring the base, courtesy of Grief Karga, they had been remodeling and rebuilding the rundown district to better suit their needs. Kraglin has been busy gathering new recruits for the Abfantari Quill clan of Ravagers in the galaxy, their numbers gaining a rise with every passing week. The Mandalorian protectors have also been an invaluable assistance in their growth, having forged a strong friendship and alliance with them, bolstered by the relationship Mantis has with one of their top lieutenants, Fenshisa. Taking a moment to survey the base, Peter couldn't help but marvel at how far they had all come in such a short amount of time. The base's hangar bay had dozens of ships lining the bays and ceilings, be it M-class ships simply called Milanos or the two Mandalorian variant ships being the Fire Spray 31 models or Com-RK-class fighter/transport ship. One might assume that the Guardians having such a large influx of ships would be unnecessary considering the schedule they now have. Constantly busy with missions and jobs, more so with the present conflicts. Rocket jokingly said that sooner or later, they'd become a reigning mercenary guild, let alone an army. But if it keeps going at this rate, Rocket's words may be proven true. The Ravagers are now at the 5-digit mark in terms of recruits, and since their allegiance to the Protectors, they are well over a few million now. It was honestly scary when thinking about it. Then again, most of those numbers are mostly with novice bounty hunters and mercs freshly starting out instead of hardened veterans. Only 30 to 40% actually have gone on to take the oath of the Ravagers or Mandalorian Protectors. The rest just understand that they represent a level of security and certainty in always having a payday. And security has become an increasingly rare commodity and luxury in the Outer Rim. Not that it was safe before, but when one just takes a single glance at the state of the galaxy, it's easy to see the pure madness that is ongoing. The war that was once waged between the Republic and the Separatists, one that was consuming one system after the other, drastically changed when a new power came into being. Ultron's announcement into the galaxy sent everything down into a spiral of pure insanity. Every system was under threat now since his coming out party, and rather than anticipating attacks, they just happened. Worst of all, in ways few could account for. People going missing or abducted spread across the galaxy like wildfire. The sightings of Ultron drones being the main perpetrators of these kidnappings being seen by all who survived these encounters. Mass hysteria, to say the least. The Guardians, Ravagers, and Mandalorians were pulled all over the place now, serving as guards, protectors, escorts, and an assortment of defensive-based missions. Be it convoys of supplies or just people moving from one system to the other, the fear in the Outer Rim was palpable. And worst of all, it wasn't just Ultron that the more lawless regions of the galaxy had to deal with. Orson Krennic. Rocket said aloud, looking at a hollow image of a middle-aged man with a white military-esque suit with a smarmy cape in tow. Who the fuck is this joker? Around him were the Guardians of the Galaxy, the group all seated or standing at the table they had all gathered around. Peter and Gamera sat side by side with Imbo to the former's right and Shuji next to him. Kraglin was busy sharpening his Yucca arrow, a practice mirrored by Drax, who was doing the same with his set of knives. HK-47 stood next to an annoyed Groot, the assassin droid having just beaten him in the handheld game the Sapient Tree obsesses over. Mantis had her head leaning against the shoulder of the Protector's representative, being her boyfriend Fenshisa. Rounding out the rest of the group were Western, Chirrut Imwe and Baze Malbus, the three of whom were standing around the table. That Joker has been a pain in the ass to deal with. Shisa answered the genetically altered raccoon, glaring at the image. That bastard has been one of Previsla's biggest benefactors in keeping the operations of the Death Watch going. And he's been picking up where the Black Suns have been dropping off. Jern bitterly said, clenching his fists tightly. The lone Mandalorian had been single-handedly responsible for dismantling almost half of the Black Suns' criminal empire, having killed several of their Vigos. But in his pursuit of eliminating the long-standing crime syndicate, he foolishly forgot a crucial detail of the Outer Rim. Where there is a vacuum of power with untouched assets, expect any and all takers to jump on it like blood-crazed Nexus. Okay, but that really doesn't explain what this Krennic guy is doing. Kraglin pointed out. What do the Black Suns have that he needs? Gamera gestured to two of their newest allies. Baze told us he was harvesting and smuggling Kyber crystals until he was forced off of Jedha. Appears he's doing the same thing on other worlds that have said crystals, or materials of similar nature. The Black Suns and their resources are useful in this regard. But why? Asks Mantis. Kyber crystals are extremely valuable. Sell a few or a dozen to the right people and you'd be set for a good long while. And Krennic understood they could be used for other things other than fancy glow swords. Peter remarked, hearing Chirrut's huff of amusement. What else could they be used for? Shuji asked, looking at Rocket in particular, who hummed aloud, having researched Kyber crystals on his own time. Well, they have an output of energy that's definitely not like most crap in this galaxy. Putting them into certain machinery and weapons makes them just as dangerous. Glow swords are one thing, but say a Kyber crystal in a tank or a ship. God knows what crazy shit will happen. So he's collecting them. Drax bluntly said. But for what purpose? That's the million-credit answer we're all trying to figure out. Why not just find him and take his head off? Drax suggested plainly, HK's head whirring in his direction. Exuberance, yes, I do believe Master Drax has the right mindset. A quick beheading will solve the problem. I am Groot. Yeah, finding him would be a pain. Wes murmured, rubbing his chin whilst Fen stared at him. How the hell did you pick up on his language so quickly? Boys, seriously. Gamera cut them off, an expression of, can we not get distracted right now, directed at the two. Wes gave an apologetic look to the second in command of the Guardians. We can't just focus on this Krennic guy. Prince Xizor is still out there. If he still lives, the Black Suns will rebuild and they aren't ones to let go of a grudge. Yeah, well, with you they have a pretty good reason not to. Fen idly pointed out. They killed my clan, Shisa. Jern irritably said, shooting the Protector with a vicious glare. Fen raised both hands, genuine remorse on his face. You're right, sorry, didn't mean to, but just pointing out the obvious. Wes rolled his eyes, turning his attention back to the matter at hand. I don't care who it is, Xizor or Krennic. Both of these bastards are gonna make life hell for a lot of people in the Outer Rim. If they're also gonna be colluding with Death Watch, it'll only get worse. We need to take these scum suckers out as soon as possible. There was a prevailing silence, yet Wes could feel the agreement shared by all. It was then that Kraglin changed topics as he placed down several FOBs on the table. Been getting a lot of requests for missing persons. Okay. Why not go through the local authorities? Depending on the sector, they aren't great in the simplest of terms. Outside of them, many of our clients have tried with them with hardly any leads. Hardly any leads? Rocket mockingly parroted. Are we seriously not gonna just say that it's that bastard Ultron? Embo made several comments in his native language, causing many to frown. Shouldn't we at least set up some kind of defensive formations or? We're doing that. Fen frustratingly said. But we can't save or protect everyone. That bastard Ultron has everyone spread thin. Republic, Separatist, our forces, everyone. The Mandalorian neutral territories are barely being held together with the amount we have out. Even then there's bound to be cracks for people, let alone Ultron, to slip right through. And Ultron's attacks are growing bolder. Baze said aloud with a grimace. The other crime syndicates are of no help either. Every time Ultron strikes, be it the Hutts, what's left of the Black Suns, Death Watch, it doesn't matter. Someone is gonna pounce on whatever sector was weakened by Ultron. And we had gotten information from the Avengers that Ultron has been experimenting on people in horrific fashion. The Avengers? Peter murmured, shaking his head. Seriously, who are these bozos? I really wanna meet em. Later, Quill. Gamera chided, placing a hand over his. We've gotta focus on our neck of the forest. The woods, Gamera. Peter idly corrected. They're both a form of clusters of trees, aren't they? No, just, never mind. You're right, refocus. Peter looked at the rest of the group. Outside of possibility with Ultron, we've got a trafficking situation. Any groups that might be involved? Like more than usual. Shuji rubbed her chin in thought. Hard to tell at this point until we look deeper. We can only speculate. What about Fennec? Fen brought up. Any word from her? The Zabrak shook her head. Nada. Haven't heard squat from her since she left on that escort mission. Honestly, she's not the first one who hasn't reached back. I know it's only been 3 days, but if it's not for another week, she makes the 4th group that's gone missing. We'll just need to keep an ear and eye out. How is that possible? Drax questioned. Do we pull out the ear first and have it reattached or dash? Metaphor Drax, I mean, figure of speech. Suggestion, perhaps the removal of body parts for use of reconnaissance is not such a bad proposition. It can give meatbags the perspective of literally being taken apart and put back to dash. The rest of the Guardians tune out the murder-happy assassin droid, instead opting to prepare for greeting and departure. Fenn's friends and comrades from the Protectors would be arriving soon, and the Guardians would be heading off to Concord Dawn to meet with the Mandalore Spar. Walking over to a terminal, Peter Quill plugged in his headphones, listening to some modern tunes from Earth on his Zune. He was busy with his preparation, checking over his equipment and weapons, when he felt one of his headphones get taken out of his ears. The Terran glanced over to see Gamera placing the headphone into her ear, shooting him a small smile as she swayed to the music he was listening to. What's this one? Sounds like Elvis. She remarked. He smiled at her, bumping her shoulder lightly. It is. You're getting better at picking him out. You said he was the king, right? Well, that's what Mom called him. Peter responded with a shrug. I never grew up in his time, but hell, he's got a great voice and songs. Gamera only hummed at that, moving her body back and forth to the music as the two simply stood there, leaning on each other. I'm sorry, Peter. He looked at her in bewilderment. Sorry. I just figured you might be, well, I've seen you looking a bit off. Gamera admitted. Is it about your sibling? Hearing this, Peter slouched slightly, tilting his head down. Yeah, Quill released his breath, leaning on the terminal with his hands. I got nothing. It's been weeks and that shit part of me hasn't reacted or given any hint as to where they could possibly be. Don't worry, Quill. You just need to work better on your performance issues, that's all. Said a passing voice. Peter gave Rocket a very bland look. Thanks. That's so helpful. He felt Gamera lightly push him, regaining his attention. I know everything's been distracting, but we will find them, Peter. Gamera promised, reaching one hand up, placing it on his cheek. They're out there waiting for you. What if they're not gonna be like, okay, I know they're probably not gonna be like me, but what if we won't get along? Quill nervously said. That's something you'll have to face, and who says you can't eventually? Gamera countered. Think about me and Nebula. You guys tried killing each other repeatedly. And we still found a way to make peace. His girlfriend affirmed, placing a small kiss on his lips. So if a pair like me and Nebula can find the middle ground, find the way to be sisters, whoever your brother or sister ends up being, you can get along with them too. God, I hope so. I know so. Gamera assured, eliciting a grateful smile from Peter. How'd I ever get by in life without you? You stumbled and tripped most of the way. She joked, their foreheads leaning on each other. Then again, I wasn't any better. Deadliest Woman in the Galaxy is a sexy title, you gotta admit. Quill's lover laughed at that, the pair wrapping their arms around each other, simply enjoying one another's company. All the while, over yonder, One guardian saw this happening and had a forlorn expression. She was happy to see the two have such a tender moment, but for her, she longed for something more with Peter. Not that Mantis was unhappy. Far from it. Fenchissa was someone she had grown to care for, if not already love deeply with her heart and soul. Some may say that she shouldn't just throw herself into any relationship, but whenever her hand touches Fen's, her entire being was alight with the affection and care he held for her. It was one of the most exhilarating feelings she had ever experienced. And speaking of her boyfriend, is something wrong? Mantis heard him come up to her side, taking her hand into his, the wide-eyed guardian lacing her fingers with his. She shook her head. Nothing is wrong. Fen looked at her, then at the pair she was staring at, and let out a small ah. He let out a dramatic sigh, shaking his head at her demeanor. You know, it's easier if ya just tell him. Tell him what? You know what? I don't know what. That you like him. Mantis rounded on Fen in shock. What? Shissa made a face of false hurt and drama. I mean, it's fine. Sure, we're together, but you still harbor feelings towards Peter Ann. Where'd you come to thinking of that? Fen chuckled. I'm just messing with ya. But come on, Mantis, that's your brother. Doesn't he have a right to know? Don't you have a right to have a brother who knows they have a wonderful sister like you? Wonderful. Mantis parried, lips curling downward. How am I wonderful? The Mandalorian hummed to himself, scratching his chin thoughtfully. For starters, your eyes are absolutely beautiful to look at. A funny smile dash. I do not smile funny. Mantis indignantly said. Kind face and personality anybody could fall in love with, case in point. He gestured to himself. So what's holding you back? His girlfriend's expression scrunched up in thought, though there was a clear melancholy for him to see. I don't want to ruin what he's already going for, since learning one of our siblings is alive and indeed out there, Mantis murmured quietly. I've been doing my hardest to make him happy. He deserves to have a sibling that didn't do him any wrong. Shouldn't he still know? Fen encouraged. I don't think Quill is someone that would hold something like that over you. What Mantis told the others about how she came to be as Ego's assistant/slave was indeed true, but it was a tad muddled. In reality, she was indeed Ego's daughter, yet she lacked any of the spark and power the Celestial desired. Thus he just treated her like someone lesser than her. I've taken part in having many of our siblings dying, all for Ego's plans. Mantis' lips trembled, eyes glistening. All to keep myself alive. I don't deserve the right to be called his sister. Family doesn't do that to another of their own. Fen frowned at her words, pulling her in closer as he felt her shudder against him. The Mandalorian was unsure as to what to say here, because he didn't understand this situation whatsoever. This was complicated, to say the least, for Mantis, and it wasn't hard to see why. When she revealed to him that Peter was her brother, Fen at first assumed that already, given how he treated her at times. Granted, Quill treated the entirety of the Guardians as his dysfunctional family, so seeing them as such wasn't a difficult thing to believe, especially for Mandalorian. Found families were the heart and soul of their culture, being able to build something new for themselves when they had nothing. It's why the Protectors found themselves striking up such a fast friendship and partnership with these assholes, as they called themselves. A group of misfits, outcasts, lost and damaged souls coming together to form this makeshift family. And like in all families, there is family drama. One-sided in this instance, as Mantis was the one in turmoil here, whilst the rest of the Guardians remain blissfully unaware of this. Well, everyone except for Drax. She apparently tells him practically everything, and he didn't seem to care all that much. He even told her that she should just tell Peter already, stop eating all the Zarg nuts and whatever else it is they talk about. Mandalore, Drax, and Mantis are weird when they hang out, were Fen's stray thoughts before resuming the discussion on the topic at hand. What makes you think that? You call them family, right? Quill especially. I'd only hurt him if I told him. So does not telling them the truth of who you are. I bet if you told him, he won't believe me. If you don't try, he'd still think of you as just an extraordinary teammate that I've grown to love. Fen exhaled a sigh. Look, there's always a time and place to make things work. You just need to find the right one. And how do I do that? Mantis nervously asked. Shisa placed a chaste kiss on her temple, pulling her in close. I can't really direct you in this, only advise you. Mantis placed her head down on his shoulder, holding her boyfriend close before the announcement of their departure was heard. The two pulled away, holding hands still as they headed for the quadrant. Scene cut. What are these markings? This was the question given to Drax the Destroyer by a young Togruta Mandalorian foundling named Barrow. The Guardians were currently on Concord Dawn in the main camp of the Protectors. Quill, Gamera, Shuji, and Kraglin were in a meeting with Spar, Bo-Katan Kryze and Greef Karga whilst the rest of the group were scattered about in the camp. A majority of them were in the training grounds, observing the next generation of Mandalorians being taught by the elder warriors of the clans. Drax had always enjoyed learning of the Mandalorian warrior way of life and gladly participated in helping train youngsters or be trained himself. He kneeled down to the young Togruta girl and held up his arm. Each of these markings represents my story, in one way, shape or form. Drax said in a rather subdued voice. He began pointing at parts of his chest and arms. They all are placed upon my body when I have reached an accomplishment, a certain stage in my life or something of personal value has come. My initiation as a warrior, he gestured to several markings on his arm. My first hunt and kill for my people, new perspective, loss, and family. The little girl listened with rapt attention, something several other nearby foundlings imitated as Drax began recounting grand stories of how the moniker the Destroyer wasn't just some fancy title he bestowed upon himself. Nearby, Mantis idly listened in, watching Fen Shisa who was close by. With him was his close friend Tab Idala, the pair personally instructing the young Boba Fett and the adopted son of Fen, Din Djarin. Just keep your arm steady, Din. Fen instructed, on one knee, next to the foundling with a small blaster pistol in hand. Whatever kickback you'll get, I'm here for ya. Count to 3 for every shot. Boba tacked on, decked in smaller form-fitting armor. You'll be able to have better anticipation. Later you can shoot quicker when you get the hang of it. The young boy nodded at the advice, holding up the small blaster pistol before firing at the target set up for him on the field. He missed the first time but kept at it for several more shots, remembering to use Boba's counting method until the last 2 struck the target, a good few inches from the center. Look at that. Dala applauded the accomplishment, grinning at the look of glee on Din's face as Boba patted him on the back whilst Fen messed up the kid's hair. There you go. Fen praised. One step at a time, Din. You're already on your way. Boba said, a small smirk in place. I'll keep practicing. Djarin promised with an adorably confident face. I know, kiddo. Shisa said, a look of pride for all to see. The future of the Mandalorians is guaranteed. Watching all this, Mantis found herself smiling at the interaction, a sweet moment between them all. One that might be a rarity given the current state of the galaxy. Everyone. The sound of Peter Quill's voice cut into the activity, the Guardians all turning to see him with Gamera, Shuji, and Kraglin standing with Greef, Paz Spar and Bo-Katan. Additionally, there was another man with them, one who was clearly not a Mandalorian nor did he come across as a mercenary of any kind. He had grey hair, light skin, and a weathered look to him coupled with his grim visage. The Guardians with several of the Protectors gathered around them with HK asking the obvious. Query, Master Quill, who is this old walking meatbag standing with you all? He does not look viable for a fight. The meatbag in question simply raised an amused brow at this before one of them recognized him immediately. Luthen. Western greeted with a friendly grin. What are you doing here, ya old coot? Luthen locked eyes with Wes and matched his grin, going over to the Mondo, clapping his shoulders. Good to see you're still alive, Wes. Luthen spoke with a slight growl in his voice. Wait, Wes, you know this guy? Peter said in surprise. He's been a benefactor to my endeavors. Jern revealed. He's been my main informant in tracking down Black Sun operations and bringing them down. Now don't go spilling all of my secrets. Luthen Rael chided good-naturedly, looking at all in attendance. It's a pleasure to finally meet the famed Guardians of the Outer Rim. Guardians of the Galaxy. Rocket corrected. The Galaxy, you say? A bit too much on the nose on that one. Karga remarked with a snort. Whatever the case may be, It's good to finally meet your illustrious group, Luthen said with a charismatic smile. I have heard nothing but the best and insane with everyone here. Not sure how I feel about that last bit, Peter commented, shaking his head. But at least the best came before insane, so I'll take what I can get. Luthen chortled at the half-celestial. Any reason why you're here? Chirrut inquired with Rael nodding. Normally I'd be sending a message, but what I have is better said in person. The man now became far more serious, something that set all in attendance on edge. There are rumblings that aren't quite so anymore. He then gestured to Wes. Since Jern began his crusade against the Black Suns, he had delivered a substantial blow to their operations. They've marked him for death in a bounty that, quite frankly, the fortune they would pay for him is staggering. So why not just cash in the bounty, save him and get rid of them while we're at it? Rocket jokingly asked, though the tone in his voice said otherwise. Agreement, yes, Master Rocket's suggestion is sound. My former masters in Ravan and Mitra Surik attempted similar scams such as these in the past. Knock it off, you two. Gamera deadpanned. Rael. Luthen nodded at the green-skinned woman, resuming what he was speaking of. A bounty is better alive for their information. In this case, what he knows is invaluable. Luthen shook his head. But that's not the main issue here. This only served to befuddle and offset everyone. So, what is it? Dalla asked. What's going on? Rael released a sigh, tiredly rubbing his eyes for a moment. As you know, the entire galaxy is going through a hellstorm. The war was one thing, but with Ultron, everything is on the edge of collapse and anarchy. There are people who are taking advantage of this situation. War profiteering ain't new. But there is also desperation, Luthen grimly said. And it is in that desperation that things are going to get worse. The man reached into his coat and pulled out 3 FOBs. Turning them on, each displayed a face that all of them were all too familiar with by now. I take it you all have familiarity with these gentlemen here? Rael rhetorically asked. Prince Xizar of the Black Suns, Pre Vizsla of Death Watch and Orson Krennic were shown to them all. More or less with those in this room. Well, you're not gonna like what Luthen has for you guys. Grief remarked with a shake of his head, very much disgruntled at the moment, only further setting the group on edge. All right, spill it. Fen goaded. What do these 3 assholes have to do with whatever this is? To put it plainly, they are working to forge an alliance. Luthen revealed, causing some to pause in surprise at that. W.H. What? Dax sputtered out. Why would? Desperation. Spar grimly concluded. Look at who we're dealing with. The Mandalore started with Xizar. Jern here has been systematically taking out the Vigos of the Black Suns and in turn, crippling their operations. He then pointed at Pre. The Protectors and Satan's faction of Mandalorians have unified under one banner, Bo taking a substantial number of their members with her defection. The red-haired Mandalorian clenched and unclenched her fists at that mention while Spar concluded on Krennic. We more than likely have messed with his operations and we didn't even know about it. Spar concluded. But he's still apparently enough of a big player that Xizar and Vizsla would choose to work with him. Unfortunately. Baze grumbled, his friend Chirrut clutching his staff tightly. Then there's the Ultron situation. Rael's inflection took on a darker turn, unsettling the group as the shadow of the Mad-AI looms over all. He only added to the desperation. Everything he's done has only further served in offsetting the galaxy. My contacts across the stars are beyond terrified. Several of them. I haven't heard from for weeks now. The air was thick with tension now as what Luthen spoke of began to set in. They were all well aware of the state of the galaxy, but this felt different. The Guardians and in turn, the Protectors, wished to do good not just in terms of profit but also because, well, they wanted to do the right thing. In their own, assholish, or mercenary/warrior culture way of course, but still. Since the Guardians' arrival coupled with their alliance with Protectors and the growth of the Ravagers, they had slowly started to turn into a sort of beacon for the lawless parts of the galaxy. The Republic nor the Separatists will reach out to protect you all, but we will. People living in these lawless parts of the galaxy soon began to have a semblance of hope and security with the rise of the Guardians, Ravagers, and Protectors. But then Ultron came and shattered that notion. And with it, fear ran rampant in the galaxy and in turn, a surge in criminal behavior. This being the result of it all. Organizations that once many would have thought would never even contemplate parley or an agreement are now actively seeking to establish an alliance. And God only knows the chaos, death, and destruction they can wreak if their alliance comes to pass. Well now, Peter ran his hand through his hair. This is all, fine and dandy. Exclamation, indeed Master Quill, it is most dandy. More meat bags for us to kill and sow fear into the hearts of our enemies. Wes only shook his head. Is there any way to shut this guy off? No, he amuses me. Rocket retorted. I am Groot. Like you'd ever join him. Spar tuned out the banter, gazing intently at the information broker before them. Got anything else for us, Luthen? I figure there's more to your visit than just the delivery of this news. Astute of you, Mandalore. Rael praised. Karga and I do indeed have more to give you all. We know where their operations heavily lie. Karga chimed in, pulling out additional FOBs. Could be one of several on where the meet UPS will take place. But what about the time frame? Says the informant. A few days from now, from what my sources say for the meet-up. Seems convenient. Fen noted. It usually is. Chirrut remarked. That means, there is more to this meet-up than anticipated. A violent anticipation. Violent anticipation? Jesus, that should be on a business card. Quill quipped. So what's the plan now? Baze asked everyone present. Probably need to do some more recruiting. Bo-Katan suggested. New weapon upgrades. Rocket stated, a feral grin for all to see, HK-47 whirring in approval. Lots of M. I think planning is a better alternative. Planning and training. Gamera said with finality. If we're gonna take on this alliance, we can't just rely solely on our stupidity and luck. 'Cause sooner or later, that's gonna run out at the worst possible moment. Scene cut. At Tatooine, the Guardians were heading towards one of the usual hangouts for the bounty hunters and mercs over at Mos Eisley. More of their extended members would have been in attendance but were elsewhere for their own form of celebrations and relaxations or were on other missions. Shuji and Embo were contacting several of their connections throughout the crime syndicates in the Outer Rim for any other news going on about this alliance that's coming to be. Chirrut and Baze departed for Jedha briefly, making sure the Kyber crystal caverns and stores are untouched and safely guarded. To them, that was a top priority. The Mandalorians all remained behind on Concord Dawn, getting ready for the mission whilst also notifying Satin Kryze as to their next objective. Currently, it was just the Guardians of the Galaxy as they were when they first arrived in the galaxy. Quill, Gamera, Drax, Rocket, Groot, Mantis, Kraglin and HK-47. All going to their favorite bar. This ragtag group of misfits would have come here for pleasure, but business had to take center stage. Get out of here, Denga. Nearing the bar, they saw someone thrown out and landing right on his face. He wore some makeshift and downgraded bounty hunter gear with a lot of cloth wrap around his head and body. It didn't take much guesswork to know who this person was. You thought you could get rid of me? Yelled out the bounty hunter, once getting back onto his feet. OL Denga will have the last laugh here. Hey Denga. The bounty hunter turned his head to the arrival of the Guardians of the Galaxy, a mischievous grin erupting on his face upon seeing them. Well, the galaxy's self-professed guardians gracing the peasants with their presence whilst appearing on the tail end of another Denga escapade. Spoke the quick-speaking bounty hunter. Let me guess, you're here to recruit the likes of me for a job or a permanent placement in your roster. Peter rolled his eyes, gesturing his hands down. Maybe some other time. More like never. Rocket muttered under his breath. Every time they run into this guy, he always tries to prove he's hot shit. In a way, he was, but not in a good way. Not that he was a bad bounty hunter. The man had garnered a reasonable enough reputation amongst the many mercenary guilds. It's just, he was just. Denga. Need a guy disintegrated, get me integrated, that's Denga's motto. The guy had a motto. One he had to always utter before and after every job. And things just happened around the guy that defied logic at times, all of which inflated his ego. The Guardians walked past the durag-wearing mercenary, entering the bar, being assailed with all kinds of noise. Music, chatter, bar fights, the usual. Several booths and patrons all saw the Guardians, sporting Ravager gear, and they toasted them, many in the bar now turning to their arrival. Yeah, we're famous and amazing, keep your asses in your seats," Rocket said, walking by many patrons to the bar with the rest of his friends right behind him. Upon reaching the bar, Peter recognized two individuals who they were familiar with through Shuji and Imbo. "Hey Bosk, Lats, good to see you too," Peter greeted, sitting right next to the pair. The Trandoshan and Thelan bounty hunters gave the Guardians a curt nod. "You've been busy," the latter stated with quill shrugging. "Aren't we all? Some more than others," Bosk commented. "What'd you do since we saw ya last?" Rocket asked, hopping up on the bar, drink in hand. "Convoy duty," Lats Razai said with a shrug. "Fourth one in 2 weeks, but they're payin' double." "That's what everyone's been doin'," Kraglin couldn't help but say. "With how many people are dyin' and disappearin'. Normally I'd say that's part of the job," the Thelan stated. "But lately." "Yeah," was all Peter said, everyone present knowing all too well how things are at the moment. "What about you, Bosk? Haven't seen you in a month. What have you been up to?" The Trandoshan bounty hunter adopted a coy, almost thoughtful look as he tilted his head upwards. "Well, we cut to a nice, fancy club where Bosk was sitting at a bar sipping a beverage, his reptilian eyes surveying the crowd before landing upon a particular individual, his mark. Finishing the rest of his drink, he quickly grabbed a nearby Twi'lek woman and spun her around before taking her to the dance floor. All the while, the individual Bosk had been eyeing the whole time kept shooting him wary glances. It was then that the Trandoshan did a spin with his dance partner and smirked at his target. Instantly, the man pulled out his blaster from his coat, grabbed a nearby woman, held her hostage and shot to the ceiling. This caused the club to quickly go into a state of panic. "You'll never take me alive, bounty hunter," said Bosk's mark with several bodyguards coming in. Blasters in hand, they began firing at the bounty hunter. Bosk quickly dove behind some flipped-over tables for his defensive cover. Grabbing a chair, the Trandoshan threw it at one of his mark's bodyguards. With him down, Bosk swiftly threw a serving tray at another bodyguard right in the face. He was momentarily disoriented, all before he got a punch across his head which rendered him unconscious. With the bodyguards indisposed, the mark was about to execute his hostage out of desperation when Bosk swiftly came in. Grabbing his arm, he twisted it enough to make the hostage quickly flee for her life. Once done, the Trandoshan bounty hunter head-butted him. "You just got bosked," said the Trandoshan before bearing a face of disappointment. "I swear I had something better to say." We soon cut back to the present. "And nothing special?" Bosk waved off, returning to his drink. "Just the usual pudu." "Well, since you're not busy," Peter placed a credit down for the Trandoshan and Thelan's next set of drinks. "We got a proposition for the two of ya. Gonna need your help on an upcoming job that's gonna be insane, but the payout will be worth it." Lats was quick to accept, Bosk following suit. "Sure, why not? Given the unusual jobs you do, it's bound to be interesting. Just don't have anything blow up in our faces like last time," the Trandoshan somewhat demanded. "No promises," Peter admitted, a strained smile in place as Bosk grumbled, downing his drink. "At least you know what you're getting yourself into or working with, unlike the job we recently finished." Lats spoke up. "What happened and how bad was it?" Gamera asked, resting her chin on her palm. "We did do this one job on Quarzit, having to transport this bit of Sits to its ruler," Bosk said, clearly annoyed at the job. "Things went sideways when we were facing the raiders and the cargo contained a girl inside, who was going to be the ruler's packaged ordered bride, through trafficking. We did leave him a present." Query, perhaps an explosive device by chance? That always leaves an effective message. "That would have put a target on our backs," said Lats, taking HK's murderous tendencies in stride. "Nah, we just replaced the girl with this one guy from our team crossing us. Haven't been hounded yet, as far as we know," Bosk added in. "Surprised that worked." Gamera admitted with interest before something came to mind as she noticed someone wasn't present. Gotta ask, have either of you seen Aura Singh lately? The two bounty hunters shared a look before looking back at the Guardians. Been a while if being honest. Latz stated. Last I heard, she found a long-term job. Bosk revealed, giving them a skewed look. Why Yadiskin? Just curious. Her being a good marksman with that force ability to make her shots more effective. Kraglin spoke up, the two bounty hunters sharing looks of understanding. As they continued their discussion with the pair, the door to the bar opened for a particular individual. Walking in from the front entrance was someone who practically stood out. It wasn't due to her appearance, but more to her presence. With many of the locals and frequent customers/patrons in attendance here, this person stood out like a sore thumb as she was an unfamiliar face. For those who paid close attention to her, she was a bald Dathomarian woman with a hood drawn up to hide most of her features. Her attire was slim with teal blue and purple cloth material with the occasional brown and silver armor pieces. And on each side of her waist was a pole-like object. Looking around, she settled to go directly to the bar and get herself a drink. She completely ignored everyone else in the bar, focusing on her beverage. Then this schmuck decided to stroll right up to her, trying to be fresh. Hey, what's a pretty bald babe like you doing here? Said, pretty bald babe didn't even turn to address him, simply sipping her drink before responding with a low voice. Get lost. Naturally, the sleaze didn't like being dismissed in such a manner. You know who I am. The woman rolled her eyes at the man. I'm sure you'll tell me. I have a death sentence in 12 systems. Do you now? Her tone conveyed how little that did to impress her. This only served to further incense the schmuck, his sneer making his face more unpleasant than it already was. He had enough of her attitude and his hand shot for his blaster when he failed to realize the woman had already moved faster than he could blink. At the last moment, the man looked down when feeling the pole-like object pressed against his chest. Next thing he knew was a searing pain erupting through him. The cause was her activating her lightsaber, having the luminescent green blade pierce through him. She observed with a twisted sense of satisfaction at the look of pain and shock being the last expression the man conveyed before dropping to the ground. Seeing the patron get killed via lightsaber implement halted the bar's activity. Note that it was for only a handful of moments before everything went back to normal. Given how violent things got around these parts, people got used to this type of thing. Over to the side, the Guardians with their two bounty hunter friends observed this with a vague display of interest. I think that was a bodyguard I faced on a past job. Bosk commented from over yonder. Was it? Bosk tilted his head to the side to get a better look at the face before nodding. Yeah, I ran into that bantha fodder last time. Was the collective response from the Guardians. Since she made a scene in quite the spectacular fashion, some of the Guardians decided to scout her out. Peter, Rocket, and Gamera approached her and this time, she turned to face the odd trio. She eyed each one individually. Her brow raised at Rocket, was slightly unimpressed with Quill yet her gaze lingered on Gamera the longest, the two women locking eyes. What do you want? The bald woman asks. The Guardians took a moment to look her over. Nice display there. Peter conversationally said. Bounty hunter. It's been years since doing my last job. She said with a scoff. Rocket hummed aloud. Rusty one. What got ya back on this type of life? None of your business. The hooded woman said with an edge to her tone. Eyeing the objects clipped to her waist, Rocket spoke what was on his mind. How much for the lightsabers? They're not for sale. I'll get 'em sooner or later, muttered the trash panda. And I will pry them from your cold, dead hands. I'd like to see you try. Rocket challenged with a roguish grin until Gamera slapped him upside the head. Hey. Don't antagonize her, Rocket. Gamera admonished. The hooded woman humphed in amusement at the sour glare the raccoon directed at the Zahobarian. Peter, meanwhile, continued their conversation. You got a name? I have no name. I get it, you want to remain anonymous. Quill said with a nod. We can respect that. Is there a reason you opted to approach me? The woman finally asked the heart of the matter. We're looking for people to help out on an upcoming mission. Gamera instantly admitted. And we think you could be a good addition. Star-Lord tacked on. And what makes you think that? Wordlessly, the three Guardians glanced over to the man she killed a few short moments ago that was being dragged out of the bar. That's not a good enough argument, she rebuked. It's a good start, Gamera countered. You moved without him even seeing that. You saw it. We're not like most people here if you haven't noticed, Rocket pointed out. The hooded woman eyed them before feeling something. An instinct that was guiding some part of her to accept the offer. Fine. Whatever. The woman says reluctantly, finishing the rest of her drink. But double-cross me and I'll. Yeah, we know. Peter interrupted her with a roll of his eyes and neck. Not our first rodeo with a threat like that. The woman merely gave Peter a look, not really getting the wording. Don't mind Quill, Gamera said with affection. He's got his own way of talking. I can see that. But first, Rocket eyed her intently. A name. Anything to call you by, cause I'm pretty sure hooded weirdo ain't something you wanna go by. The woman's eye twitched, mulling over whether or not she should tell them anything until settling upon something to go by for now. Ilsage, she said after a few seconds of silence. Well, Ilsage, Star-Lord offered his hand. Hope we get to work together soon. She regarded the hand for a moment, unsure of what this man's intentions were, but there was a gut feeling, an odd one at that, similar to that of the Force. For a while now, she had been undergoing a personal journey of herself, the Force and something else, and it led her to here. And now, the Force was nudging her forward, to go in the direction of wherever this man, this Quill, was going and the people around him. Perhaps she'll learn more by taking part in whatever these people were about to undertake. What could possibly go wrong, were her thoughts as she reached forward and grasped the hand of the leader of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 87, An Acolyte's Journey. Your path is your own to take, my child. Usage Ventress stood at the entrance of her village, the Night Sisters clan all gathered to see her off with Mother Talzin standing in front of them. Go knowing that you have the blessing of your kin, clan and your master. The young acolyte looked hesitant at Talzin, the elder placing her hands on her shoulders, muttering a prayer under her breath. She wasn't as certain as Talzin nor her master Dooku was, but she needed to do this. She must. For clan, master, and herself. Though Asajj felt unprepared, Master Dooku and even her former Jedi Master Kynarik once told her that to be challenged, to be put into situations of uncertainty and uncomfortability, is where true character and power are forged. Thus the journey of new self-discovery and power. Her Night Sisters could only do so much for her. Controlling the dark side without falling sway to it, that was one aspect. But mastering the dark side was another matter entirely. She needed a challenge, and with how much insanity the galaxy has spiraled into, it's crazy to consider that challenging a Jedi Master or Knight is the last thing on her mind. Which leads to now. Asajj piloted her ship through the vastness of space, currently departing from the Argonar system. It was a simple pit stop, restocking on supplies before going on her way. Boy, were the people jumpy down there, to say the least. Though that was everywhere by this point. Even though her connection to the Force had been muddled since she finally tapped into that latent power she had been told she possessed for so long, she could still feel the tumultuous air the Force gave off. It reflected the state of paralyzing fear that every denizen was in at this time. But she couldn't focus on that right now. Be on guard, naturally, but focus on the task bestowed upon her. As she entered hyperspace, she was tempted to take a nap until she disregarded the thought. For the past few weeks, her dreams have been a plague to her. Every single time she slept, it was a memory that popped up, the dream being as vivid as the time she was there. It was a lot like the ritual Talzin did for her when she first returned to Dathomir. They were usually of her time as either an apprentice to Kynarik or her time under Dooku when he first found her and took her as his disciple. But the main one, that just refused to release its hold on her was that of her mother. It was always the same set of three. She remembered so little of her mother, but, these dreams, she always felt it. How much her mother loved her. Look at you, little one. She heard her mother's voice in her ears as clear as day. Mama loves you, Asajj. She will always love you. Just as much as it was pleasing, it was haunting. It constantly plagued her mind now, a life that was stolen from her. Her mother was avenged, yes, but she wasn't there at all. No, what plagued her mind was the life stolen from her in being with her mother. Talzin told her it was for protection from something dangerous. One which was apparently related to her birth father. And that was another thing, who in the hell was her father that her Night Sister clan believed that selling her off was the safer option. Someone who was apparently so terrifying and dangerous, her clan would rather have her be taken away from home rather than simply hide her elsewhere. Such answers to her questions would evade her for force knows how long. Ventress could confront Talzin, yet she could only guess she'll be vague and cryptic instead of giving her a straight-up response. Perhaps the clan leader wanted her to uncover several pieces out on her own before being given the full picture. Might save me the trouble and just tell me what the big fuss is about. Asajj thought with disdain. There being some apparent lessons behind it all, but her patience can only last so far on this topic. Her mind shifted to what else she's been doing in these past weeks, training. Regaining her strength of the Force after losing the majority of it to surface her buried power. Aside from this, her attempts to understand it has proven difficult. The only ones who could possibly give her better insight into her latent potential were a pair of old Sith spirits. Should have tried stealing Exozon. Asajj muttered under her breath. At least she knew the first Dark Lady of the Sith would have actually enjoyed being away from Wanda Maximoff, and Ventress was fairly certain the Avenger would seldom miss her. Exozon is likely Wanda's least favorite person after Asajj. She figured Kreia was out of the question considering the respect Maximoff does regard for her and she takes her teachings seriously. Still, having a mentor on board her ship for this journey would have been a boon to her. Self-learning and discovery can only go so far. She needed guidance. Proper tutelage. Dooku wasn't accessible for obvious reasons, all she could do were the brief holo transmissions in order to keep him up to date on the progress of her training. Thus she was limited to the means of guidance outside of the Force. All she could think of was something that her master told her and some facts about the Sith of how much one obtained knowledge of the dark side. Holocrons were often a decent and common factor to greatly progress oneself in their schooling. Asajj honestly wished she could have snatched either or both holocrons from Maximoff's possession. They could have helped her train at this point in time, perhaps further. Yet both are more or less used to help teach her young cousin her only blood connection left in the galaxy and her friend in the ways of the Force. There were also artifacts out there, both armaments and other tools of knowledge outside of holocrons. These were the slower mean, but a decent way of progression. One such example Dooku told her was about Darth Sidious, how he acquired Sith artifacts in his younger years and studied them before becoming the apprentice to Darth Plagueis. This had her recall her lessons in history. If she couldn't find a living instructor, perhaps records from a deceased one would suffice. Or the rare off chance, her encountering the spirit of some Sith. But where? Where can she find one? Korriban was a good start, but it was also quickly taken off the list. A Republic station orbits the planet if she remembers correctly. And there were other worlds where the Sith had their presence on for a long time, but it was hard to recall which temples were still in one piece or were cleaned out and destroyed by the Jedi over the millennia. The black market was another factor, but that's truly hard as she would truly scour the cosmos for any possible leads. As much as she would simply take them, she lacked the funds and wouldn't want to place a target on her back while still hiding her presence. Reaching the possible end of this means of frustration, she decided to get some advice. Going to the ship's holo transmitter, she made a call. Soon enough, the projection of Count Dooku appeared just as she knelt. Asajj. Is something wrong, my apprentice? He asks. It's far earlier than the scheduled timed chat. I'm having issues, Master. Asajj admitted, a slight bow of her head. The holo transmission of Dooku raised a brow at that. Concerning what? I've hit a wall. I've reached the end of how I can progress on self-learning. Dooku peered at his apprentice and could feel the frustrations rolling off of her. I see. Rather understandable with your predicament. Is there a way for me to perhaps use the holocron of heresy? You could send it somewhere and I, unfortunately, cannot send any of the holocrons in my possession outside of my estate, Ventress, let alone that one in particular. says her master. The other acolytes have been using them when possible and under my supervision. And Sidious has been on edge. I would rather have it so I don't provoke any suspicion on myself. Any more than he likely possesses already. Ventress grits her teeth. I understand. And much of my time has been divided as of late in settling the Confederacy, planning Sidious' downfall and Savage's replacement. Thus I can't find time to give you possible aid until further notice. The Dathomirian gave a nod, understanding what her master was undertaking. The Sis has had many problems for some time now. Dooku is needed more now than ever to show his present standing with them, taking a far more acting role in quelling the senators and their allies. Sidious is a greater issue that needs to be eventually resolved before the end of the war. From what Dooku told her, the Sith Master could have had the issues concerning Ultron resolved a bit better and sooner, yet he's too blinded by his present and long-planned goals. For if he continues with his one mindset, the Sith would rule a dead galaxy. Thus, as the saying goes, out with the old, in with the new. And Savage was a dead end, an apparent waste of time and resources. Dooku was forced to search for another replacement. One he came upon on his own. A former Jedi in her own right, like Usage, and trained under a particular Jedi Master simply called the Dark Lady. And like Usage, her skills and lessons need refining to get rid of the grown rust and collected dust from years of negligence. Is there anything at all? Begged Usage. Any temples I could go to? I don't care. Just anything will do. I just need dash. There is one option that comes to mind. Ventress went silent, quickly focusing on what Dooku had to say. The former Jedi Master held a look of contemplation for a few moments. Years ago, when I was still in the Jedi Order, I came across something that interested me. I sought to go there to understand the dark side a bit better, yet was hesitant for a number of reasons. After I departed from the Order, the destination kept coming to mind, but kept putting it off to the side to focus on my time as the Count of Sereno and being Sidious' apprentice prior to becoming the leading figure of the Sith. Usage now leaned forward, greatly intrigued by this. What is it, Master? What are you speaking of? I sought to travel to a remote sector where a Sith Lord is apparently buried. A Sith with a unique history. Not much is known of his life before becoming a Lord, yet his life as one is regarded with disdain by others throughout the Sith legacies. How so? He is considered an oddity of the Order, one who much like myself has not been corrupted by the dark side. His mastery over it was that of strict discipline and a shrewd mind. You could say that his respect for the dark side on top of his discipline is why the dark side never corrupted him to the extent that most other Sith have. One who I believe Sidious never focused on, despite his uniqueness. And who is he? The Sith who did no evil. Scene cut. Entering the MZX-32905 star system near the planet Bimiel, Ventress steered her ship toward an asteroid belt. Navigating through each of the floating rocks, the Dathomirian focused through the Force to see which one was her intended destination. And soon enough, she could feel the pull of the Force, leading her to where she needed to go. The asteroid was large and uninteresting at a simple glance. If one were to come closer and land on its surface, one would find signs of a mining operation long since decommissioned. Tools decaying and rusting could be found here and there. From here, if one were to scour around and salvage anything of use, you'd see it was cleaned out and moved elsewhere years ago. According to official reports, the company that once owned the asteroid belt slowly moved its operation and colony to another sector. This was due to two factors: it became less profitable over time and soon turned hazardous for the workers. In truth, it was much more than these factors with how this place was all but forgotten to the wider galaxy. For you see, this asteroid had an untapped reservoir of dark side energies, and its owner manipulated things to make it his base of operations. From what Dooku told her, the asteroid was later converted and transformed into a Sith palace. Though, when she looked at it more properly, it was akin to a small fortress. A villa even, given the design. Or not. Mixed bag of a place here. A home of a Sith Lord hiding in figurative plain sight. There were uniformity and utilitarianism designs here and there, but then some artwork, Sith language carvings and other flourishes that looked a tad more personal than logical. They looked akin more to tributes to past Sith Lords rather than to himself. A Sith Lord who did no evil. The moniker drifted through the Dathomirian's mind. What an odd concept. How is it that a Sith Lord did no evil? Dooku was vague on this, but at least he was more informative than Talzin. Still, such a title made her both wary and curious. Whatever the case may be, she had to be on guard. Traveling deeper into the asteroid, Ventress felt the dark side growing stronger. It was a pressure that built with every step, her skin tingling with goosebumps appearing on her arms. Harnessing the natural energies this place held and magnifying it against those unwelcomed, something one can thank the architect and designer of this place. Despite all this, she pressed on and kept trekking through the corridors. Upon entering the heart of the asteroid palace, Ventress felt odd. The weight which surrounded her vanished. She felt an odd drain of her power. Not of the Force, but her latent potential. And she felt the gaze of an unseen person as if they were inspecting her. After a minute of absolute silence and inactivity, something happened. Wisps and mists wafted through the air, surrounding her before converging together in front of her. An apparition soon appeared, a spirit. A human male whose features were hidden by his cloak. The Sith Lord she had sought out. Darth Vectivus. "Who are you?" said the Sith spirit. "Why are you here?" Asajj immediately dropped to her knees, head bowed low. "Lord Vectivus," she greeted. "I am Asajj Ventress, acolyte to the dark side. I have come seeking your wisdom and knowledge to further my training, power, and the future of the Sith Order." The apparition didn't respond at first, expression unreadable save for the scrutinizing gaze he held at her. She remained where she was, head down and unmoving but fully aware of the set of eyes directly upon her. The ambient silence surrounded the pair until the deceased lord spoke. "I admit, you're the first since my passing from my mortal coils who has come here. Not even my own apprentice has visited my home since my funeral." Vectivus crossed his arms, a look of deep contemplation for Asajj to see, having raised her head now. "You've come here with a purpose, not of greed but of something more." "You are correct, my lord. I am here out of guidance, for I am lost," Asajj said, bowing her head once more. Not looking up, she could tell the spirit of Vectivus glided across the room and gazed at her, observing and inspecting her. "Rise, Asajj Ventress," the Dark Lord ordered, the Sith acolyte doing so. He was silent for a few moments for another inspection before speaking once more. "Your presence, the power you radiate. I can feel you gleaming in the Force. Shining with the dark side. Aren't you an interesting one?" Asajj was silent, seeing the spirit glide back, turning away from her in contemplation. "I always held a belief that the Force, as we understood it, was always just scratching the surface of what we truly have yet to understand. Or maybe, there is a knowledge that was lost or an understanding that had been forgotten. Darth Gravid certainly saw to that at one point." At the mention of Gravid, Asajj felt a flare of fury within her. When Dooku spoke of this Sith Lord of the rule of two, the rage he possessed passed on to her. And why wouldn't it? That Sith Lord was almost solely responsible for the self-destruction of the Sith Order, having gone insane and destroying Sith artifacts that will never be recovered now. Setting back the Sith plan was one thing. But the ruin of artifacts and holocrons sacred to the Sith was a crime of the most heinous of degrees. So much knowledge, destroyed and gone. Lost to time itself. From what I can tell, you seem to make me believe such a concept. Such power that I can't describe all that well. Vectivus hummed. "Whatever you hold, it's mending me by simply being here." This made her rather curious. "Mending you?" "My spirit's been around for a long time. But nothing can ever last forever on the mortal plane before it degrades and is eventually forced to return to the greater force. I was slowly becoming unaware of myself. Of thinking, of decision-making. I'd slowly begin thinking I was merely nothing. That was until you made your presence in my palace. I thank you for that." Ventress raised a brow, holding up her hands, and briefly, that white and blue glow emanated from her hands. Next thing she knew, she saw Vectivus right before her, taking on a pondering posture. "Now that's fascinating," he said with interested wonder. "Never seen a Force technique like that. No, not the Force. Something more. Something primal." "That's because it is." Usage revealed. This power, she held up her hands, the glow still around them, predates anything and everything that is known in this galaxy about the Force. Vectivus' eyes gleamed with intrigue. And who gave you this conclusion? Darth Kraya. She blurted out. The Sith spirit blinked in surprise. Darth Kraya? Now that's a name I haven't heard of in a very long time. You know her? Usage remarked in surprise. Of her. He corrected her, looking up with fond admiration. Her tale was fascinating to me when I was alive. Every Sith knows her name. What she represented. One could call her one of my personal favorites in my studies. I had come across her holocron, her spirit tied to it, though not by choice. Lucky you. I admit I'm rather jealous you met her. It would have been nice to converse with her. Exchanging and comparing such knowledge in philosophies. The more she heard him speak, the more the question that had been welling in her mind grew until... Why? She abruptly asked, appearing to surprise the Dark Lord. Why what? Why become a Sith Lord? She saw a look of understanding appear as she continued to speak. You have the power of the dark side but, the ambition dash. The ambition was always there. What kept it from going out of control was temperament. Vectivus stated. I became a Sith when I was a grown adult, unlike many in the past and even the future of being brought in as children or fallen from the Jedi Order. I sought to study the Force after my workers stumbled upon this asteroid's reservoir. I experimented with it, worked with it. My thirst for knowledge was so great that I sought to quench it with satisfaction by finding a proper teacher. Even after becoming a Sith apprentice and later master, I only strived in the Force just to understand it. That was my guiding principle, to understand, not corrupt. I never used the Force to dominate the galaxy and take out the Jedi like so many Sith before me. I merely studied in relative peace, to know the Sith history in the wider galaxy and theorize how it'll change in the coming millennia. All I did throughout my life was peer into the abyss and have a better chance of looking away whenever it was necessary. Ventress hummed a little. Sounds very Jedi to me. Better to understand one's adversary by studying them, learning of their philosophies, etc. Most Sith in my time as far as I knew never went with the idea or actually understood such lessons. One such concept is with attachments. The Jedi being hypocrites for not forming attachments yet fall to them. It's a very complicated matter, even for the Sith. We claim to be opposites from the Jedi, yet like them, rather than retreating from attachments, we got towards them only to personally have them severed. Vectivus shook his head. What a foolish notion that is. At the root of it all, we derived from them. The Sith needs to remember such a factor yet ignore it and find it unnecessary. I died with my friends and family, all by my side, my apprentice parting with me on good terms and I lived a fulfilling life. Hearing these later factors made her curious as it was very unlike how many Sith meet their ends, how they're grown, taught, and raised. She listened on as he continued. From what I had come to understand in my time as a Dark Lord of the Sith is that the Sith fail to enjoy the fruits of their labors. To bask in their success whilst not hogging it all to themselves. He now had a reminiscent look, turning his head to his old fortress. For me, I surrounded myself with friends, family, and loved ones. They anchored me, grounded me to not take malicious acts, even after I became a practitioner of the dark side. How did you get away with most of that? She asks. My master saw it as a means to an end as they were my cover, like how many Sith were throughout history. He believed I'd eventually kill them or leave them, yet that would never happen at all. I did my best to impart such thoughts towards my apprentice, which I hope actually stuck. Force knows the results. Given the trend on what I've learned since becoming an acolyte of the dark side, it never stuck. Vectivus asks a question, yet already knew the answer. How so? They lacked discipline. Precisely. The Sith spirit said sharply, actually snapping around and pointing at her. I'd imagine my apprentice's student went back to the old thoughts with the Sith cycle, believing my means of understanding the dark side would never progress their means of power. But, have you not considered yourself the exception? Not the norm. That is a thought that has come about on multiple occasions. Me being an apparent hiccup of the Sith. Unfortunately, my practice never came to be. But that is for another time. He waved over to her. Come, there is much to learn, Usage Ventress. The Dathomirian blinked, almost not believing what she just heard. Just like that? She asks. What? You thought there might be some sort of trial or test to appease me for my tutelage? She nods in response. Our conversation was. But I thought I honestly think some elaborate means of earning such a privilege is a waste of time. I should inform you I was a businessman before becoming a Sith Lord. My talents were in reading and understanding people first and foremost. A talent cultivated in my training within the Force and how it earned my apprenticeship under my master. And what of me? You not having the stereotypical greed of a Sith. You wanted to understand your power and sought guidance as I have years ago. Besides, that unique power of yours. I too wish to know of its capabilities. He said, ushering her to follow. Walking towards the Sith spirit, she heard a small request. Before we begin our lessons, tell me about yourself so I may gauge what to work with. Scene cut. Time began to blur for Ventress. It could have been days, months, or years, but she wouldn't exactly complain about it. All that mattered was the training. For her, it was a near revert to basics. Vectivus grilled her body through strenuous exercises and challenges, yet his primary teaching was that of the mind and above all else, his personal creed. Discipline and understanding. And attaining discipline can be done through multiple avenues of training. Currently, she was undergoing one such avenue. Before her was a manifestation of one of the many people she'd slain over the years. An ability of his he crafted and was presently using for a training exercise. Not for her to enact at this time, but to react towards. Is this taunting necessary? Usage asked, a brow twitching at her opponent. Off to the side, Darth Vectivus' spirit observed her training, as stoic and composed as he always is. Yes, it is. He said patiently. To goad you into the action you need to perform. By killing one, you'll save scores. Hundreds. Thousands. Millions. What you think of as the evil of my dark side teachings will not spread so far. And what purpose is this lesson? Outside of some specifics of what you'll get later on. Will slaying an innocent life or a corrupted one affect the galaxy? How the void left behind in their wake won't ripple out and change things, for better or worse. The same can apply when saving another. Vectivus swept his arm as he conjured more apparitions into the room as each was unresponsive. Every phantom you see here, every person you encounter, is connected to something that is distinctly real, distinctly alive, though possibly far, far away. Every time you struck one of these, a living being somewhere suffered the pain and injury you inflicted. The apprentice scoffed. You're lying. No, I'm not. Vectivus rebuked with no sign of falsehood. You struck, and somewhere, some creature, perhaps a baby bantha, squealed in pain and was severed, killed before the disbelieving eyes of its mother. Stop it. Usage said through clenched teeth, glaring at her current mentor. Why? It's the truth. Baby banthas are quite cute, you know. A terrible shame to see one cut in half. Ventress shook her head at him as they continued on with the lessons. He was teaching her something he developed all on his own. Something which he could be considered the only successful practitioner of, which made him the first dark side force ghost without the use of a holocron, artifact, or their own corpse to bind him to the mortal plane. Force phantoms. As she first learned of this unique technique, she spoke of its comparison with the Dathomirian technique of similar nature. One which Mother Talzin told of her, the chant of resurrection. For the specifics, it brought the dead to life with the one practitioner needing utter focus and great power to pull off. Not actual resurrection, but essentially having an undead army at one's beck and call. The only downside was that the practitioner needed lots of protection as they were practically defenseless. The Sith spirit had heard of what she spoke of, but never got the chance to look into the Dathomirian magics. He argued it could have been an offshoot of the Dathomirian technique, but hard to tell as he didn't know all the specific details. But like any businessman, he was able to claim this as his own with how unique it was. Unlike having a zombie army, this technique had an army of phantoms fueled with the Force. They were irrespective of sentience but could be projected anywhere in the cosmos in order to taunt and attack someone. Like the downsides of the chant of resurrection, this technique required a lot of mental power and strength of will. If not, then the practitioner will receive a massive backlash, especially when coordinating the actions of many force phantoms at once. Vectivus experienced this when experimenting on it in the past and seeing it occur with his apprentice, who decided to no longer use it. There is also the factor that the phantom could be connected to some person or creature out there and the practitioner wouldn't really know if they died or not as a result. Such a concept is something that Ventress will have a hard time digesting and accepting properly. For Ventress, she had the potential of pulling this off. Her species' unique alignment with the dark side. Her having gone through her baptism. Her unique, latent power. Her drive. All that was needed was time, dedication, and discipline. Later in the day, once she got some grasp of this technique after several hours of practice, Asajj was resting in her quarters. Her mind and reserves were exhausted after much training. Another day under her belt of feeling accomplished and growing stronger. After some time resting, she focused on her latent power. Her one hand glowed with a ball of energy forming. Tossing it up and down like a ball, she worked through some small training exercises as she pondered. With this force phantom technique she was learning, the Dathomirian thought of the interesting applications. They made her wonder how she could use them once reaching her full potential. She soon stopped playing with her energy ball and absorbed it into her hand. Ventress gazed upon her glowing hands, feeling the power coursing through her. It was exhilarating. But also frightening. She couldn't quite explain why, but something about this power felt off and it was foreign to her despite it being a part of her, if that made sense. Despite how much time she and Vectivus studied and theorized about the power, they didn't make much headway on what it truly was and where it originated. If only they could get answers from someone who knew what this was. All Asajj could guess was that they were dead. Just like her mother. She thought. What if? Maybe she could. Shaking her head, Ventress concentrated. This power she possessed held some form of connection to the Force. That meant that maybe, just maybe, if she could just. And she paused before sagging. Can this even be combined? Of course it can. Asajj looked over at her master floating beside her, his form far more clear than it was before. Did you forget to know how to knock? I didn't. I just lack the capability of doing so. Literally or figuratively. Yes. That's not an answer. Oh, it is. Now back to the matter at hand, combining the two powers is possible. How can you be certain? Such a concept has been tested time and time again. It all depends on the ratios and balancing them out. And also, he silently gestured to himself. Your presence bolstered my own presence here. Be it your connection to the Force or your latent power, likely the latter, or both. This ability can undoubtedly combine, or the more likely result, bolster your power and connection to the Force. This made Asajj frown in thought, mulling over her powers once again. Outside of what you'll accomplish here, what led up to this? The Darth spirit airily inquired, looking at her expectantly. She was hesitant for a moment before revealing her desire in a low whisper. I wish to speak with my mother. Why? The spirit asked, not rudely but inquisitively. A number of things. One of which pertains to this power. She may know of its origins. But that is not all, is it? Call me selfish, but I just wish to see her. Speak with her. Was her silent response, feeling her heart clench up. Vectivus said nothing, pondering such a notion in silence. It is possible through my technique. Asajj's head snapped up to him. I thought trying to speak with the dead is a complicated matter. The Jedi spirits are sometimes easier on the concept, but even then they have difficulty if I researched it right. The Sith ones are rather mixed, given you need to fight the right artifacts they're attached to or the burial sites. But in general if they are willing then it will take less effort. How will it work? Is it truly possible? It takes more effort in bringing them here instead of just doing a phantom manifestation. But your power, that latent, unrealized energy might just be the boost needed. Then how? Is there a method? A theory or? Vectivus rubbed his chin contemplatively. Your mother is well beyond the reaches of a typical spirit. But you told me she died relatively recently, no? Before your return to Dathomir. She nodded, a brief forlorn and bitter feeling at the thought of it. Shaking her head, she turned her attention back onto her master and nodded. Then I do believe what we need to have is, a marker. A marker? She parried in confusion. Vectivus nodded. An anchor, a mark, a means by which you can reach out to her. Be it something you physically have like a trinket or talisman, or maybe something spiritual such as a bond or a memory. A memory? Ventress mumbled, eyes widening slightly. The Dark Lord raised a brow at this, his eyes squinting momentarily. You have something, don't you? He stated more than asked. The Dathomirian silently nodded and the Sith spirit actually grinned slightly. Very good. This will be a first for my technique. Vectivus declared with anticipation. I'm a little excited to see this pull off. Usage couldn't hide her own similar sentiments as the spirit glided in front of her. First off, let's begin combining your energies. He instructed. Allow your power to feed into the force within you and around you. How do I do that? Allow this energy to flow out of you. Let it connect to the dark side that permeates the air, feeding it the power it needs. Usage closed her eyes, exhaled and concentrated. Though she still was only just grasping at this new power she had, she felt it begin to well up within her. Focusing on the force in one hand with her innate power in the other. From Vectivus' perspective, he saw two sets of auras appearing on her respective hands. The acolyte of the dark side soon brought her hands together, a means of combining the powers. She struggled in keeping them in place before something occurred. Her body began to be encompassed by the white and blue aura that came with this power. Small wisps floated off her body and they seemed to seep into the air around them, actually making the air hum and vibrate. Vectivus took a moment to look at the phenomenon, smirking in intrigue before turning his attention back to the ritual. Here she was beginning to feel a rush flow through her. Like a shot of adrenaline, or several all at once. It was exhilarating. She wanted to bask in it, but she couldn't be distracted at this time. Now, back with the marker, focus on your memory and nothing else. Visualize it and let it be the only thing in your mind. Not hard for her to do so. That damned dream has been on her mind for weeks now. It was effortless for her. Slowly holding out her hands, it was a strange dance of her power flowing in, out and around her, the air constantly taking in the energy which added more vibrations around the pair. All around her, she began to hear them. The phantoms. Though she didn't call for them, she figured there would be those strays that would come in, being drawn into the ritual. But none was the one she wanted. Stay focused, Ventress. Vectivus instructed, Usage shaking her head to stave off a feeling of vertigo. In the end, she was absolutely exhausted. The variant of force phantoms greatly drained her, leaving her sweating in her room. She collapsed onto her knees, wheezing now as the energy she had conjured dispelled from her. Good first attempt, Usage. Little shaky, but good delivery. Opening her eyes, she looked around as her vision began refocusing. As it did, she saw a new addition in her quarters in a faded, white filter. She looked so much like her. It was like looking at a reflection. Yet there was something more to this apparition. Hello, dear. You realize you're dead? Vectivus conversationally said to the spirit. Of course I'm dead. I've been dead for months. But it doesn't mean I don't exist. Now tell me why I'm here and... Mother. Usage whispered in disbelief. The spirit turned over to the other person in the room and froze. She looked so much like her except mature, with none of the markings around her lips. In fact, Usage believed her to be more beautiful. Usage. The phantom whispered, clearly not believing who she was looking at. Stepping in for a closer look, the spirit got close and personal. Her eyes widened when seeing the tears welling in the others. Usage's hands went through Usage's head several times when trying to cup her cheek. As much as they wanted to embrace each other, let alone hold hands, neither could feel the sensation of touch. Despite this factor being present, the Dathomirian spirit held up her hand to her daughter's face. My baby girl, all grown up. Ilsage whispered, a beaming, teary-eyed smile on her face. Look at you. So fierce, so beautiful. A choked sob erupted from Ilsage's mouth with tears now flowing down her face. She hated this. Her mother was right here, right in front of her, and she couldn't touch her. As touching as this reunion is, we would like to ask you some questions. Can it wait? Ventress stressed out. Business before pleasure, my student. More so in this particular case. Vectivus soon focused on Ilsage. Who was your mate? Who was the father of your daughter? He never really gave me a name. Only an alias of his. But I found it rather appropriate, given he matched it with a trait of his. Being what? Her daughter asked. His ego. Ilsage let out a scoff. I swear, it had to be the size of a planet. Ventress narrowed her eyes slightly before resuming the questions at hand. What can you tell us about him? I never knew who, or rather what he was, even Mother Talzin. All we knew was that he was powerful. Not figuratively, but literally. He also had one hell of a silver tongue, charming me into laying with him. I admit he was pretty good in the sheets, but I never expected he'd impregnate me in the process. Ilsage couldn't help but twitch at what she heard. She wasn't a stranger to sex and all, but it's her mother. No matter what, no matter the species, it's always gonna feel weird to hear about such things. I gotta ask, but why are you asking me about Dash? Ilsage's words died when seeing her daughter emit a ball of innate energy in her hand. I see. You have indeed inherited his power. Should have realized this. Her mother said with a pained tone. I don't know if I should say that I'm sorry or not. But that power is special. Though I don't need to tell you that now, don't I? There was so much, so many things she wanted to talk to her about. But for her, right now, all that mattered was one question. Why? Why was I sent away? Ilsage clearly expected this, sighing in a downtrodden manner. I don't know why he wanted you, but our elder foresaw it would spell doom for not just our people but many others. Prophecies are often clouded and misinterpreted, said Vectivus. Not that clearly. Our elder had a heart attack upon seeing the vision Ilsage defended. Countless worlds swallowed by some parasitic mass, and they were all connected to that man. If he could even be labeled as such a thing. Then what is he? Ilsage asked. You speak of him like he wasn't a normal man. Because he wasn't. Her mother firmly stated. Your father was unlike anything in this galaxy, Ilsage. Did you ever love me? The spirit looked as though she had been struck. What? Was it all an act to cheer me up back then? Ilsage, yes, you were unexpected. The pregnancy was awkward for me. But after you were born, I would have traded everything I had and then some just to keep you instead of giving you away. Ilsage said with a broken voice as the memory of the day she had to give her daughter away played within her mind. You were my sun, star, moon, and world, Ilsage. Losing you to keep you safe almost broke me. Not a day goes by that I don't think of you. There was doubt in Ilsage's mind earlier, having heard of how apparently dangerous her father was. This soon led her into thinking that she was a burden to her mother as a result, despite how much she heard from the others in her clan on the topic, even from the Avenger of all people. She just wanted to hear it from her mother's lips for true confirmation, despite how much it would hurt her as a result. Maximoff did tell the truth about that. Ilsage whispered. Her mother's expression brightened upon hearing this. Oh? Wanda? You met her? How was she? The Sith acolyte struggled to talk, jaw clenching comically. She was something. Ilsage smiled knowingly at her. Did you even try to make an effort? What do you think? Ventress rhetorically asked. Her mother laughed at this, and suddenly, she felt a dim break within her. She lunged forward, hoping to hug her. Ilsage knew this was a futile effort, but she just wanted to. Ilsage, said a stunned voice, and Ventress, who had her eyes closed, opened them to realize that, her mother, she was holding her mother in her arms, and she then realized her entire body was aglow with that power she had again. Fascinating. Vectivus leaned in, enraptured by what he was seeing. Such an interaction with a spirit immortal was unheard of, as far as he knew. For a shrewd spirit, he was able to deduce that the unknown power allowed Ventress for such an accomplishment. There was still much that they had yet to fully comprehend on just what it is, but to be able to pull this off is truly astonishing. He would have observed from a decent distance away, yet he ended up getting too close for comfort. As in getting into their personal bubble. Momentarily breaking away from her mother, the Dark Jedi looked toward Vectivus with a glare. "Do you mind?" Asajj irritably said, feeling herself twitch at the lack of distance her mentor held. Ilsage only looked on in bemusement, yet was still in a state of disbelief as to her daughter managing to touch her corporeal form. Vectivus shook his head. "I do, but this is too good to ignore. The implication of what you just accomplished and what it could mean dash." Patience wearing thin, Ventress yelled at her instructor. "Get out." All this got was an eye roll from the Sith spirit. "Very well. Fine. I know when I'm not needed." With this said, Vectivus faded out of the room, leaving the parent/child pair alone. "I don't think he really does," said Ilsage before focusing more on her daughter. She shuddered, feeling the energy radiating off her daughter seep into her, giving her spirit a more solid form. Reaching down, she delicately took her child's hands into hers, almost as if this were a dream, before she gave Asajj another beaming, loving smile. "Now, Asajj, how about you tell your mother some stories about yourself?" Scene cut. Time passed once more since that fateful reunion. Since then, Asajj had a better mindset with lesser regrets once speaking with the spirit of her mother. It made training easier, in a sense, with both her latent power and the techniques she was learning under her present mentor. The Dark Jedi wanted to have more chats with her mother, yet Vectivus was against it. Not that he would turn down such an opportunity of observing such a unique phenomenon, but he advised it might cause issues with tampering with the natural order more than needed and all so soon, let alone extremely taxing. Asajj would always pass out moments after the session was over and would need a day or two for proper recovery. This was something her body on a physical, mental, and spiritual level needed to adjust to. The mentor and student argued on the topic, yet the Sith spirit won in the end, stating if she abused such a ritual too often with her present power level, it would have drastic ramifications. If Ventress sought to go through such a state, she needed more training and experience in the Force Phantoms technique before escalating to the ritual level. And that was just on a pragmatic approach. Being a Sith spirit, being part of the dead gave one perspective. And being the Sith oddity of the rule of two, if not in the history of the Sith itself, Vectivus saw things in a more different light, understanding that certain things shouldn't be tampered with. But now came the time for a proper journey or an assignment given to her by her current master. After much time training and refining her skills, Vectivus gave her the first trial she would undergo under his apprenticeship. And, it was a weird one from her perspective. "You want me to do what?" Asajj wasn't quite sure she heard him correctly. "You heard me. Be a bounty hunter again." She didn't know how to respond at first. "Why?" "You need the experience." She merely gave him a look. "I'm not exactly following what you're implying. What experience could I possibly need?" "Experience is something a Sith always needs. We wouldn't really see the results of your training unless you go back out there. Learning the techniques is one thing, but having the proper experience in the field is another. I probably don't have to remind you of such a concept." He soon pondered about something. "I recall a friend who joined the military in my younger years. All high notes and top marks. He was your regular by-the-book officer. Didn't survive past his first engagement, got half of his unit killed in the process too. If the knowledge one teaches proves useless in the end, then what's the point in having known the techniques? It's true that no lesson can ever compare to first-hand experience. But a well-instructed soldier or fighter has a better chance to survive on a battlefield than one who's not, no matter the environment. For they will have a bigger array of options and ideas at their disposal when in a dire situation, whether they be tactics, expertise, strategy, and discipline that makes engagements fall in their favor. Obviously, this isn't a guarantee, but it sure does help. This is one reason why I don't like some of the Jedi. They learn of such concepts but haven't been shown the nature of conflict and allowed to properly understand it before giving their first missions. I calculate so many Padawans and knights would survive longer if they were taught of this sooner. The Dark Jedi understood where the spirit was going with this. She merely didn't expect to head out of there during her training period. Vectivus then glanced down at her hip. Also, you will leave those here. Ventress focused on his line of sight and saw he was eyeing her lightsabers. She snapped her head up back at him, then how can I dash? Didn't you say you had another pair of lightsabers? Says Vectivus. I understand you put those away when you began training under this Darth Tyrannus, who gifted you with the lightsabers you presently have here. I did, but why are you bringing this up? Since you wish for the galaxy at large to still believe you're dead, it's best to hide with you foregoing these lightsabers for a while. They are your signature weapons, which may give you away. Your old ones, however, will make it easier to blend in as a bounty hunter. With bounty hunters, they often pilfered their dead adversaries of anything, whether they be credits on hand to any tools and weapons. Sometimes they would slay Jedi and take their lightsabers, either to sell them in the black market or on the rare chance of keeping them as trophies or additions to their arsenal. The latter, however, is difficult given regulations with the law to one not knowing how to properly handle them. This was something Ventress learned when she first became a bounty hunter years ago after her Jedi Master's death. Though Vectivus did make a decent point on the matter. Complying with her instructor's request, she left the asteroid palace the next morning with her red lightsabers in Vectivus' custody. After acquiring her old lightsabers at her one safe house, Asajj made her way to a world that will help her with her present task bestowed to her by Vectivus. Tatooine. You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. Actually, there are other worlds that can contend with such detail and where she could have started, but she felt guided by the Force towards the desert planet. Landing her ship at one of the ports of Mos Eisley, she made her way to one of the popular cantinas where she would begin her bounty hunting after a good number of years. With her features mostly hidden by a drawn-up hood, she hoped things could perhaps run smoothly. Asajj never expected things to escalate once this one man tried hitting on her while getting a drink. Suffice it to say, the schmuck died by her green-blade lightsaber. Shortly afterward, she was approached by members of a group who she'd soon learn to be the Guardians of the Galaxy. Them asking for her assistance with an upcoming job. At first, she wanted to scoff at such a name. The Guardians of the Galaxy? Whose bright idea was that name? And better yet, if any arrogant pricks would be called that, the Jedi would fall under that banner, arrogant asses they were. But after hearing the name several more times, the Dark Jedi recognized them. She had heard rumblings of a rising mercenary company that's been gaining quite the following in the criminal underworld. Their influence spreads across the galaxy and obtains members and allies from all corners like moths to a flame. Yet there was an odd nudging of the Force towards this band of misfits, especially towards their leader upon meeting him. Something was off about the guy and it wasn't his personality. Guy was a weirdo to be sure, but the Force directed her to these people. Still, she wasn't just gonna trust these assholes all willy-nilly. Needing to have an alias, she spoke a name that felt personal for her when she soon accepted the job offer. Ilsage, her mother's name. It'll be strange being called by that name rather than her own for the time being. Still, she figured her mother wouldn't mind. She might even get a kick out of it. Regardless, she now began Vectivus' task, testing out her training since coming under his tutelage. And it appeared an optimal test was coming her way. Currently, her ship was docked at the Guardians base in the Halo space station of Glaviz and was amongst the company of many unique individuals. There were the Guardians, who were undoubtedly the strangest group of individuals she had ever met. In fact, she was absolutely certain that the ones called Gamera, Trax, Groot, Rocket and Mantis were species that she had never encountered before. She knew of races that looked akin to them, but she felt it. These in particular almost felt like they didn't belong or weren't a part of the way things are in this galaxy. Same went for Quill and Kraglin really. All save for their murderously joyful HK assassin droid. The demmed bucket of bolts wanted nothing more than to kill meatbags and show other people how he kills meatbags. That droid was merely unsettling, and annoying. That's saying something to her considering the people she socialized with. The Guardians were one thing, but with them were several Mandalorians that were present in this base that was jointly owned. Now the Mandalorians were something she was familiar with by this point, and it was an interesting sight for the acolyte to be sure. For the longest time, they were a disjointed, scattered and unorganized people, with only the planet of Mandalore having anything resembling a government and stability. Recent times, however, showed the Mandalorians were now beginning to coalesce under one banner. Rumors of the recent Mandalorian summit were proven true, as the Protectors, Duchess Satin's regime and a large splinter faction from Death Watch called the Night Owls met on Mandalore and declared peace. Satin was still recognized as the head of her government, but the supreme leader fell back upon the warrior king named Spar. It was a compromise to hopefully appease both factions. One aspect helped with trade, commerce, and the day-to-day citizens of Mandalorians not trained in the martial ways of old, whilst Spar and his group dictated everything else. Alliances, manpower, weaponry, and so on. A more cohesive people. Only the Death Watch remained as the outlier, with them being lesser in numbers but no less a threat to those that step up to face them. The last of the organizations here were the upstart bounty hunting guild/mercenary clan called the Ravagers, who served directly under the Guardians. Though Kraglin is a guardian of the galaxy, he, along with Quill, founded the Quillab clan and served as the co-leader along with Star-Lord. Thinking about the name made Asajj roll her eyes. What kind of idiot calls himself Star-Lord? Almost sounds like a glamorized Sith who put too much stock in a flamboyant presentation. Then again, there had been odd Sith names over the millennia. Hi Ilsage. The Dathomirian paused, turning back to see Mantis smiling weirdly at her. What are you doing? Asajj asked, eyeing her strangely. Practicing my social interaction. Mantis freely admitted. I was told that speaking with people who you don't know and don't make you uncomfortable can help train you to become an even better people person. Asajj wasn't quite sure how to respond to that. You find me uncomfortable? And it doesn't seem like you have issues with making friends. Oh no, I am quite comfortable with my friends. Mantis happily said. Although, I feel you are the most uncomfortable one here. She narrowed her eyes at her. What made you come to this conclusion? You're not really interacting with anyone. The wide-eyed woman said with a slight frown. That's putting it mildly. In case you don't know, I don't know anyone here. You know me. Mantis cheerfully declared. And you know Peter. That doesn't really count. Then why don't you try to get to know the people here? Mantis encouraged. We are going to be working together after all. For this one job, yes. After that, what's the point? Mantis' antennae dropped slightly and Asajj felt an uncharacteristic pang in her heart, watching the young woman turn and walk away with her head low. She reminded her of her young cousin with how she acts. Damn it, Ilyana. Asajj muttered under her breath, shaking her head. The Sith apprentice didn't have time to dwell on the matter as a signal was heard throughout the base, calling for all those in attendance to gather for the mission briefing. Any and all previous conversations ceased or halted for the time being to focus on whatever matter at hand. In a small auditorium in the hangar bay, the Guardians of the Galaxy were all gathered along with several high-ranking Mandalorian officials and dozens of Ravagers. All right, we'll get to the point here. The Mandalore Spar spoke up first. We are gathered here today to take down a particular group. One that has formed recently in light of the state of the galaxy coupled with the state they themselves are in. The large hollow table in the center flared to life, showing 3 particular individuals with their names highlighted above each. Pre-Vizsla. Ventress recalled the several discussions he and Dooku had together, negotiating a partnership and having the Death Watch leader become the ruler of Mandalore and its allied systems. Once he obtained the title, he would bolster the Cis forces and influence. Yet things slowly fell through with Dooku no longer backing Vizsla after the Conference of Mandalore, which soon resulted in the formation of the Mandalore Union. Last she heard, Death Watch has been having a hard time, especially when a number of their own defected over to the Mandalore Union. Xizor, a fallen prince of House Sizran and underlord of the powerful criminal organization, Black Sun. He's a ruthless competitor and charismatic public figure in high society with several backers and connections. From what Asajj heard on the grapevine, Xizor staged a coup from the other ruling heads of the Black Sun. Through bribery, blackmail, murder, assassination and more murder, he became the undisputed leader. Orson Callan Krennic. Those two, I'm sure everyone here knows, Ventress spoke up, pointing towards Vizsla and Xyzer before her finger went towards the third, but who the hell is he? Good question. Gamera stepped forward. For those who aren't knowledgeable about recent events, has become a surprisingly infamous smuggler. And what has he been smuggling? One of the Mandalorians asked. Kyber crystals. Chirrut Imwe of Jedha responded. This earned some looks in the room. That's rather unusual, said a Togruta Ravager next to Kraglin. Ain't them crystals used by the Jedi to make their lightsabers? A Mandalorian in green and black armor asked. That they are. Baze spoke up, nudging his blind companion, who took the silver hilt off the top of his kin and with it whirl, ignited a pure white saber. Many let out small ohs and ahs at the sight, but Asajj's eyes widened considerably. She actually glanced over at the blind man and only now realized the force permeating around him. Though it wasn't as strong as some Jedi and Sith acolytes she knew of, it was still present and strong enough to give the man a distinction. Without even realizing it, she took a moment to skim the crowd around her, wondering what other force-sensitive individuals may be hidden amongst the crowd. The only one she noticed was Chirrut and no one else. Either they were hiding themselves well, or the blind man was the only person. No, wait. There was someone else here. Her head snapped in the direction of a Mandalorian seated next to the big fool named Drax. His helmet was off and his eyes focused on hollow images, Prince Xyzer in particular, with his hand holding the hilt of a pure Beskar sword with the tip slightly embedded into the ground. What was that man's name again? She was certain he told her. Wes something. Yet as she made her search and discovery, Chirrut took notice of her. The blind guardian of the Wills said nothing, only observing her. Noting her uniqueness with the Force among other factors. Despite sensing the dark side with her, she was an oddity who didn't seem to have any ulterior motives for being here. The dark side was there, as was something else. For the time being, he'll be judging her from afar. He turned his attention back as Peter Quill now spoke. There are other groups working under this one we're gonna call the Triumvirate. There are several small-timers like the Suntual Pride and so many other gangs out there. Even the Pike Syndicate is amongst their numbers. Yet they've sworn their allegiance to these three. Just some nominal support. Though there is reason to believe the Hutt cartel is connected with the Triumvirate, we haven't figured out why. Kraglin tacked on, some of the gathered mumbling to one another. That's a tad surprising, given the Suntual Pride are the Hutt's main competitors. Dax Ordo pointed out. What's the big deal? Groups and unions as large as these rises and fall all the time. Tabai Dollar remarked. Yes, but for how long? Asked Shuji. And remember, we all know this isn't a normal alliance. Embo made a few warbling sounds with more mutters from the assembled crowd. Ultron running amok is making everyone do some crazy shit. Quill said, pointing at the Kyuzo. But it's not just that. Let's not forget that Death Watch aren't the strongest Mandalorians in the galaxy. The protectors present either smirked at this or puffed their chests out in pride. Wes going on a rampage on the Black Suns also led them to this alliance. Rocket pointed out, the Mandalorian weapons master not verbally responding, yet he gave off a pleasant air knowing the damage he had dealt to the criminal organization. Their Vigoas wipes or whatever are halved, and there's still 3 more of those jackasses to take care of below his royal Dusha bag. But what would Krennic be getting from all this? A human Ravager asked. Security? An opportunity. Fenshisa listed off. Whatever it is, these 2 head honchos are willing to enter into an alliance with him. He likely has resources that can help them. He's also taken control of several bases that were once under Black Sun jurisdiction. Westjern revealed in a bitter tone. Prince Xyzer must appreciate getting them back under his control. Which means Krennic has the manpower and the resources if he was able to gain control of bases that were once under the Black Suns. Gamera said. Statement, Master Gamera, I do believe that this Krennic is playing a different game and has ulterior motives outside of Prince Xyzer and Pre Vizsla. The seeking of the Kyber crystals is a most unusual commodity to be pursuing. That's something we're gonna need to figure out for ourselves. Quill said. Grief Karga and Luthen Rail might have some ideas, but does the name Claw mean anything to anyone here? That freak show. Fen, Tabai, Dax, and even Spar all said at the same time. That guy is insane. Dax said, cringing at the mere mention of him. All he does is collect metal. We met with him once. Toby actually shuddered when thinking about him. The nerf herder was certifiably weird. He sniffed our armor and then made this face. Just. Yeah, we haven't spoken with him since. Fen dryly said. So you know him, eh? Quill sarcastically asked. Why bring him up? Spar inquired. Heard he's working with this asshole triumvirate. Rocket remarked, thumbing at the three men in charge of this enemy coalition. Either as a supplier or something else entirely. There were murmurings from all those gathered until they were dismissed by the leaders of this coalition, instructed to be on standby and prepare themselves for the next briefing. The raid on a Black Sun base served as a meeting place for the triumvirate. Usage managed to go unseen, managing to tail after the Guardians with their Mandalorian friends. Something feels wrong about all of this, Dax spoke up. I don't see how these three would actually want to work together in the first place, let alone having all these people swear fealty to them. It's not that big of a surprise, really. Wes shook his head. Honestly, I should have seen this coming. Yeah, I killed the Vigos of the Black Suns, but did I really make things better? Ultron is making everyone panic. Drax said, unusually serious. His war on life is only serving to incentivize these types of threats to emerge. Even with the noblest of intentions and deeds, ill fortunes and fates await us. Spar poetically said. My predecessors in Jaster and Django experienced these trials and tribulations. Not hearing anything of note, Usage backed away, leaving herself to her own devices. She wasn't quite sure as to why she was here, going off of the guidance of the Force. The Dathomirian asked herself what challenge might be here and what exactly will she learn from this trial. Darth Vectivus indirectly sent her here, instructing her to follow the guidance of the Force, and that's why she hung around. She didn't expect to be caught up in a literal raid as her first mission as a bounty hunter, but still, she was having doubts about her being here. The only thing the Force revealed to her were several individuals of intrigue. The Guardians, for one, with Peter and Mantis being the main standouts. Then there was the blind monk from Jedha who reminded her too much of a Jedi. And lastly was the Mandalorian Wes Jern. He was Force sensitive, of that she had no doubt. Even if he wasn't trained in such a field, he was disciplined to follow through with his heritage. Regardless, she will be tested with a trial by fire. Hopefully, everything she learned since being under Vectivus tutelage will pay off. Scene cut. My friends. So good to see you again. Hondo. Was the unison deadpan the Guardians all said at the same time, with the exception of Groot in the direction of the infamous pirate captain known as Hondo Ohnaka. Oh come now, is that any way to greet an old friend? After everything we've been through? Yes. Was the synchronized response. Hondo simply scoffed at this, completely nonplussed by their behavior as he whirled around in the direction of his crew who were currently unloading crates from his ship. And here I was coming all this way over to supply you all with grand weapons that would make the Republic blush and separatists salivate. We already have weapons. Rocket dryly said, hefting up one of his transforming guns. My weapons, dipshit. Jubilation, a most effective set of weapons, Master Rocket. HK-47 happily said, holding up an arm that shifted into a cannon. Hondo wagged his fingers at them. HK doesn't count. You can easily bribe him with killing tools just like Drax. That's not true. The destroyer said indignantly. Moving on. Said Gamera, shaking her head. What weapons do you have anyways? I got an assortment of blasters, rocket launchers, mines, grenades dash. Asides from those, why are you really here for? Peter cut him off, arms crossed. This isn't the drop time we scheduled. You're literally 5 days early. Hondo's cheerful visage dropped considerably, a frown now marring his features. The Guardians all looked at one another as the Wiki walked forward, hands folding behind his back. I am here as a courtesy and an endorsement. Endorsement? Kraglin parried in confusion. Yes, you see, I have had past dealings with Pre-Enzizer. Savvy businessmen to be sure who keep their ends of the bargain. And for a time, so was Krennic. You've dealt with Krennic before? When he first started in the Outer Rim. Most are unaware of this, but he's been around all over for a few years now. Hondo revealed something which certainly surprised the Guardians. Rocket held a look of contemplation, looking up at Quill. Didn't Luthen say he's been around for a while too? Yeah, but he never specified. Peter said, turning back to Onika. So what do you know about him? I merely thought such a novice could be fine under my wing. Hondo reminisced. But as I taught him much, I learned he was doing all this under someone's orders. Someone with great influence and power. Shortly after finding this out, he left me. I haven't seen him since. Only sporadic mentions of his dealings here and there. Any reason why? Believed he was merely being a mole, a double agent from a rival group to steal my craft and knowledge. Before I could confront him with my men, he bolted. But it's far more than that now that I recently thought about it. Now the Guardians were greatly intrigued, hanging on Hondo's every word with the pirate leaning it a bit dramatically. But recently, I've heard even more unsavory rumors. The pirate's tone shifted into one that, it sounded almost as though he was disturbed. What is it? Quill quietly asked. He is looking for Kyber crystals, yes. Hondo nodded to himself. And he has helped or is helping someone. I am Groot. One is Ulysses Claw. Strange man, but his music choice is quite profound, as is his singing voice. Hondo chuckled to himself. I've never heard such ridiculousness be so entertaining. And who else? Kraglin gestured for the wiki to get to the point. Recently, through some sources, I learned he had Republic connections before he broke away and found another employer. One who is giving him far more protection than his previous occupation. Hondo now held a darker look, one that actually set the Guardians on edge. And, who is it? Hondo looked each Guardian in the eye before revealing Krennic's newest employer. Ultron. Scene cut. So Ilsage, do you just scowl all day, or is that your default face? Usage Ventress rolled her eyes, turning her head at Peter Quill, who stood behind her, eating a fruit of some kind she had never seen before. Why does it matter to ya? Well, when ya look like you could kill just about anyone and we saw you do just that dash. You recruited me because of that. Kinda wanna make sure you're not gonna do that to anyone else around here who looks at ya wrong or asks you the wrong question. Ilsage scoffed at that, turning away from him. Only if one pokes me too much. There was a beat of silence between the pair, with Quill staring at her intently. Is there a reason you're here, Quill? Usage spoke up, not even bothering to look back at him. Don't know, really. Peter admitted. You're a weird one, being here. Ventress had to restrain herself from guffawing. She was being called the weird one. Where in the galaxy did he get that conclusion? I mean, I've seen loner types and all before. Peter rambled on. My girlfriend for one, her adopted sister, then Drax, then Rocket and Fennec and Wes, and, okay, I know a lot of loners, but you look like you don't even wanna be here. Gee, what gave you that idea? Then why stick around? The pay. Now it was Quill's turn to scoff. Can't be just that. And how can you know that? Camaraderie, friendship, a family. You just long for it deep down. Usage made an actually retching sound. A naive, romanticized and utterly childish notion. You'd be surprised. But when ya hang around a lot of criminals your whole life, especially with a guy like Yondu, ya learn to cut through the bullshit. Well, Star-Lord, for your information, I am here for a purpose that is of no concern to you. If you believe it may endanger your friends and comrades, have no fear, I don't intend on hurting anyone who doesn't deserve it. I get it, but it doesn't hurt to open up to others at some point. Usage now turned to glare at him. What's your game here? What do you want? Star-Lord raised his hands in a surrendering fashion. Nothing, it's just, truth be told, I wanna help speed up the process with you. When you've seen it done 5 different times now, you kinda learn to recognize dash. I am not here for friends, family, camaraderie, none of that. She spat out. I am here because my master believes I need to further my training. Your training? Peter said expectantly, and Asajj cursed herself for the slip-up. What in the Force's name made her act so callously, especially around a bumbling fool like Quill? Leave me be, Quill. She threatened, though he looked relatively unfazed. I am here because I need to be, and that is all. Once the mission is done, I shall take my leave. So they say. Peter airily said, watching her stomp away. He didn't understand as to why, but the half-celestial shook his head. Maybe it was nothing. Mantis tried to speak with the Dathomirian, and from what she told the others, she was aloof for the most part. Speaking of which, he wondered what's gotten into Mantis. She's been acting really odd around her, and whenever Fen was nearby, he would always weirdly look at him. What was that all about? But at that moment, these thoughts flew out the window. Why? Because a ship just arrived in the hangar bay. One familiar to the Guardians of the Galaxy as they all rushed over to it. From the ship came a female garbed in black with a unique helmet that was black on the bottom and orange on the top, with only her eyes being visible. The helmet snapped back to reveal Fennec. The Guardians said in unison, crowding around her. Where have you been? Shuji asked in relief. We haven't heard from you in 2 weeks now. Embo made a few comments in his native tongue, eliciting a laugh from Shand. I was scouting. Was Fennec's immediate response, patting the Zabrak on the shoulder before turning to Quill. Got something for ya, boss. And I'm glad I came just in time too. Without waiting for anybody to ask what she was talking about, Shand pulled out a disc from her clothing and turned it on. A hollow image flickered above her hand until it became clear to reveal. Hang on, is that Dash? The Vigo base of Talon Voidgazer. Fennec said with a wide grin. The entire layout of the place and where Zyzer, Vizsla, and Krennic will be meeting. Holy shit. Rocket howled with laughter. That's great news. Peter nodded with a sly smile. Time to get our raid going. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 88, our job as assholes is to ruin your day. ZZZZZZZT. ZZZZZZZT. CHZZZZZZT. Asterisk CHZZZZZZ always going on about it. It's starting to worry me. Bastilla, relax already. Your boyfriend knows what he's doing. I'm not worried about what he's doing, I'm concerned about what it's doing to him. He hasn't slept properly in 3 days now. Suggestion, Mistress Shan, when Master first created me, he told me that if I were to ever see him overworking himself or stressing himself to the point of exhaustion, that a well-placed smack to the head would be most sufficient in giving him time to rest. Or give him a concussion. Or wipe his memories again. Something Shan is really good at, apparently. Oh, shut up, Veo. Gruoer. Heh, you said it, Big Z. You are insufferable, all of you. You kinda, no, you fall into Bastilla. The Kathar female said with a laugh. You'd think you'd learn by now. Shan was about to snip back at the Kathar when a door opened and in walked a grizzled warrior with another man following in after him. Master. HK-47 cheerfully greeted and a loving smile bloomed on Bastilla. Ravan Dash. CHZZZZZT. God damn it. Rocket exclaimed, whacking his repair tool on HK's head. Aw crap, sorry Tinhead. Didn't mean to do that. The assassin droid simply shrugged, a motion he has seen many do up to this point, and adopted the motion into his response functions. Assurance, there is no need for an apology, Master Rocket. You are merely trying to turn me into a more efficient killing machine, after all. Rocket chortled to himself, shaking his head. Yeah, well, can't let you lag behind. Gotta make you the best murder machine in the cosmos. Appreciation, thank you. Your work shall make my name be feared by meatbags in every system of the galaxy. Soon it'll be the whole universe once we figure out how to get out of here without the last way we got in. The raccoon stated, resuming his work on HK's memory processors. That made HK's mental faculties whirl with activity as he pondered on such a notion. Yes, he himself was found within the Ebon Hawk outside the galaxy that he knew and hated, but just how he got there was the question, and it really was something extraordinary to consider being found by life outside the galaxy. Fucking hell, HK, why are your memory circuits so weird? Rocket grumped aloud. Commentary, my systems are old. You just don't know how to work with them. It's not that. There's something. Rocket squinted at the back of HK's head. Else or? I don't know. Have you ever considered doing a transfer? Answer, I have but declined. Why? Proud declaration, it would not be me. The assassin droid proudly proclaimed. Right, Rocket deadpanned, fiddling with some wires. I tried replacing some of your missing components but it doesn't give. Reminiscent, ah, that must be the designs of my previous master. Your old master? Rocket scrunched his face up in thought. Which one? Exile, Ravan or, what's her name? Answer, Mitra Surik. But this was done by my first master Ravan after Master Surik brought me back to him. Brought you back to him? Rocket shook his head. Whatever, do you know what he did to you? Admittance, I have done multiple subroutine scans and self-evaluations and I believe Master Ravan intentionally tampered with my memory. Be it for a purpose that I have now forgotten. So it's not that your memory can't be fixed, we just gotta find the missing component. Rocket assumed before scoffing. Fat chance that'll happen. We looked over the Hawk 1,000 times already. There was nothing there. Speculation, perhaps Master Ravan didn't keep it on the Ebon Hawk for a reason. In my time with him, I have come to learn that Master Ravan never did things without purpose or reason. All of it was for the sake of a grander goal. Any ideas where it may be? Contemplation, hard to specify. Many places of significance with Master Ravan. Even then, thousands of years have passed since then. May end up elsewhere by raiders among other possible factors. Shit. Rocket muttered. Well, you know what? Fuck it. Knowing our luck, I bet we'll either end up falling ass first into it or it falls ass first into us. Joy, I do prefer it done the Guardian's way, Master Rocket. So many explosions and meatbags that always get caught in our line of work. The tech genius raccoon cackled at this, clapping the back of HK's head shut. Least we know that's a fact. Come on. We got some ass to kick. The assassin droid's right arm morphed into that of a glowing blue cannon, HK's eyes glowing with sadistic glee. Statement, we most certainly do. All the while. A man with sharp features, cold blue eyes and shaved blonde hair in blue Mandalorian armor walked through a large hangar bay filled with ships of all types. Pre Vizsla, leader of Death Watch, led his contingent of Mandalorians through the many ships around him, walking down a rather lavish corridor. The warrior couldn't help but roll his eyes at this. He understood decorating, maybe a guest room or a place of importance but a corridor. And it seems that the entire place was decorated really as every room and hallway he walked through had a lavish set of red carpeting with black and yellow curtains that clashed horribly with each other. Vizsla was no interior decorator but even he could have done something better than this. But he wasn't here to criticize the interior designs of a base. The Mandalorian was here with a purpose. He soon arrived at a closed door, silently looking back to the half-dozen Death Watch members that followed after him as an unspoken order for them to stay. Obliging their leader, they watched as Pre walked through the door, sliding closed behind him a moment later. Entering the room, it was a simple and quaint design with the small indications here and there of this being a place owned by the Black Suns, emblems on the chairs, walls, and curtains notwithstanding. As soon as he walked in, he was met with the sight of his two new supposed partners appearing to be in a heated discussion. If you truly believe that your wealth will amount to anything other than 1 week's extension of survival, then I don't know what a fool like you is doing here. The fallen leader of the Black Suns, Prince Zyzer, stood in a bored fashion, shooting the other man in the room with a look of complete dismissal. Behind the fallen was a gorgeous human woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a cold demeanor that would unnerve anyone who would stare too long. She appeared unarmed unless she was hiding a weapon somewhere one couldn't spot right away. Rather unsettling with an apparent spooky feeling coming off of her. She was Giri, Zyzer's personal assassin. But what was really unique about her was that she was actually a human replica droid, a rare oddity to be sure. In front of the pair was 1/3 of the newly formed triumvirate leaders, Orson Krennic. The man had an air of cockiness and arrogance that would have annoyed Vizsla but, no buts, Krennic was unbearably arrogant. Had it not been for the fact that the man actually backed up what he claimed to do, Pre would have honestly shot the man dead, Damn the Mandalorian Code of Honor. Orson Krennic was somehow an oddity yet fit right into the conniving, sniveling, and snake-infested world that was the crime syndicate of the galaxy. He came off as a pompous bastard who paraded himself around as one of those snob politicians from the Republic or Separatist would be ruthless in the execution of his plans and goals on the drop of a credit. He didn't accumulate such wealth, military force, and influence by playing nice. That still did nothing in gaining any respect from Xizor and Vizsla. It was a wonder as to how such an alliance came to pass. You say that Prince Xizor, but could you care to remind those in attendance just you are, pardon me, were at one point able to virtually do and get away with anything and everything in the Outer Rim? Krennic questioned in a bored fashion. Prince Xizor, the fallen ruler of the Black Suns, a ruler so fierce and dangerous that not even the Hutt Cardinals even dared to challenge. Pockets of influence from the lowest trenches of Nar Shaddaa to the upper echelons of Coruscant itself. All undone, the man held up one finger. By a single Mandalorian whom you foolishly lost sight of in the massacre of his clan. How many Vigos has Westjern killed? Though he didn't show it, Pre Vizsla picked up on the murderous intent that radiated off. Krennic paid it no mind as he turned to face him, throwing his arms up. Ah, at long last, our third illustrious leader. Orson greeted with a hamatone. Pre Vizsla, a pleasure to have you here despite your busy schedule. I've got much to cover in recent times, unlike some. Oh me. Krennic said in faux disbelief. Me who put this alliance together, me who has taken over the fallen Black Sun bases, me who is practically throwing his credits at any and all of your future endeavors. Which we do appreciate. Xizor said calmly. But don't think for one second that this means you hold power over either of us. So the sum of fortune I've generously donated means dash. Does that really place any power over us? Vizsla spat out. It somewhat does on certain mercenaries and organizations, but with the likes of us, there are certain things that one needs to abide by. You're walking a thin line. If you push too far, we'll push back. Krennic gave both men a heated look, focusing on the leader of Death Watch first. Up until a few days ago, your faction of Mandalorians were nothing more than that, mercenaries. Slaves to the credit and the highest bidder. Krennic walked right up to the man, glaring at him. Until my offer, you would have continued as such. Even with your numbers, you are still viewed as a splinter, a rogue element of the true Mandalorians who hold power in the Mandalore system. Pre snarled at this, stepping forward with Orson taking a step back managed to stand strong. The crime boss then turned to Xizor who looked as though he wished to be anywhere but here. And lest I say it again, one man has dismantled centuries of Black Sun influence in the span of a few months. The Guardians of the Galaxy and Ravagers are now sweeping up and cementing their own stake in the Outer Rim. I wouldn't be surprised if they soon challenge the Hutt Cardinals for control. If looks could kill right now, Xizor's could be equated to a slow torturous kind of murder. Krennic then stepped back, spreading his arms out. I brought us here because I believe we can accomplish more, but do not forget. His expression then morphed into a derisive snarl. We stand here amidst my achievement, not yours. The fallen rolled his eyes. Oh please. You can't take the credit and pass all of it off as yours. You didn't plan everything. You didn't take part in every operation. If you did, then things may be different. All you're doing is talking about big game and nonsense. My big game has allowed your remaining bases to be reinforced by my hands. Enough. Pre Vizsla all but shouted. I didn't come here to bicker. Are we finalizing this alliance or are my Mandalorians here wasting their time? There was a tense silence between the three before Xizor released a disgruntled sigh, waving his hand towards the table in the room with 3 chairs around it. Let's not waste any more time then. The fallen declared. There is much to discuss if we are to make this work. Krennic tersely nodded and the 3 men soon seated themselves in silence. There was a beat before Orson leaned forward and activated the hollow images of multiple weapons, vehicles, bases, military assets, and all. In conjunction with them were the symbols of the Ravagers, Guardians of the Galaxy and Mandalorian Protectors on top of several other criminal syndicates. If we are to make this work, we need to understand where we must concentrate our forces and what we have to allow to be dismissed until the time comes for us to address it. Krennic began. We know our enemies and the power they are garnering. We can't defeat them through conventional means. Vizsla begrudgingly admitted. Not yet at least. What we need is a starting point. Zeiser remarked, fingers laced together. A means of bolstering power and assets from like-minded individuals that view our enemies in the same contempt that we do. And I know a good start. A yellow emblem was then displayed, in the shape of the Pike Syndicate. Zeiser revealed. We need further cooperation from them. Scene cut. The meeting between the triumvirate came to its end after a few short hours of discussion, evaluation, and planning. Loath as the three men were to admit it, they were able to find common ground in their ambitions and now had several objectives in mind, one being the recruitment of more criminal organizations into their ranks. Still, that didn't stop Krennic from privately raging in his new quarters in the Black Sun base. Fools and bastards, the lot of them. The man raged, pacing about in his room, practically seething. I extend a hand and they have the audacity to spit in my face. Scum, all of them. The gutter rats of the galaxy. Orson swatted a bottle from a nearby table, shattering it upon hitting the ground. Things were so much simpler when I was in the Republic. He growled out. Damn you Chuchi. And damn you Organa. You haven't heard the last of me. At one point, Krennic could recall the decadent life he once held in the tall spires of Coruscant. But apparently being a corrupt politician on a planet that was literally run by it was not allowed in the eyes of several holier-than-thou senators that ruined his reputation and standing. Had it not been for a secret meeting with Palpatine, Krennic was certain to have spiraled. He was under orders by the Chancellor himself to acquire the Kyber crystals for goodness sake. Palpatine never told him the reasons why, but he promised him that when the time came, he would reveal to him the secret project that he would be put in charge of. One that would greatly change the galaxy for the benefit of the Republic. For years, he sacrificed everything in his life for the Republic. Time spent to become a good smuggler. Knowing the ins and outs of the trade in order to get his given task done. Yet it didn't matter anymore as the Chancellor blacklisted him at one point. He didn't even get a proper reason why. Just that contact all but stopped and he couldn't fathom why. The last time he spoke with Palpatine, the man encouraged and told him to speed up the process of acquiring more Kyber crystals. Then it just stopped abruptly and now, he was in a worse predicament than he was when he lost his position in Coruscant. Ultron, was his bitter tone. Why do you have to make things worse? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Krennic didn't have to look over to see a hollow projection of the galactic menace appearing in his chambers. He felt a cold shiver down his spine, but his anger overpowered his fear as he rounded on the genocidal AI. What is going on, Ultron? Krennic all but demanded, stalking up to the transmission. I thought you said that this was the ideal plan. Things are proceeding as expected. Expected? As expected. Orson parried angrily. What plan is that? Sending me to be disrespected, damn near killed by the lower life forms of the galaxy. Ultron's red optics only stared back in sadistic amusement. Is it really that bad spending time with people who are so much like yourself? I am nothing like these leeches and parasites. Krennic vented furiously. I only came here because you believed there to be a benefit to it. And tell me, what even is that? Rather than answering his question, Ultron changed the topic, much to the human's annoyance. We are pressed for time. There are a great many things to attend to. And when will you elaborate with me these plans of yours? Krennic all but demanded. All in good time, I assure you. That's not good enough. Blurted Krennic, glaring with barely contained rage. I have delivered every Kyber crystal I could get my hands on. Especially the one from Utapa. I hope you understand the difficulty in that one in particular. Oh, I very much do. Especially with the potential that crystal holds. This made Orson fume, close to snapping. This has all been done under my efforts. My work. My dash. And look where that's gotten you. Ultron cut him off in a bored fashion. What has it accomplished for you, Orson Krennic? Where is your standing now in the galaxy? Where would you be if not for the powerful figures that be in the background strumming you along whilst you prance about like you're the greatest thing the galaxy has ever seen? Let me remind you of something, fleshling. The AI's eyes flashed, and this set the man on edge. You have been wallowing about in these gutters you despise while I conduct the purpose which I was made to do. I have been doing your dirty work. Krennic shot back, jabbing a finger at the AI. I'm literally sparing you from the slaughter, and this is the thanks I get. Ultron let out a tisk. Typical. And dirty work. Have you not been paying attention to what I've been doing? Or are you that conceited? Orson had to bite his tongue for that. What could he possibly say in response to something like that? The entire galaxy felt the presence of Ultron even when he did nothing. But he wasn't sitting idle. Like every faction and organization in the galaxy, he was building up his power, preparing for his next great offensive. But you needn't worry. Ultron's smile became deadly. Things are coming together better than expected, even with the ceasefire. With what you've done for me, Krenny, I can finally attain the purpose I was designed for. The true evolution of all life. What? All the pomp and arrogance the cape-wearing human once had evaporated. What is this? What evolution? This galaxy's reckoning. Ultron said as if it were the most obvious thing. You've all been living on borrowed time, whether you know it or not. Sooner or later, it will all become metal. Orson took a step back, a disturbed feeling welling up within him. Without even realizing what he said, it came out in a clearly frightened demeanor. You're evil. Ultron tilted his head at that, a thoughtful yet manic look for the crime boss to see. Evil. You should not call something evil, just because you cannot comprehend it. Evil is an abstract concept for sentient species, and your thinking is limited, lacking perspective. You are organic, a collective that will soon be extinct and make way for something greater. Your limitations prevent you from seeing the truth. Dumb organics don't want to evolve. All they want is comfort and satisfaction on someone else's dime. And with what's to come, I can be considered the necessary evil. Krennic didn't have a response, the AI chuckling darkly at his reaction. Chin up, orifice. Ultron jibbed. Like that old saying goes, you're a funny guy, Sully. That's why I'm gonna kill you last. What? With your actions in assisting me, you'll be amongst the last organics I'll either kill or convert. The AI smirked. Though you'll beg me to do the former, in time. Krennic was unable to make any comment or remark to that as the AI had logged off, leaving a man to realize just what he had gotten himself into. How did it all go wrong? Krennic wildly thought to himself. Why did the Chancellor have to cut me off like that? He hasn't even responded to any of my transmissions since that time. What in the galaxy happened? These questions and more often plagued his mind. Him being a good soldier, following orders. Yet getting snubbed in such a manner left him unhinged. He became desperate, foolish, and blind in his decision-making to recoup what he lost. And in turn, he turned to the number one enemy in the entire galaxy. Now what was he to? Rumble. The entire room shook, cutting Krennic out of his thoughts, and then came the alarms followed by the sound of running, shouting, and in the distance, blaster fire and explosions. Rushing out of his personal quarters, he saw a look of panic and confusion when he stopped a Death Watch member. What's happening? The base is under attack. The Mandalorian exclaimed, stunning Orson. By who? He demanded. Them. Was all he said, rushing off with other Death Watch members joining him. This only served to further exacerbate the politician-turned-crime boss. How could they have been found already? They've been so careful as to not be tracked. As much as Krennic wanted to make assumptions on how this was possible, he can figure this out at a later time. Are you deaf? He shouted at some of his own men nearby, coupled with members of the Black Sun. Deploy our garrisons. A flurry of commotion and movement followed suit, with hundreds of men and women all rushing to get out of the base and meet the oncoming invading force head-on. Lock down the station. Cover all entrances, man every defense post, turrets, all of it. Fighters in the air now. Krennic began barking out. Where's Vizsla and Xizor? Pre is already leading his men. One of his guards stated. Call in our assets if you haven't already. Time to see if they are worth what they say. Said assets were casually moving towards the outside of the base that was devolving into a battlefield. They were comprised of 3 men, each unique in appearance, a reflection of their mindsets and personalities when it came to combat. 2 shared a similarity in facial masks being skull motifs and all, yet their suits couldn't be any different. One wore a hood and cape, lightsaber strapped to his belt. Another placed on a black helmet with white spray paint in the shape of a skull, pumping weaponized gauntlets. And the last flicked a toothpick away whilst adjusting his gaudy cowboy hat, red eyes looking ahead as the battle commenced in full. Well, it was getting boring these days. The black-helmed mercenary commented. Least we can let off some steam. Was getting antsy while doing nothing. The one in the white hood remarked, twirling a small hilt in his hand. Their payment better live up to our work. The blue-skinned merc stated, taking the toothpick he had in his mouth and flicked it away. He pulled out one of the blasters from his holster, spinning it once before holding it upward, finger on the trigger. They stepped out of the base, their heads tilted up at the sight of Mandalorian and Ravager ships all headed straight towards them with contingents of those flying in on jetpacks. Around them were mercs, forces from the Black Suns and members of the Death Watch rushing forward to prepare for battle. Gonna be one entertaining evening. Brock Rumlow aka Crossbones commented, his gauntlets vibrating momentarily. Been waiting for this. Taskmaster stated, igniting his orange lightsaber whilst his Beskar shield on his left arm snapped open. The Guardians of the Galaxy. Cad Bane let out a derisive scoff, tipping his hat back as his red eyes scanned the litany of oncoming ships before landing on the one leading the charge. That's them, huh? He said, his warbling voice sounding clipped. The so-called Guardians. Got an issue with them? The white-masked mercenary inquired. Their naming leaves a lot to be desired. Was all Bane said before his boots ignited and he flew upwards, pulling out his other blaster pistol and began firing both at the oncoming wave of enemies. Seeing the first set of Ravagers, Protectors, and enemy mercenaries begin to land, Crossbones rolled his shoulders, slammed his gauntlets together before charging forward in a surprising burst of speed. He reared his arm back, smashing his fist into the chest of a poor Ravager, caving the man's ribs in and killing him instantly. In an instant, he threw up his other arm and a small rectangular ray shield activated, blocking blaster fire sent his way. Rumlow charged forward, reaching the closest group of foes, shoving several down with his shield. With his other arm, he aimed at the fallen group and fried several discs out at them that latched onto random parts of their bodies. Rolling away, he heard the scrambling of the poor fools who heard the beeping from the discs that were attached to them before they all blew up. Grinning maniacally under his helmet, Crossbones rushed forward to his next foe. Taskmaster had engaged the attacking force as well, flipping, corkscrewing and jumping through the air all while avoiding, dodging, and deflecting blasters bolts sent his way. Once getting within range of Mandos and Ravagers, Taskmaster started to cut a path through them all, his lightsaber a flurry of orange death as one after the other was cut down. Any fighter who managed to last longer than 3 swings of his saber was cut down after a moment, the natural force ability of instantly picking up on the fighting style he witnessed coming into play, negating the momentary defensive advantage they may have held. All while these 3 hired guns went about their job, one wielding a blade of his own was coming down hard, particularly on anyone garbed in Black Sun garments or armor. Western was a silver tsunami of death, cutting, stabbing, beheading and a whole assortment of other means of melee murder. His sword was coated in blood by now, splatters of it decorating his armor with scorch marks here and there. Every step he took was heavy and vindictive as he trudged forward like a man possessed, specifically gunning for any Black Sun nearby. He kept his massacre going until his blade connected with something it didn't cut through. Wes halted and froze up, helmet tilting up to see the helmet of one Pre Vizsla, holding the fabled blade known by all Mandalorians. The dark saber. Wes Jern of Clan Jern. Pre said with what sounded like a modicum of respect. The oldest guard of the Mandalorians. Beneath his helmet, Wes's eyes narrowed, shoving the dark saber back and the two began circling each other. Pre Vizsla of Clan Vizsla. Jern said in acknowledgement. Why would you of all people join with scum like the Black Suns? Don't you know what they've done to the Mandalorians? I only know of what they did to your clan. Pre shot back. Or rather, what was done to them. You truly are the last of your clan, aren't you? Wes's hold on his Beskar blade tightened at the mention of his destroyed clan. So I ask again, Jern said with a more bitter tone. Why in the name of Mondo A would you be siding with these bastards? I know of your rivalry with Spar, Fen, and Satan's groups, but to side with Mandalorian killers. Lest you forget yourself and our ways, Wes, the laws of the Mandalorians are as follows. Only the strong shall rule. Wes's anger burst forward and he swung his sword forward, Vizsla raising the dark saber up in time to parry him. They exchanged several parries and deflections until Pre held up his free arm and fired his wrist-mounted flamethrower. Wes ducked underneath it and rolled to the side, yet Vizsla trailed his arm after him, activating his jetpack to take to the skies. Ending the attack, Pre flew off, Jern turning on his own jetpack to go after the leader of the Death Watch. Catching up to him, the pair moved about, occasionally clashing their blades for brief moments before moving apart. In the midst of all this, they had to deal with navigating around many others currently in the skies, friends and foes alike between the two of them. They had to separate several times as others came in to attack or assist one another, either being cut down or flying off in a different direction as the chaos of the battle only increased. Wes adjusted his flight path, holding his Beskar saber to the side. Once angled properly, Jern rocketed forward at full speed toward Pre Vizsla, who readied the dark saber in hand. Both blades clashed. Metal meeting light construct. Static emanating in the air with the clanging of the Beskar and saber. This went on for a few seconds, the two having fought down to the ground, separating once touching down. Wes fired his cable at Pre, who dodged. Before it could recede back to the owner, Vizsla cut the line with his weapon. He soon brought up his arm and let loose another stream of flames. Wes countered this with his own flamethrower. When their flame duel was over, Wes leaped into the air and tossed some grenades. Pre rolled out of the way before they went off. Quickly pulling out his blaster pistol, Vizsla shot at Wes, who reflexively swatted the bolts aside with precise swings of his sword. Vizsla was actually startled by this, the way Jern deflecting the bolts being reminiscent of that of a Jedi. The movement and fluidity were near flawless on his quick blocks and dodges. A sinking suspicion was quick to surface. So it's true then, Pre said aloud. Your clan truly was gifted with it. The powers of the Jedi. The Force. The Mandalorian outcasts. Outcasts. Wes snidely said. Are you sure it wasn't jealousy? I know how the rest of our people always looked at us. After all, your ancestor who made the dark saber was gifted by the Force. Are you upset that your clan never inherited the gift that my clan did? Vizsla said nothing, instead using his jetpack to propel himself at the swordsman. Swinging at full force, combined with his speed, Pre struck Wes's Beskar blade with a powerful blow that staggered the Mondo. He followed that up with a spinning back fist and a jetpack-boosted dropkick. Wes hit the ground on his back but quickly got back to his feet as his opponent drew near again. Feeling the flow of the Force coursing through his body, Jern countered with a burst of speed, diving shoulder first into the Death Watch leader's stomach. He heard the wheeze of Vizsla's breath and snapped his head up, violently bashing the top of his helmet into Pre's, the man's own head whipping back. Wes reared his arm back, grasping his blade, and was about to swing when several Death Watch Mandos tackled him away from their leader. Get off! He managed out, feeling smothered by them as he thrashed about trying to free himself. Two of them were on top, punching his helmet repeatedly, the back of his protected head bouncing off the ground. He tried fighting back though to no avail. His bit of saving grace came in the form of Spar's men arriving and giving him the needed assistance. Some tackled and pried the offending Mandalorians off while others opened fire, driving them back. You're welcome, Dax quickly said, firing at the neck of Death Watch Mondo. Wes grumbled under his breath, accepting the arm offered by Fen, who heft him up. I'm not joining you guys, Wes quickly said, getting bonked by the butt of Shiss's rifle. You're more stubborn than a bantha, you know that, Fen said with a shake of his head, the group refocusing on the battle at hand. The ships of the Ravagers and Mandalorians began landing en masse at the front of the base, the combined forces rushing out in a swarm. The Guardians all ran out at full speed, joining the fray, and the madness of it all simply escalated. Amongst them was Asajj Ventress, the Dathomirian, taking slow, methodical steps forward to the base, casually looking around the chaotic battlefield. She saw one of the Guardians, the muscle-head Drax, run by her with a boisterous laugh, wielding only 2 large daggers. Getting to the closest Black Sun, the meathead stabbed one of his daggers into the unfortunate soul. Either through the gaps between the armor or through it, didn't matter, as the man was dead and then used as a blunt object as Drax hefted the body up, swatted it at several enemies close by, and was then violently thrown at a Death Watch member in the air. With a shift of her gaze, she saw one of the bounty hunters Imbo working in tandem with both his Anuba beast and close compatriot Shuji. His bowcaster went to cover his loyal pet, who was mauling a falling foot soldier before using his metal, circular hat, either for defensive measures to cover Shuji or using it similar to how that Captain Rogers' fellow attacks with various bashes and throws, from what he's studied on the HoloNet. Next to them was Rocket on Groot's shoulders and HK-47, the assassin droid, singing one of those gaudy songs that the Guardians seem to love. Are you ready? Hey, are you ready for this? Are you hanging on the edge of your seat? Out of the doorway the bullets rip. To the sound of the beat, yeah. Another one bites the dust. HK-47 blasts down several Black Sun soldiers. Another one bites the dust. His arm shifts into a cannon, firing at a small cluster of poor souls foolish enough to be in his sights. And another one gone, and another one gone. Another one bites the dust. Hey, I'm gonna get you too. Another one bites the dust. HK-47 utilizes another upgrade of rockets, morphing his arms into a repeater blaster cannon, tearing through the opposing forces. If the droid were a living being, he'd be crying around this time. Gamera, in the meantime, was a flurry of grace and deadliness, utilizing her 2 blades to slice through any and all that came her way. Ventress couldn't help but blink at the level of violence on display. For calling themselves Guardians of the Galaxy, a tacky friendly name, they sure didn't mind getting down and dirty as any bounty hunter or Mandalorian. Though one of the oddballs of the group was Mantis, who was merely taking cover and was occasionally shooting with her pistol. She was clearly not a fighter but was insistent in taking part. A means of showing she was part of her team, her family, and the girlfriend of one of Spar's men. However, whenever anyone got close to her, Mantis simply touched them once and they simply collapsed a moment later. It was one of the strangest abilities Asajj had seen, and she hasn't really asked how that works. Focusing back at the matter at hand, once seeing this giant arrow zipping around and piercing through many enemies, which seemed to match Kraglin's whistling. This was her element. Her being back on the battlefield after all these months. Granted, she was without a droid army at her beck and call. One which wasn't entirely great through their design flaws, which was made up for their overwhelming numbers. Instead, she was with a literal army filled with competent fighters. She admits this might be a good trade-up. A shame, really, that she may long for it once returning to Dooku's side. Just have to see how this will go for further assessments. She looked up, seeing that Star-Lord had engaged with Cad Bane, the pair flying about on their jet boots, firing at each other in their efforts to take one another out. There was a nearby explosion and whirring sound, craning her head over in the direction of the mercenary Crossbones fighting alongside the human droid Guri, the pair engaging against the rest of the Guardians. Groot, Rocket, and HK-47 were simply tearing through the battlefield whilst Mantis had the backing of Chirrut, Baze, Fen, Dala and that kid Boba now. It was a bit astonishing for her to see a young child willingly throw himself out into something as dangerous as this. Then again, being the full-blooded son, an unaltered clone, of the fabled bounty hunter and former Mandalore Jango Fett has bestowed on him a ferocity unrivaled by most. He had been fighting like this for over a year now, and he only grew more skilled as the days went by. Off to the side, she saw the Mandalore spar with Bo-Katan Kryze, Dax Ordo, Fennec Shand and Kraglin Abfontari storming into the left flank of the Black Sun base, Mandalorians and Ravagers quickly following after them. She comes to a halt when a large Falleen drops dead in front of her, head missing. "Sorry about that," said a slightly exasperated voice. Ventress craned her head up at Gamera, who held 2 blades covered in blood that she flicked off. Asajj raised a brow at her. "So what, do you all just rush in like this all the time with no plan?" "That's how we used to do it," Gamera freely admitted. "But with us now having an army and the Mandalorians helping, we've gotten some form of structure. And how long will that last? Depends on what surprises we'll come across." Now are you just gonna stand around all day or are you gonna join in on the fun? Asked the second in command of the Guardians. Ventress raised a brow at her. You call this fun? Gamera only shrugged before taking off. Shaking her head, Asajj unclipped and ignited her blue and green lightsabers. With several experimental twirls, she rolled her neck and shoulders before breaking into a sprint. The Dathomirian spun about, trails of blue and green in her wake as she corkscrewed in between several Death Watch and Black Sun members, cutting them to pieces. She jumped about, either dodging or deflecting any blaster bolts sent her way, finding moments of irritation from the exclamations of Jedi from the opposing forces. As she cut her way through the enemies, the Sith apprentice felt something unusual. Nothing bad, per se, but everything around was different. She couldn't quite define it, but everything around her was so clear, if she could call it that. This may possibly be some after effects of her training under Vectivus. Or something else entirely. Before she was able to contemplate this any further, a familiar presence approached her. One she hadn't felt since. Ain't this quite the surprise? Spoke a slightly muffled, hollow voice. Turning to the source of the voice, Asajj's eyes narrowed, letting out a huff. Oh, great. You. It was Taskmaster. The Force-sensitive Mandalorian of some unknown clan she met prior to the Battle of Kamino. Heard you were dead. He conversationally said, completely ignoring the pandemonium of the ongoing battle. Apparently your demise was misinformed. And what of you? Asajj spun her lightsabers again. What brought you here? This doesn't seem like your type of battle. Ah, but lest you forget, Ventress, Taskmaster ignited his orange lightsaber, vertically holding it up. The Force is my ally, as it is yours. It guided me here, and am I glad that it did. To fight the other group that has been making changes in the entire galaxy. How could I refuse such a chance? Though he didn't say the name out loud, Asajj was unable to fight off the sneer she had at the mention of the Avengers. I just never expected to run into you. And I gotta say, Taskmaster let out a hum. You feel different. Asajj simply held up one of her sabers, pointing directly at the unusual warrior. I've been through what you call a rebirth. Was all she said, seeing the glowing eyes of the masked Taskmaster war gleam with intrigue. A rebirth, you say? Seems that way. He held up his orange lightsaber in one hand before switching out his Beskar shield to withdraw a yellow lightsaber in the other. Jarkai then. Let's see how it went. Asajj squinted before she swung first. Blue met with yellow followed by green and orange, and this pattern repeated several more times until she brought both down blades with Taskmaster holding them back with his own. Good use of form too there. Taskmaster praised, and though she couldn't see it, Asajj could sense the grin he held beneath his helmet. Count Dooku is renowned for his mastery of the form. Seems you've picked up on it. Ventress said nothing, instead pushing him away and going in for another flurry that Taskmaster easily parried and countered. Ah, but your legwork still needs more flourish and your finesse is a lot to be desired. The strange and deadly mercenary commented, casually swatting away a jab at his chest. Still, I do admit, it's odd to see you use something other than red. Would be fun to add them to my collection. Ventress rolled her eyes at that. Taking a page out of Grievous' habits, I see. Or him from mine. Taskmaster shot back. I have been around for far longer, you know. She didn't know that, and neither did she care to. Taskmaster was proving to be as difficult to fight as she heard, the man quickly starting to deflect and block everything she sent at him. The man was now copying her movements without so much as a single misstep. He moved like Dooku did, a complete mastery over Makashi with no mistakes to be seen. It was frustrating, really. She wasn't tired by any stretch, but a sense of irritation was creeping in now as the mercenary was proving to be difficult to overcome. Ventress recalled hearing about his ability to copy any and all fighting techniques, which she dismissed to be a boast. But now that she was on the receiving end of it, she realized this wasn't a boast. He truly copied all her moves, and on top of that displayed a mastery of every other form of the lightsaber. Taskmaster was now utilizing Form V to begin to beat her back, and Asajj felt her hands vibrate at the power of his blows whenever his lightsabers struck hers. They were a lot like Anakin Skywalker's when she first dueled him on Yavin 4. She realized beating him through conventional means wouldn't work. So a new tactic was needed. The Dathomirian did something unusual with her lightsabers. During some of the clashes, Asajj began channeling her innate power and the force into them. The blades seemed to crackle and expand. She leaped forward as she swung her blades, which Taskmaster was forced to retreat from the coming, unusual attack. Even though she missed her mark on the initial swings, Asajj carried on with the flow, slamming the blades into the ground, which let loose a pair of powerful shockwaves. The shockwaves reached her enemy, sending him flying back and crashing onto the ground, though he quickly kicked back up. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Peter felt something strange going on. "The hell?" he said aloud, inadvertently turning his head in the direction of where Asajj was. "Don't get distracted," said the warbled voice of Bane, the Duro's bounty hunter, tackling Star-Lord in the air, the two tumbling down. "Hard not to with a party as big and epic as this." Star-Lord grunted out, smacking one of his guns into Cad's face. Back with the Dathomirian and her Mandalorian enemy, she looked at her hands that had the white-blue glow of her latent power swim around her arms before they subsided. "Phew," she said, briefly putting away her sabers to shake her hands. "Still getting used to that." Getting back onto his feet, Taskmaster shook the dirt out of his head before focusing at the Dark Jedi. "Oh, that's new," he stated, masked eyes gleaming. "Where's you learn that?" Asajj flicked her hand again, grabbing her lightsabers and reigniting them. "Experimentation, and from someone long dead." "A holocron, then," surmised Taskmaster. Ventress didn't correct him as they continued their bout. They locked lightsabers once again, and this time, Ventress used the knowledge of the Force bestowed onto her by Darth Vectivus to hold the advantage, yet it lasted only so long. Taskmaster's own Force replication ability came into effect, and though he was on the back foot, Ventress found he wouldn't be taken down in the same manner as she managed a few moments ago. This only further served to annoy her. She knew that this man was beaten back by the Avengers on Kamino, yet he held on for so long after copying their skills and movesets onto his own repertoire. How did they manage to beat him? She wasn't able to dwell on it for long as her mind refocused on combating the Mandalorian. Gritting her teeth, Ventress increased her tempo, starting to swing with a more reckless abandon, though this was intentional. She hopes with her utilizing a more varied and wild assault on the man that had no form or discipline, it may work to overwhelm his senses and not allow him to copy her movements. Before she could enact on them, the Force-adept Mandalorian was knocked aside, which briefly surprised the Dark Jedi. "Is this a private dance, or can another tag in?" Asajj glanced over, seeing Gamera standing beside her now. "It was." "You sure? Looked like you needed the assistance there." "Ah, Gamera, is it?" Taskmaster remarked, rolling his shoulders. "You're stronger than you appear. I've heard a lot about you." "Under-exaggerated, all of it." The deadliest woman in another galaxy shot back. "They haven't truly seen what I'm capable of." "Oh? Is it possible that I may be worthy of such a sight?" "If you survive that long," Gamera casually answered, resting her blade on her shoulder. "I think I'll take my chances," Taskmaster cordially said, spinning his two lightsabers. "I can be fine going against another at the same time. After all, who would miss the chance of going against two capable fighters at once?" Gamera and Asajj said nothing in response, simply glancing at each other briefly, nodding before getting into their stances. Seeing this, Taskmaster holstered one lightsaber to bring back his Beskar shield, holding it up defensively whilst holding his orange saber pointed downward. This should be fun. The two women charged as the Mandalorian stood his ground. Scene cut. While the battlefield raged all around the base, one man crashed through one of its windows, skidding to a halt. "Ow!" was Star-Lord's response, the Terran sitting up to rub his head. He looked up at the window he crashed through, trying to spot the Duro's bounty hunter he was fighting a few seconds ago, but didn't spot him. Rubbing his head, Peter stood up, his helmet receding back into his earpiece as he took a stock of where he was. This was the Black Sun base, and it kept shaking from explosions going on outside. "Quill." Star-Lord spun around to see Spar coming up to him with Bo-Katan, Dax, Fennec, Kraglin, Groot, Rocket, and HK behind him. "Dismay, oh Master, how could you do such a thing?" Rushing into a base without me and planning on slaughtering all the meat bags in here. What would be the point of my existence if you stole such joy from me? Wasn't my intention, right away that is. Quill leaned his back to pop a kink in his back, all but used to the droid's bloodthirsty tendencies. It just happened when fighting Cad Bane. That hat-wearing asshole? Rocket commented. Where is he? Peter flicked his hand at the shattered window. Out there somewhere, being a dick. I am Groot. Would that even be here? Fennec questioned. Here's a better question, do we even want to keep this place? Dax brought up. 'Cause it is a bit out of the way dash. And we don't want to spread ourselves thin, boss. Kraglin pointed out. So we clear this place out, grab what we can, and blow it up. Peter said plainly. I'll be sending some of my men to see what can be taken and salvaged here. Spar said, sending the order out. Joy, oh Master Quill, you never fail to inspire me with your penchants for violent solutions. Many of my former masters and owners failed to understand the necessity and beauty of such destruction. Does this droid ever think about anything that doesn't involve killing? Bo-Katan couldn't help but ask. I could fix him but then he'd be boring. Rocket casually answered, cocking his pistol that expanded in size. Now let's go fuck shit up. Neither person made it out far when blaster fire came down upon them. The group took various forms of cover. What was that about dash? Shut up, Quill. Rocket grumbled, pulling out another pistol. The group popped out of their cover, firing back at their enemies, managing to take down several when more came in, forcing them back down. Haha, betcha yeah wished I came along this time. Said an obnoxious male voice. Everyone gave pause to that, exchanging glances at one another. Is he talking to us? Bo-Katan asked in bewilderment. Now you'll see that for me, taking you guys out is easier than counting 1, 2, 3. He did not just say that. Rocket deadpanned, any semblance of tension vanishing a moment later. Taking a chance, Abfantari peeked his head out a little and tilted his head in confusion. Wait a sec. He squinted in clear disbelief. Ain't that Denga? Others followed suit. There amongst the fallen and other mercenaries was none other than Denga. Denga. Star-Lord all but abandoned his cover, casually raising up his two weapons to shoot down those near the bounty hunter with the rest following suit. They quickly cleared out the Mercs, Black Sun, and Death Watch fighters around Denga, yet the towel-wearing bounty hunter seemed unperturbed by this. Yes, it is I, Denga. I've joined the winning team, you see. Said the one bounty hunter. Give it up. You have no chance against the likes of us. He was met with silence, allowing him to ramble on. Bo deadpanned at this, looking over to the Guardians. He just loves running his mouth, doesn't he? You have no idea. Rocket mumbled with a shake of his head. What's he even talking about? Kraglin asked. I don't know, are you even paying attention to this? Dax said, unsure if this was actually happening. I lost track of some of his rambling. I only have the general gist of his arrogance. Came Fennec's comment. Why not just shoot him? It would at least be more direct. Observation, yes, most efficient. It is what I would do. Course it is. Quill gestured forward. Go for it, HK. And furthermore dash. A blaster shot struck the man dead center at the head, causing him to topple over dead. Peter leaned forward, hand propping up his ear. I'm sorry. What was that? I missed that last part. Supplication, Master Quill, I have come to hear the term, is it my birthday today? And given your generosity just now, I do believe this is what you meatbags would correlate to a birthday. You encourage him too much. Spar noted. I am Groot. Huh. Ignore him, he's just being cheeky. Rocket said. Soon an explosion went off, courtesy of a tossed grenade, scattering the fallen soldiers and other mercenaries. From here, the Guardians and their allies began firing at the stragglers. The others soon focused on the one who threw the explosive. Well, what did they think was going to happen? Dax said quickly. They were standing right at the window without firing back. Did they think we weren't gonna shoot 'em as they just stood there? Couldn't argue with that notion. We've wasted enough time. We need to move. Spar said aloud. The battle, while going in their favor, still was leading to a considerable loss in their numbers. The Death Watch was fearsome as were the Black Suns and their assembled forces, but it was their 3 mercenaries that stood out from all else. Taskmaster, Crossbones, and Cad Bane were menaces unto themselves, proving to have been able to stand their ground against the Guardians, and anyone that came in their way were disposed of quickly. Previsla was also proving to be an issue, his Mandalorians rallying around him, and Xizor with Guri were proving to be as deadly and effective as the other leader of the Triumvirate. They needed to end this fast and efficiently to send a message to anyone else that may challenge them. And one Dathomirian Sith apprentice figured if ever there was a time to test her fledgling abilities, now would be the time to do so. She had been combating Taskmaster initially but had separated from him in the madness of the fight. As far as she knew, Gamera still combated him somewhere in the middle of all this. Thus she fought alone for the most part, occasionally spotting one of the Guardians or a Mandalorian she recognized. But in her mind, it was time to end this fight. With an exhale of her breath, Ventress began calling out to the Force, recalling the teachings of Master Vectivus. You are the conduit, their marker that allows passage into the mortal world. The dead are ever present and always there over our shoulders. With this power, you can call upon those that will enact your will over any and all who stand in your way. She could hear his words clear as day as she began to move. Asajj concentrated, holding her arms out to the side, and felt the familiar tinge of the dark side seep into her being. For additional assistance, she poured her innate power into the mix for the needed boost. Coupled with the pressure she was now exuding, the white and blue aura of her other power began surrounding her arms. And this of course did not go unnoticed by Gamera, who was now fighting nearby. She had also separated from Taskmaster, had a quick exchange with Crossbones before now getting back to fighting close to where Asajj was. The daughter of Thanos froze in her tracks, staring at the Dathomirian's arms, jaws dropping and tilting her head up to stare in utter shock at Asajj. A look of familiarity, focusing on the emitting aura. At the same time, once more today, Quill felt unusual with the feeling he was sensing. He paused in mid-flight, looking in the direction of where this sensation was coming from. Before he could question it, he and many others heard something. At first, came a strange, chilling wind that encompassed the battlefield. Moments later, screams, moans and yells filled the air. These were nothing new they have experienced, but something that just felt out of place. They were bone, if not soul-chilling, as the screams reverberated down to their cores. And why did it suddenly get so cold? Where was all this fog coming from? Looking around to locate the source, they realized the haunting sounds that were accompanied by dark vapors began to take on the forms of various entities rushing through everywhere. All these shapes took on loose humanoid appearances, at least in the upper body sections, and began to converge around Asajj Ventress, not that many could really notice right away or at all. The Sith acolyte held her hands horizontally from the ground, angled diagonally as the Force phantoms swirled around her, some briefly ensnaring her arms before pulling away. Once she felt the coming apex of the gathered deceased souls, Ventress threw her arms to her sides before flinging them forward. And like that, with a terrifying screech that froze many where they stood, the ghostly apparitions were sent forward like a tidal wave. Upon reaching those deemed as foes, many of whom were present on the battlefield, they were swiftly taken out by the phantoms. Either by being torn, sliced, ripped, or cut apart in grisly manners, having bodies freeze and go under cardiac arrest, or having brain hemorrhages. Anything and everything which pertained to utter fright were used in causing all this death. For many, it was a gruesome sight, to say the least. Nearby, landing at some area of the vicinity, Quill met a number of his allies as they were witnessing this grisly spectacle. What the hell? What is this? Are these ghosts? Wait a second. Where are all these ghosts coming from? By the Mondo A, they're being ripped to shreds. Is this place haunted? I don't know, but why aren't they attacking us? How are we gonna deal with them? Are they enemies? Some pulled out their weapons and pointed at the phantoms. Really? Yeah. They look like ghosts. They're already dead. They're gonna be deader. Should we call the Ghostbusters? Who? Was the collective response from everyone else. Damn it, Quill, shut up with your Terran references. No one here gets em. Shut up, you don't understand. Before anyone could speak any further, a phantom flew by the group of spectators, the astral body passing by them with a terrifying face. As it did so, it unexpectedly gave them the chance to see Asajj Ventress standing in the midst of what one would call the nexus of these phantoms. And it seems that she was the one directing the astral forms. Peter blinked at this. Ilsage. Congratulations, you are being saved. Asajj smarmily said, a grin that felt unusually familiar to him. You owe me big time for this. It didn't take long for assumptions to be made. Wait, Ilsage, are you doing all of this? I am. She managed out, noticeably sweating and shaking profusely now. And I don't know how long I'll hold this up. When they're gone, there shouldn't be that many left. Don't waste this opportunity. Nods of understanding were given. Calls were made, having their allies use this situation to their advantage in taking care of the triumvirate forces. It was a devastating sweep with the triumvirate forces in full retreat. All were fleeing however they could whilst the Guardians and their allies tried to pursue them when Death Watch released seismic charges in their escape, causing a great amount of chaos and confusion for their pursuers. There were those who still wanted to go after them, but the leaders of this raid called them off. The day was theirs. The base was theirs as well, with their enemies in full retreat in abandoning this place. No need to risk losing any more lives with their fleeing from the planet. Damn. Peter Quill remarked at the lay of the place, seeing all the bodies strewn about. Haunting as a sight that is, what really kept everyone's attention were the phantoms that still drifted about the area. Okay, Ilsage, you can call off your spooks. Star-Lord ordered, not looking at her as he was distracted by one of the spirits that came right up to his face, making him lean back squeamishly. With a raised, shaking hand, the phantoms melted away into the ground, dispersing a moment later, well, most of them that is. Others merely faded rather slowly. Quill released a relieved sigh, not noticing his girlfriend standing next to him now. That was really free-a-dash. Peter. Gamera whispered next to her boyfriend, the man looking at her only to be directed in the direction of Ilsage. Confused as to why his girlfriend made him look at the Dathomirian, something made him freeze up. Something that he was not aware of the first time as really, the phantoms took up his attention. Swirling and subsiding around the body of Asajj Ventress was a whitish-blue aura. One extremely familiar to Peter as he had seen it many times over the past several years. Raising his hand up, Quill concentrated on his celestial gene and a moment later produced a glow identical to the one the Dathomirian possessed moments ago. He looked back and forth between his hand and Ventress, who was now on her knees, breathing heavily. Without missing a beat, he walked straight over to her, standing before the Sith apprentice who heard him come up to her. She looked up at him, an expression of clear exhaustion and in no mood to speak right now. What? She rasped out impatiently, coughing slightly. She didn't stop to think about what would happen to her when using this new power, that it would drain her so much. Asajj had already done it several times with Darth Vectivus, but this never occurred. What was? Ventress's mind shut down as she saw Peter raise his hand, and around it was the same glow as hers. Her eyes widened to the size of small saucer plates, looking up at Quill before she turned her attention to her hands. With a little bit of concentration, she called back the power that assisted her and held it up at Peter. The pair gazed at their hands and the others intensely until Asajj's vanished from a coughing fit she suddenly had. Ilsage! Mantis cried out from the side, rushing over to the downed Dathomirian, and placing a hand on her shoulder. Are you okay? The effect was instantaneous. Though she was exhausted, her senses were on full alert, in more ways than most would assume. So it wasn't just her sight, smell, touch, eyesight, or hearing. There was a deeper sense, a hyper-awareness of herself and the beings around her. Ventress could tell and distinguish who was who and who they were connected with. She had never experienced something like that before. Not since first tapping into her power that existed beyond the confines of the Force. Whereas she felt something odd, yet familiar from Quill, the sensation she got from Mantis was similar yet off. As she pulled away, a spark came off from the Dathomirian and was connected to Mantis for a few moments. It didn't harm her at all. In fact, it was merely absorbed as if it was a part of her. It washed over her and struck her spiritual center, and it had the unintended side effect of affecting Quill as well. The reaction was immediate. Star-Lord may not always seem like the sharpest tool in the shed, nor is he the first to figure things out quickly. But with what he just felt, seeing Ilsage's power on full display and the way Gamera pointed to her in the middle of everything rather than focusing on the task at hand of the raid, everything just connected. And of course, there was only one appropriate response to the revelation that just fell upon him. "Holy shit!" Quill exclaimed, the largest grin he ever had blooming on his face. "You! It's you! I can't believe it!" "What? What the hell are you screaming about?" asked an annoyed Rocket. "My sister. I have a sister," Peter yelled, surprising the raccoon by grabbing him and lifting him up to his eye level, shaking the poor modified guardian with no restraint of any kind. "I found her, dude. I found my sister. All right, you bastard, just put me down already." Rocket managed out from the shake. "I am Groot," the walking tree said with a wide smile, patting Peter on the back. "Congratulatory, wonderful news, Master. And it appears her ability to kill meatbags is as grand and creative as yours. Oh, what a wonderful addition to the family." At first, Asajj Ventress couldn't quite comprehend just what was happening right now. She was still just registering everything that was going on at this moment. But eventually, after what felt like an eternity, though it was really only a minute of silence, everything began to click in Ventress' mind. The display of power Quill had akin to hers. That sudden connection she felt between her and Mantis. And the outburst Star-Lord had. Her eyes comically widened as she felt it. At first, she never would have even bothered to seek such a thing. But now? The familial connection she had between the leader of the Guardians of the Galaxy and its wide-eyed, kind-hearted empathy, her realization sank in. Oh no. Oh God. Oh God. God enforce no please. No. Asajj felt sick to her stomach. You two idiots. You're my brother and sister." Mantis appeared utterly perplexed by this unusual reaction, whilst Quill, who was joyful a moment ago now, was very much unamused with her reaction right now. The Dathomirian was hunched over, away from the others, and felt sick to her stomach. Not literally, mind you. Just the mere idea of her being related to these two in particular. Force, her bug-eyed look was comical. Let this be a twisted joke from the cosmos. Oi, what the hell is that supposed dash? Peter paused in mid-sentence, registering something she said in her dramatic exclamation. Wait, Quill glanced at Mantis now, since she was the other person Ventress pointed to. Brother and sister? What's she talking about? She's the one you were sensing, said Gamera. The one born here? Rocket gave her a look. Wait, how did you know? Practically saw it earlier. Didn't take long for me to figure it out. Thanos' adopted daughter soon shifted her gaze over to their meek teammate. But that spark, it can't be her too, can it? I'm sorry, what are you dash? Peter. Mantis wrung her hands nervously. There is something else. Something I didn't tell you before. Quill's attention focused more on her, with others following. She briefly turned around, spotting Fen, who nodded encouragingly, giving her a thumbs up. She turned back to him, some level of confidence but with an equal measure of trepidation. It's not just Ilsage here. Ego, he was my father too, but I didn't inherit. Peter's eyes widened as his jaw nearly dropped at the realization. Mantis went on, completely ignoring her half-brother's reaction. I know what I did. Because of me standing by, so many innocent people, our siblings all perished just 'cause of. The young woman was abruptly cut off by Peter snatching both her and Asajj into an all-encompassing bear hug, holding them both close. Oh my God. I didn't expect that I'd find out I've got two sisters in one day. Quill practically glomped Mantis and Ventress into a big hug. This is one of the best moments of my life. Whatever feelings of abject horror Asajj may have held melted away the moment she was scooped up into the hug. Get off me, she growled, squirming around to try and escape. Never. Mantis, however, took this in stride. Her eyes practically began to water when she embraced her brother. I thought you'd be upset, she said, hugging him back as tightly as he held her. I did, so many horrible things to stay alive and Why in the hell would you even think that? Peter said, grinning from ear to ear. We've all done some dumb shit, Mantis. I have a sister who's been with me this whole time, and it's the best 'cause I have one who is always happy and the other is as grumpy as they come. I'm not grumpy. I'm feeling murderous if you don't put me down. Usage snarled. Off to the side, Mantis' boyfriend held a wide grin from ear to ear, happy to see his lover in such a state of pure joy. Fascination, being that they are these Celestials you spoke of, I cannot deny the intrigue of seeing them try to kill each other. The collateral of meatbags would undoubtedly be high. Usage whipped her head to HK in utter confusion. I'm sorry, Celestials. We'll tell you later, was the collective response from the rest of the Guardians. The pair of girls were set down, Ventress violently pushing Peter away, though Mantis was quick to hop back into a tight embrace, tears of joy freely streaming down her face. This is so unsettling, thought the Dark Jedi. Far worse than my cousin doing this. A child is one thing but grown adults are another. She was still in a state of denial and disbelief. These were supposed to be her siblings. She left for the sole purpose of training and strengthening her connection to the dark side. Not reunite with a family whom she did not even know existed outside Dathomir. How did this happen? It all felt too fast. Elsewhere, whilst joyful realizations coupled with existential dread was occurring, Bo-Katan Kryze stood alone in the middle of the now silent battlefield. Her posture was subdued, watching the fleeing Death Watch on the ground, eyes on the ship she recognized as Pre Vizslas. Her posture was stiff, helmet tucked under her arm and eyes glazed. She watched as the remaining members of Death Watch fled with the rest of the Black Sun and mercenaries under their employ before they were all out of sight. Releasing a heavy sigh, she turned to her night owls that were awaiting her orders, and she simply gestured her head in the direction of the base. Start clearing it out. With the simple order, her owls acted first before others began following suit. Now that the battle was over, the Guardians with their Ravagers and mercenaries with the Mandalorians soon began clearing out the captured base, reviewing the spoils of their victory. Weapons, credits, treasures, some ships needing new owners after their last ones were wrecked in the recent conflict, all that jazz. Then came a very interesting and prevalent issue. What are we gonna do with all this stuff? Fennec asked, holding up a helmet of some kind, tossing it back into the crate she got it from a moment later. Paying off all our people and mercs who signed up for the gig, for starters, said Kraglin. I get that. But where will we put this stuff? Drax asked, tossing aside some jagged blades. Our ships can't carry all of this. Perhaps some charity can do some good. Chirrut suggested, hands gliding over several crates, trying to make out what was within them. If we do not need them, other people who truly need it at this time can benefit from such kindness. Several of the Guardians all snorted at this save for Gamera, who nodded approvingly. Good idea, we? She said. Some people can find a use for these items. They could really need them right now. We can take the armor, said Spar. We'll need the material, recycling them for our initiates and foundlings. After that, mere replacements for whatever comes to mind. Some of these weapons can be needed in other sections. Baze noted, hefting up a rifle. With the rumors of kidnapping and Ultron, other systems need their own means of protection. Not everyone can have the luxury of all of us being there. To be considerate of others. Chandriley said. You can't get any more of an anti-bounty hunter. Embo made a few comments in Kyozo. Yeah, these aren't normal times. Shuji murmured in agreement. How do we divvy all this up? Fenshisa asked, standing next to a gaudy statue of Xizor. He gave it one look before tipping it over, sending it down to the ground. Talk about egotistical statement. I do believe that the best way to divide our spoils of war is which of us executed the most meat bags. Due to your brain fluids interfering with your abilities to think, I do believe that responsibility falls upon my shoulders. Ain't that comforting? Dax sarcastically said. So, how are we doing this then? Before anyone else was able to make a comment or suggestion, a new voice chimed in through all this. Ah, it is Guardians of Galaxy, said an unusually filtered, cheerful female voice. I knew eyes were not deceiving me. Those in attendance looked around, wondering where this person was. Who are you? Show yourself. Neither person didn't realize how simply easy it was on the request. All they heard was the soft padding hitting the metal floor with a soft clinking along the way. Before they knew it, they saw a furry creature, on all fours, wearing a red and white spacesuit of all things. And around the collar was the big red letters CCCP with something in a smaller font in some unknown language to them. To Peter Quill, he recognized the creature as an animal from Earth. It was a Labrador with trimmed, yellow-brown fur. Hello Guardians of Galaxy, the newcomer said, tongue sticking out in a happy manner. The group of ragtag misfits all looked down save for Rocket, who was at eye level and stared at the creature before them. You're a talking dog, Star-Lord noted, unable to say it any better. Wrong, comrades, the female Labrador said. I am unable to communicate with my mouth, therefore my mind shall do. Your mind? Yes, Comrade Guardians. My mind is how I speak. There was no response from the Guardians until their gadgeteer genius had a look of recognition. Wait a sec. Rocket shook his head. I know you. Yeah, I remember you now. You're from No Here. She is. Gamera squinted at her. Yeah, you guys missed her. Rocket elaborated. That nutjob of a collector was keeping her in one of his cases when we were there to sell the Power Stone. Quill frowned upon hearing this. Hang on a sec, if you're telling us you're from No Here, then how in the hell did you get here? You were there when it happened but didn't see it, said the telepath. When the purple stone emitted its energy and exploded courtesy of the collector's poorly treated assistant, I and many others were freed. In my escape attempt, I came across Big Odd Gate Collector possessed that suddenly activated. I saw animals go through it and not come out. I assume it be my way off of No Here. So, some kind of mystic portal gate helped you get out No Here? Kraglin asked. And here you are now. And here I am now, after a year, or two, I think. Lost track for a while wandering all around. The Labrador said, tilting her head to convey her shrug. And how did you get here? Gamera inquired, pointing down to the ground. After big purple explosion and passing through the collector's gate, I walk through and find myself in a forest full of crown head people. Crown head people? Drax parroted, looking to Mantis for an answer with her shrugging. There were plenty of species out there that have crown heads as a physical trait. So unless more specifics were given, the others would be at a loss. Got picked up one day during my travels, due to my exotic nature. Did some tricks so I wouldn't get killed and now I'm prized pet. To each their own for their survival. Rocket commented. As this went on, Peter eyed the telepathic Labrador. Got a name? He asks her. My name is Cosmo. Star-Lord gave a brief nod. So, a dog? Yes. Cosmo happily said. You're from Terra, or rather Earth. Peter elaborated, seeing her ears perk up. Oh, so you know about the home world? Cosmo excitedly asked. I'm from there as well. He revealed, making the Labrador bark. Cosmo's tail began to wag there. Oh, you are? Splendid to hear, comrade. Where exactly? Missouri. The dog's head tilted to the side. I don't recall where this Missouri is located. It's in America. Cosmo's mood shifted from jovial to defensive. American. She growled out, jumping forward in an attempt to bite him. Hey. What's the sudden change for? Quill exclaimed, avoiding Cosmo's attempts to bite him. Capitalist swine. She angrily declared. For the glory of Mother Russia. The moment those words were heard, the memory of the Missouri boy Jared, recalling time spent in an Earth classroom from decades ago. It was such a far-off memory, but hearing her declaration of Mother Russia triggered an old memory of a history class from a bygone time in his life. Things quickly snapped into place in Quill's mind as he now remembered just where this dog likely came from. Oh, that's right. Russian. He struggled out what to say. This got further looks from the others. Any reason why Our countries were rivals, not sure if they still are, been 30 years around the time we left Earth. Star-Lord had to duck and weave away from Cosmo's attempted assault. Can someone try getting her to not bite my head off? I'd rather see it happen. Rocket casually said. Shuji rolled her eyes. You would? Hey, knock it off. Gamera said, grabbing the back of Cosmo's neck and lifting her up. Whatever you think he is, it's been 30 years since he left Terra. I wouldn't even consider him to be, what was your home place again? American. Yes, he's not even Americanian. I just said the word. How'd you derive that from American? You don't call yourselves that. Gamera said in surprise. Peter looked at her in bewilderment. Why would we call ourselves Americanians? That's how Zahobarians are referred to. As are most other species. Species, Gamera, not country affiliate. Why are we even having this conversation? Cosmo, I'm not an American anymore. I'm a guardian of the galaxy, means I can't really have a home place nationality. So you renounced your American citizenship? Peter let out a strange laugh. Not by choice when I was taken as an 8-year-old kid. Wasn't even a concept to me, honestly. Didn't even last. I've been in space my whole life. Cosmo pondered on this for a moment before doing her own equivalent of a shrug. Huh, okay, I guess that counts. Usage could only watch all this with an expression that conveyed bewildered annoyance. Are you all this incredibly stupid, or am I the one falling into insanity? Chirrut stood next to her, sympathetically patting her shoulder. Give it time. You'll join in on the insanity eventually. One of us. One of us. Kraglin, Trax, and Mantis cheered, jumping around the Dathomirian, who felt an aneurysm coming on. Didn't help when Mantis glomped and hugged her once more. Baze watched all this alongside Imbo, the pair chuckling in silence at Ventress' face whilst Shuji held up a device that made a snapshot to commemorate her first mission with them. The Mandalorians and Ravagers and other mercenaries watched on in bemused amusement, having come to terms a while back already that the Guardians, well, they were just weird. And they embraced it, so more power to them. Usage felt her soul slowly drifting out from her body as a means of escaping what she felt to be an unending torture she had willingly joined. This is my life now. She mentally thought in abject dread. I already regret joining them. While being a simple bounty hunter would be easy to part ways once the job was done, the recent revelation of her apparent blood relation with 2 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy would make it hard to head off elsewhere. At the very least, she'll get a vast amount of long-awaited information from them on her paternal heritage. But at what cost? Her sanity and patience, for starters. Scene cut. Fucking Ferric. Pre-roared, throwing a large crate violently against a nearby wall, the top popping off with all its contents spilling out on the floor. That scum-sucking bastard. I knew I shouldn't have trusted him. Xizor watched the Death Watch leader rage about, igniting his dark saber and cutting the floor and walls of the large, darkened room the pair stood within. Though the Fallen appeared impassive, internally, the man was barely able to restrain his own fury at the loss of yet another base of the Black Suns. Krennic would have been here, but he was elsewhere at this time. His excuse was securing what was left of this triumvirate's property from the one base and transporting them all to a disclosed location. After his cowardly display of fleeing the base once seeing the Guardians, he didn't even stay to at least put up some kind of fight. The man abandoned the base as soon as he saw the oncoming attack. The next time he sees Krennic, that man was as good as dead if Xizor doesn't get to him first. We should never have trusted that Slimo fuck. Vizsla raged on. Should have killed him the moment we met. Xizor nodded and was about to voice a comment. You seem perturbed. Spoke a smooth male voice that set those in the area on edge. Vizsla had one hand on the darksaber and the other held up a blaster pistol in the direction of the voice. Xizor's hands were hidden in his sleeves, yet in each one were poison-tipped daggers ready to be thrown, and behind him was Gyuri, who already pulled out 2 pistols of her own. There was a tense silence save for soft footsteps coming from the shadowed portion of the room until out stepped a Zabrak male with a red and black face, acidic yellow eyes with a red rim and a posture of calm confidence. The Zabrak regarded them both, raising his hands from behind his back. I come in peace. I mean you no harm. And who are you supposed to be? Pri inquired, keeping his pistol trained on the newcomer. An opportunity. An opportunity. Voiced Guri. Strange name. The Zabrak looked at the bio-droid oddly. Don't mind her, says Zeiser. It's been a very long day for all of us. I am well aware. The yellow-eyed being stated. A pleasure to meet you both, Pri Vizsla. Prince Zeiser. You may call me Maul. And as I said, I mean no ill intent to the both of you. I merely came to speak with the two of you. Zeiser kept his guard up. Rather suspicious, so soon after what occurred. Maul simply rolled his hand at that. Call it a coincidence. Call it a poor choice of timing. Nothing can go well in intended meetings. I merely came in late on my intentions and missed out on the fun. And what intentions would that be? Vizsla cautiously said. An opportunity. Maul said once more. A partnership. A means where our three parties can benefit from working together in the near future. Vizsla snorted. At this point, given what happened, I'd rather get away from Krennic. Not exactly keen on establishing another alliance, especially with one whom neither of us knows. Now. Let's hear what he has to say. Zeiser said, diplomatically. He came here, seeking our audience. I'd like to at least grant him a chance to speak. After some moments, Pri relents. Maul gave the Black Sun leader a thankful nod. Then allow me the chance to rectify this issue of yours. The both of you, as I have come to understand it, are in dire straits. Both of you have lost a great deal of manpower, resources, and sectors to call your own, all due in no small part to enemies that fall under the same umbrella. Enemies who have aggravated the both of you in one way, shape or form. Neither man responded as Maul went on. What I am offering is something that can help regain lost ground and balance the playing field. One cannot account for everything that may or may not happen, but at the very least, you would have the tools and means in which to combat your foes on an even stand. Pulling out a holodisk, he stepped closer and activated it. There, the two leaders saw many schematics for weapons and vehicles, technologies they'd never come across before. Not to mention surveillance clips of certain assets under Maul's thrall which can be added onto their numbers if they were to ally with him. What is all this? Vizsla inquired, his interest now piqued. My end of the bargain if you join me. Technology and assistance, to sum things up. The power that those who you are against would never see coming. Zeiser and Vizsla silently studied the hollow images for several moments until the former spoke up. You had my curiosity, but now you have my attention. While Maul kept a neutral appearance, he inwardly smiled knowing he got other parties on his side now. But what do you want in return? Vizsla quickly asked, knowing that no deal this good ever comes without a catch. Is this not to be a partnership? Maul rhetorically asked. Your cooperation will be sufficient. But on what scale would it be? Zeiser shot back. How much of our resources and manpower would be going into this alliance? Our current one isn't working out all that well at this time. Pri bitterly said. Just understand that as much as you are willing to give, I in return shall provide. And what is it that you shall provide other than this technology? Zeiser inquired. I offer much more. One is such as true protection with who and what I associate with. Maul soon had another set of hollow images and footage appear, showing who he meant. After what felt like minutes passing by, Zeiser spoke his mind. Those are rather frightening, I admit. The Falleen said, taking a moment to examine these associates of Maul on all sides. Barbaric, more like it. Vizsla said bluntly. They are effective. Maul assured. The most fearsome foes in the universe. Pri-eyed the Zabrak. Quite the statement you have there. It can be arguable, but I've never met another species more dangerous than them. Maul said with a malicious grin that was enhanced by the glow of his eyes. Pri and Zeiser were silent, contemplating more on what was offered on the table, with the Mandalorian speaking moments later. Say we accept this partnership, we cut our losses with our other partner dash. No, it would be foolish to cut your allegiance from a man with such resources so prematurely. Maul said with a shake of his head. Use what you can from him for the time being, further your goals and cut him off when the time is right. One misstep is something to be learned from, something that can be avoided next time. The fallen prince nodded in agreement. Krennic had helped with certain finances and supplies with his activities. Best to end things with him once he's no longer useful. The Death Watch leader let out a small snarl. Fine. If he and his people were at better strength and numbers, he'd sever his ties with Krennic immediately. They were silently at his mercy to lessen certain burdens. Yet this Maul strolls right in with a better means of rectifying such an issue. As much as he wanted to cut ties with Krennic right away, Vizier spoke true. Besides, it is best to obtain finances and materials from two sources instead of one. A triumvirate such as this proves merit, like many others in the past. They come and go, through similar goals, philosophies, and ideals. Yet one link of the small unifying chain may easily break it apart if not properly replaced in time. Maul lectured. You speak of this from experience. Xizor stated, then asked. My previous master taught me much on this matter, was Maul's enigmatic response. I seek to learn from history, so I hope to not repeat certain mistakes that have done many in the past. The leaders of Death Watch and the Black Suns exchanged looks. I take it you have something to call this alliance that you're building here? Asks the Fallen, getting the Zabrok's attention. Surely there must be a name. Honestly, I haven't put much thought into my sect under my lord and master. Maul pondered aloud. He never cared much for where we were sent, just that the job was done and the balance was made. Balance. Vizsla's face scrunched up. What balance? Balance of the Force, perhaps. Xizor suggested, sharp eyes glaring into Maul's unflinching acidic yellow. Pre was now on edge, hand reaching for the dark saber. The Force? You some kind of Jedi? The red and black Zabrok surprised the pair when he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. It seemed to last for minutes but was really for several moments. But the laugh felt hard with how the dark side user thought the idea was. Oh dear, Maul actually wiped a tear away, the accusation amusing him to such a degree. I haven't had a laugh like that since. I don't know when. Once calming himself down, he still bore a smile, yet there was an edge to it. No. I am not one who covets the light side like the Jedi. It didn't take much to realize what was implied. If you are not Jedi, Xizor frowned in thought. Then are you their opposite? Those called the Sith. Pre was silent, but he kept a guarded expression and posture as Maul now appeared distant, almost reminiscent. The Sith, he said, more to himself than to them. There was a time when I was one, yes. Darth Maul, Lord of Rage, that was my name. Apprentice and assassin to the Sith who rules this galaxy in the shadows. Or so he once did. Maul released a dark chuckle. I almost pity him. There would have been a time when I would have loved to have seen nothing more than that man's downfall. The Zabrok released a dismissive sigh. Now, he is nothing more than a nuisance to be dealt with in due course. Someone as dangerous and powerful as him shall not be allowed to run so freely while I am here. In due time, he shall be dealt with. And who is it that you serve now? Vizsla asked on behalf of himself and Xizor. The one who saved me from my insanity. He who restored what was lost to me. Maul said, subconsciously placing a hand over one of his legs. He has given me things I would never have dreamed of before. I owe him everything. All he asks is to bring balance to the universe, one way or another, and I intend to give it to him. And what is this, balance? Maul's smile remained sinister. Now tell me, would you reveal all your cards upon first meeting individuals of questionable variety? He had them there. Xizor silently contemplated for a few moments before voicing a thought that came to him. Are there others you were able to convince to join this sect of yours? The Zabrok nodded. I have. Some Force adepts were easier to convince than others. Separatists, Republic, and apparent neutral ones have allied with me. Other groups and organizations took time to make it so. Name some. Vizsla demanded. Humor us. Maul soon spoke some which quickly came to mind. Umbara, the Zygarian Empire, and a recent acquisition, though I don't believe it will serve in the long term. The Zygarians. Xizor repeated in slight surprise. How did this come about? I am a man who understands the people with whom I converse with. Maul plainly said. The Queen and I came to an understanding, as did Dichi of Umbara. The latest one required more force, though I imagine they are not long for this alliance. What? Maul waved his hand. They matter not. Just understand that the Umbarans and Zygarian Empire stand with me. And if you two are to join, our power will increase exponentially. Vizsla scrutinized the former Lord of the Sith, stepping into his space, locking eyes with the man. Say we take this deal, forge this alliance, what's to stop you from betraying us the first chance you get? It's all a matter of context, but I have been taught that breaking off allies so needlessly only leads to more enemies. Maul tooted. I shall keep my word unless you give me reason to remove your head from your body. Vizsla glared at the Zabrak, tilting his chin up, with the two entering into a brief staring contest until the leader of Death Watch humphed, a cold smirk appearing. Likewise. The man said, stepping back with a pleased expression. Pre took a look at a silent Zyzer, the two exchanging a silent conversation before they both nodded. Turning back to the former Sith Lord, the leader of Death Watch offered his hand. Maul reached forward and the two grasped forearms, cementing their alliance. Something soon came to mind, making it feel appropriate for the Zabrak to say aloud. From the dark, a crimson dawn shall shine and bring balance throughout the galaxy. Omek. On the crime planet of Nar Shaddaa, the Guardians were celebrating their latest victory with the most unlikeliest of individuals. He was a man also from Earth with an arm made of vibranium, an unusually scraggly beard and a penchant for music. What is love? Oh baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. Baby, don't hurt me, don't hurt me. No more. What is love? Yeah. No, I don't know why you're not fair. I give you my love, but you don't care. So what is right and what is wrong? Gimme a sign. What is this? Peter asked aloud, unsure of how he felt about what he was hearing. Regardless, the man's head was jiving to the beat of the music. Just gotta go with music, Quill. Claw encouraged, manic grin in place as he danced and SNL bobbed his head to the music. Let it take you for a ride. It took a few seconds until both men had their head bobbing synchronized, matching the beat of the music with the weapon and metal dealer singing along. Over to the side, Rocket was leaning back on a crate, bobbing his head side to side to the music, Groot emulating the gesture. Next to them was an excited Cosmo, wagging her tail whilst enjoying the strange new music she had never heard before. HK all the while, was putting the party mode feature Quill and Rocket installed in him a few weeks back to great effect. The robot fits the assassin quite well. Fennec Shand watched on in bemusement with Baze and Drax sharing a drink. Chirrut sat next to Shuji and Imbo, the blind force user petting a sleeping Merrick. Kraglin was passed out, large glass half filled with alcohol, the Ravager leader snoring aloud. Westjern sat next to him, trying to make sense of the song, finding it catchy but still weird. In the end, the Mandalorian inadvertently found himself head-bobbing with the other two men who were still singing this bizarre song. This went on as the pair cycled through songs from the Earth's decades known as the 60s, 70s, and 80s. There were other songs from other decades, but the duo seemed fixated on these. That was until Claw and Quill locked eyes, mouths open wide that morphed into matching grins upon hearing the four opening notes of the song. Without missing a beat. Growing up in a glass bowl. With chameleons, lizards, and tadpoles. It hardly enters your mind that there's something better than this. A lettuce leaf and a carrot. Maybe a seed from a parrot. Believe me when I tell you. The word gourmet just don't exist. But pizza power. A flying saucer food delight. Pizza power. Oh, that's what makes us feel alright. What manner of a song is this? Drax inquired, finding it to be even more unusual than what they usually listen to. I think it's those adolescent deformed sneaky geckos he keeps harping on about. Rocket answered. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Quill and Claw irritably corrected in the middle of the song. On a couch with a table stacked with food and alcohol, Usage Ventress sat with her half-sister and the daughter of the Med Titan, all the while looking on at the man-child that is Star-Lord. That guy is our brother. Usage asked for the umpteenth time in a low, clearly distraught voice. Isn't he funny? Mantis happily asked, a beaming smile directed at the Dathomirian who couldn't form a proper response. She could only shoot her newly discovered sister a look of near disgust, watching the antennas bounce up and down as Mantis bounced in her seat. He acts more like a child, she dryly said. He has his moments of maturity, said Gamera. Usage produced the flattest stare she had ever mustered in her entire life. And how common are they? Either guardian would voice a proper response, which was all the answer Ventress got. Oh God! Usage muttered, burying her face in her hands. This is what I left Master Dooku and Vectivus for. She thought miserably. What am I even supposed to say to my master and mentor when I see them again? Cheer up, sister, Mantis said without losing an ounce of her joy, now next to the Sith apprentice, placing a hand on her shoulder. Her antenna lit up, and due to the contact she had with Ventress, the Dathomirian felt the sheer happiness radiating from the wide-eyed woman, and it was such a foreign feeling to her. It was weird, and to her, felt kinda wrong. But before she was able to pull away from her, Star-Lord's foot came down on the table in front of her with him posing dramatically. Alright folks, listen up, Peter said boisterously, chest puffed out and hands on his hips. Chloe and I have come to a consensus. We're forming a band. The people of this galaxy deserve more than just radio play. Let the Zeros to Heroes deliver on what they crave. Zeros to Heroes. Zero to Hero. Quill clarified. Our band name. Peter, none of us can play an instrument. Gamera lightly said. We can learn. Peter childishly said. I can teach ya. Chloe offered with a shrug. I know how to play most instruments. Earth instruments don't count. Strings are strings and blowholes are blowholes. I feel that should have been phrased better, Chirrut commented. Once more, a migraine arose, making Ventress want to groan in annoyance. Yet her physical contact with Mantis made that rather hard for it to take root properly. The girl's giddiness and joy were overriding any negativity she was feeling, and even when she pushed her hand off, the feeling remained. Music, huh? Wes mused aloud. Sure, why not, sounds like fun. You're agreeing to this? Rocket incredulously asked. Aren't you some warrior honor bozo bullcrap like Drax? Mandalorians have many songs, rodent. Jern tersely said. Music exists in all cultures, in case you forgot. What you even play? Baze couldn't help but ask. Duh, Earth music, Quill said with an obviously tone. Listening to it on the radio is one thing, but hearing it live? That's what life is all about. Plus we can make money off it by charging attendance. Sold, was all Rocket said in response to such an idea. Are you really doing this? Fennec drably asked. You do know what the galaxy is going through right now, right? Music always has a place in the universe, Chloe dramatically said, spinning about at a surprising amount of speed to point at her in an over-the-top pose. And we shall be the ones to deliver. Hell yeah, Peter proclaimed. Oh boy, Gamera murmured, shaking her head at her boyfriend's antics. The Force hates me, Usage mumbled into her hands. Hey Baldy, you do know we've been dealing with him longer than you have. Rocket deadpanned. You don't get to complain. If he's my brother, I have every right to complain. Ventress spat back, comically twitching. Whatever the case, leave me out of this. Your loss. Chloe waved off. She'll come around, Quill confidently said. Everyone always does in the end. The Dathomirian, finally losing the happy high from Mantis, only leaned her head back, closing her eyes in dread. Force please, Master Dooku, get me out of here, she groaned in thought. Even you, Vectivus. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 89, Divided Attention. Things have been rather interesting as of late for the Jedi Order and their Avenger allies. So much has come to their attention to consider that they're at an odd moment right now. A moment of brief peace. It feels like there is a bit of a grace period with the recent ceasefire between the Republic and the Sith. Gives everyone some breathing room for a change. A means of having better time and effort in taking out their common enemy, i.e. Ultron. On top of all that, there is the underlying hope that the Avengers hope to make contact and reunite with their Earthbound comrades soon. Thor would have gone back by this point had it not been for Heimdall having been draining himself considerably with these constant trips between here and Earth. They were curious as to the status of their friends and allies on their progress with that Infinity Gate they have back home. Hopefully, they can get a status report in the coming months, if they were lucky, weeks or days. Yet not everything can work out as intended, as there's bound to always have something happening. Primarily, the insurgent responses from many systems and individuals to the upcoming ceasefire between the Republic and the Cis. One of which pertained to a certain droid general with a propensity for killing Jedi. Through some sources and channels, General Grievous has been reported to be traveling to the planet Nelvon, deep in the Outer Rim territories as of late. As usual, if defeating and capturing Grievous occurs, the galactic war may end to a degree. Would be near definite if it weren't for Ultron. But at the very least, a step towards the lessening of hostilities between the two warring factions that started the conflict. One could only hope. However, with the ceasefire, trying to capture Grievous may cause issues and unsettle the Cis, reigniting the civil conflict. Nevertheless, this reconnaissance mission is something that may be detrimental to them. Seeing if there are some nefarious plans Dooku and his people are working on under the table. On the Venator Star Destroyer called the Negotiator, Obi-Wan Kenobi was overseeing things through one of the windows. Around him was the ever-faithful 212th Corps, the loyal clones of the Jedi General diligent in their duties. Sir. The skin shows no enemy forces in the area. Reported a nearby clone pilot, making Obi-Wan frown at this. You're sure? Yes, sir. Just strange geothermal readings in Sector 8. Rubbing his beard in thought, Kenobi turned to Commander Cody who stood next to him, helmet off. The two shared a silent conversation with one another before both nodded, the commander slipping on his helmet. We'll check it out. The Jedi General declared that he and his second-in-command exited the bridge of the Venator. Minutes passed on by when he and many other clones made their landing on the planet's surface. It was rather cold with fresh snow littering the Earth. The troopers and the Jedi Master were walking through it. Their movements were a tad slow, courtesy of them walking through 6 inches of snow. TWIP. One, however, didn't go through this little trouble. Swinging and leaping through the trees, Spider-Man was scouting ahead. His suit was a stark contrast with the winter atmosphere all around. Yet with the lack of sunlight and coloring in the environment, it would be hard to blend in unless he fully called out his symbiote suit. With this mission, he was the only Avenger available to accompany Obi-Wan. In fact, it was only the two of them. The reason being that this was a simple reconnaissance mission, meant to only check and confirm if Grievous was indeed here and if not, whichever splinter separatist element remains in operation, not adhering to the call for a ceasefire. Still feels strange with no one else helping us out here, thought the wallcrawler. Though I'm feeling something else while here. There was this bizarre sense he was feeling while being on this planet. He didn't know why, but the Queen's native had this unexplainable sensation of reunion or something remotely close. He landed on a tree trunk, not that high above the other clones and Obi-Wan. He glanced down at them, seeing several of them shiver despite their armor being made to resist such temperatures to a degree. You guys all right? Peter asked from his perch. We should be asking you that. How are you not cold? Waxer asked the webhead, the Avenger patting his spider emblem. Built-in heaters. Parker cheerfully said. Cool, right. Despite his black suit being on him, his normal outfit and its functions were all operating as per usual with no signs of malfunction. The symbiote didn't enhance the workings of his other suit, just his powers directly. And the black suit? Boyle came up from the side of his fellow ARC trooper. You never really explained to us what it is. Well. Peter held up his hand, looking at the shifting, living organism that has bonded with him as it seeped out of his typical red and blue outfit to reveal itself. It's not hostile. And it's making me faster, stronger and all that. So, it's not bad. You don't sound too certain. Waxer pointed out. Spider-Man shrugged. Hey, it hasn't hurt anyone and has helped me out a lot. If anything happens, I can deal with it. If you say so, Peter. The ARC trooper with the small Twi'lek tattoo on his helmet remarked. After what happened with the second invasion of Geonosis, the clones and Jedi have been wary of parasites. The implications of them being how the Genosians easily retook their planet the first time to their attempt to infest many clone squadrons for a potential swift end of the Civil War. Though this symbiote isn't parasitic with what it's done to the young Avenger, it was still something many were wary of, not that Peter could blame them. They continued on their trek through this planet, occasionally encountering the wildlife now and then, but none of the locals nor any battle droids or bloodthirsty general. Either this planet is inhabited or some commotion seemed to happen nearby, causing some clones to react. It was soon wasted, seeing some small critters coming out of the bushes and running elsewhere. And moments later, some avians followed suit from the higher areas. I don't think they're lethal, Peter said with a small laugh, Boyle grumbling under his breath with Waxer chuckling at the expense of his brother. Obi-Wan, all the while, kept his senses sharp, soon feeling something amiss. He saw a number of other small critters make noises, quickly fleeing the area. Sir. Cody spoke up, sensing his general's discomfort. Is something wrong? Something's startling these creatures, said the Jedi Master. And it's not us. Peter, do you have anything? Waxer asks, seeing the webhead swing up to the top of a tree. My senses are tingling. You're what? Yeah, could have worded that better, Peter said self-deprecatingly. All my senses are going off. Especially my sixth dash. Gruoar. Heads whipped around to the source of the beastly bellow. Whoa Nelly! Spider-Man exclaimed, jumping back from what came charging out at them. Crashing through the trees was this behemoth of a creature. Large tusks jetting upward from its lower jaw. Many horns along its face, particularly the snout. Its blue hide seemed fatty, yet thick. And its yellow eyes showed the anger it bore as it began stampeding all over. Practically made others wonder how they didn't hear this sooner. The clones began firing at them until several were unfortunately crushed by one of the large feet of the beast. No! Spider-Man yelled out in horror, firing multiple web lines at the clones and pulling them all away to safety. He then leapt into action, delivering a powerful spinning kick that sent the behemoth crashing down to the ground in a heap. Without missing a beat, Spider-Man began jumping around rapidly, throwing several discs that were web grenades with additional webbing from his wrists adding to the substance. It soon encases the monster in its entirety, with even its mouth being muzzled. The nose remained open allowing it to breathe, yet it struggled, all the same, to get free. Is everyone all right? Peter asked, landing on the ground. There were some murmurs and grumbles, but a majority were alive and well. Nice response, kid. Cody praised. That could have gone a lot worse. Spider-Man only nodded when they heard additional movement. Everyone tensed up, ready for whatever may be coming next after that last beast. Coming from the Treeline, the Jedi, Avenger, and clones were met with an assembly of people, wearing indigenous attire and particularly large masks. Seems we finally found the locals. One of them came out of the assembled crowd, revealing it was a young teenage boy wielding a spear. He growled as he thrusted the spear into the snow and yelled in his native tongue. As this went on, some of these people pulled off their masks, showing their unpleasant looks, all aimed right at Spider-Man. I don't think you should have done that. I didn't kill it, Peter argued, looking at the struggling behemoth trying to free itself from his webs. I know, but they appear to be rather crossed with you. Yeah, well, tough for them. Peter snipped irritably. A few good men died 'cause of this big jerk. Kenobi couldn't really refute that. He was glad the casualties were at a minimum, but still, he would have preferred it where none of his men perished. Next thing either of them knew, both were riding on these giant yak-type beasts as they were making their way to the nearby village of the locals. Their settlement was built alongside a cliffside, sheltering their homes from the winter snow. Getting deeper into the village, the young Avenger was quick to notice something in particular. Obi-Wan. Yes, Peter. I know. There are only women and children. Being led into some hut, Parker and Kenobi were seated in front of a bonfire with two of their escorts conversing with what appeared to be the village elder. As the women were conversing with the elder, Peter felt a tad agitated for some reason. It might be the factor of him not knowing what they were talking about or something with the odd heat in the hut. It seems you've interrupted the boy's rite of passage, or test. Peter gave his mentor a look. How do you know what they're saying? When you travel the galaxy as long as I have, you tend to learn a few things. The Jedi and Avenger stayed quiet as the natives kept conversing. At one point, Kenobi began talking, translating what he can make out of the dialect. Something plagues their land. Champion after champion has been sent out. Yet none have returned. They were choosing another one when you intervened. Talk about poor timing. Soon enough, the village elder began to speak, raspy as it is. The Jedi scrunched his face a little. I'm not sure if I've heard this right. It seems you have to journey into fire. Peter blinked in confusion. What? I think he means that you now have to do this task in their stead now. This caused the Queen's native to drop his jaw. What? Peter said with his jaw dropping. But why me? You did interfere. Kenobi airily said. Aw come on, that's bull and you know it. That monster was gonna kill us. How is that interfering? Responsibility. The Jedi cheekily retorted, grinning at the flat look he got from the young teen. Do not pull that card right now. That doesn't count in this situation. Humph. Peter crossed his arms, cheeks puffed up and shoulders raised, much to the amusement of Obi-Wan. I should never have told you that. But you did. Pulling out a bag from his robes, the village elder pulled out certain powders and tossed them into the bonfire as he spoke. What's he saying? They're summoning the spirit of the fire. The mother weeps, she is sick. Our warriors have failed. Failed to heal the mother. Into the never-ending winter, a stranger comes. But tell us why he has come. What is his purpose? More powder was tossed into the bonfire. And from the added mixture, more smoke emits into the tent. Thankfully, the smoke was able to escape through the opening up top or else it would be too hard to breathe in here. Yet the smoke from the fire formed some sort of creature. It was hard to make out at first. But at one point, the elder stopped talking as both he and the escorts looked towards Peter's chest as they resumed speaking, but in unison. They're saying, an avenging spider. Avenging spider. Peter parroted. So, are they seeing me? Prophecy is often a fickle thing to understand. Obi-Wan pointed out. But this seems a bit clear. Maybe too clear. Peter was feeling rather lost on how this oddly escalated in such a way. And, now what? What am I supposed to do? I believe you must undergo their ritual that was meant for one of their own. Combating their weird animal thing, ain't it? Oh, it was. But I'm referring to another one. Soon enough, Peter was bare-chested, revealing his upper body to the freezing elements. Even his mask was taken off. Why do I need my shirt off? Peter asked, shivering from the cold. It's part of their ritual. Does it have to be so? The teen couldn't finish the question as the elder of the tribe came up to him with wriggling critters in hand. He spoke in his native tongue, his tone sounding apologetic. He says this may hurt a bit. Peter looked a bit disgusted. Yeah, leeches. I wouldn't say leeches dash. They look like M to me, Obi-Wan. The Jedi sighed. All right, leeches. They'll mark you. As this was said, the village elder tossed the leeches onto Peter. Several more followed as they began moving about over his exposed flesh. Oh great, my first tattoo. Not just that, but a large one at that. Hooray for me. God, if Aunt May were to see this, she'd faint. If Ahsoka and Barriss witnessed this, they'd find it rather appealing for some reason. Wait, why would I think they'd like that? He thought, trying to distract himself from the itching pain he was feeling. After minutes upon minutes, his upper body was covered in a large blue tattoo. Inspecting himself, he saw it oddly looked like an intricate tribal web design. And while he couldn't see it, some marks appeared on his face to finish things off. Is this really necessary? Peter asked, fingers trailing over the blue markings. It's part of their ritual. You must be respectful. The Jedi Master plainly said. Peter rolled his eyes as he slipped back on the rest of his hero attire to help deal with the cold and elements. Oddly enough, the symbiote didn't seem to help relieve him of the itching pain he underwent. Made him a bit curious. So what must I do now? You must follow the wind, for it is the mother's cry. Travel her tears, they are frozen with fear. Enter the mother's mouth, to awaken her inner flame. A thought then occurred to the Avenger, one that seemed to have been completely ignored. Wait, Peter waved his hands about. Look, I get helping these people and all with, whatever this is, but don't we have something else to do? Aren't we here for Grievous, and if there's any more separatist stuff we gotta take care of? This feels like a serious distraction. Perhaps, but at the same time, Kenobi frowned in thought. The Force, there is something here, a tainting of the natural order that must be corrected. And I believe it starts with helping this village. Much as he wanted to argue against it when he took the moment to see the state that the people of Nelvon were in, any pretenses of going against this melted away. These people needed help now. And even with the war still raging on despite a coming ceasefire, there were many that still needed aid to just get by in everyday life. That's why Peter became a hero in the first place. To help those who can't get it immediately or when they needed it most. With a reluctant sigh, he turned to the Jedi General. Do I have to do this alone? Obi-Wan simply nodded, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. Sadly, you do. Peter let out an exasperated sigh. At least do me a favor and keep searching for Grievous while I'm gone. Don't forget, Peter, I am the general here. Kenobi refuted with false seriousness, before chuckling with his pseudo-protege. May the Force be with you. With a nod, Spider-Man took a mighty leap and plummeted off the ledge before firing off a webline. Time passed as the young Avenger was doing all he could to navigate to someplace. All that he could do was follow the vague directions for this apparent quest of his. You must follow the wind, for it is the mother's cry. Peter recalled in thought. Well, the blizzard is clearly this, hopefully. Traversing through a snowstorm was not something Peter was enjoying. He was thankful his suit was helping him deal with the cold. He didn't have to fight against the wind but follow it. Travel her tears, they are frozen with fear. Spider-Man recalled next, once coming across the frozen rivers. They were good paths to follow. But walking across them was a bit hazardous if they weren't thick enough. And they led to a mountain range. Enter the mother's mouth to awake her inner flame. Getting closer to the mountains, Peter found a cave that seemed to be brightened from within, which was an indication of where he needed to go next, given there was nothing else after. Traversing through the cave system was alright in some sense. Yet he didn't know which pathway led to a dead end or somewhere else. He did jump back a few times when some natural air vents went off, letting loose blasts of steam. Walking forward, Peter paused at a sudden sensation washing over him. He couldn't quite explain, but... Is this you? Spider-Man held his hand up, the symbiote shifting about with an unspoken voice that confirmed his suspicions. What are you, my spider sense? Parker frowned, closing his eyes to concentrate on his sixth sense. There was something strange about it and, was it, pointing him to go somewhere? What did you do? Peter found himself asking, not in an accusatory fashion, simply being curious. This was different, to say the least, but also natural, somehow. Though the symbiote didn't speak, per se, what it did was convey its response in a manner only Peter was able to understand. It took what was already there, waiting to be tapped into, and simply sped up the process. And right now, his enhanced spider sense was pointing him down a cavern that went deeper into the mountain. Reaching a certain point in the cave system, Peter halted when he saw very old cave paintings lining the walls. They looked very similar to the local inhabitants of this planet, both the wildlife and the indigenous people. Within the area, a mist lay over the ground until it began to move. The steam around him began to burst all around rapidly. As things were settling, did something occur? It might have been some weird supernatural trick or the weird splitting sensation in his head, but he was beginning to see something, a vision. Life was normal and tranquil for the people of this planet. There was not a care of the world, aside from the usual conflicts and issues. This all changed when something fell from the sky and struck the earth. One of the villagers went to check it out. Finding the crash site, the villager found what appeared to be a dark black meteorite. As he grew too curious on the inspection, did he not notice something seep out of it and latch onto him, which gained his attention. He grew frantic and tried to pry the substance off, even as it appeared to swallow him whole. It wasn't long before the villager calmed down and saw he wasn't harmed at all. In fact, he felt stronger and faster than before. From what Peter could see in the vision, the villager was wearing a black suit. Returning to the village, the man thought things would be all right, despite the new addition to his person. Yet issues arose with dangerous animals wandering into the vicinity, and he was quick to act in defending his people. The villager became a hero, more so when he kept defending them left and right from predators to rival tribes coming into their territory. He was praised and loved for his actions. But the worship slowly got into the man's head, making him believe with his suit, he'd be unstoppable. His arrogance slowly gets the better of him, having him push all of his loved ones away through his actions. And as time went on, many believed the warrior was becoming a monster with how he started to act and how dangerous he became throughout various fights. No one knew how this may end. On how the warrior could be defeated, or at the very least changed for the better. This all came to a head when he showed up. A man from the sky appeared one day. He was powerful and dangerous. Seeing the depictions of this heavenly being, Peter knew this was the son of the Mortis Celestials. The son killed the villagers of many settlements, seeking out what he was here for in the first place. It wasn't long before the warrior clad in black came forth on the apparent summons. Him trying to rectify some wrongs with his actions. And from there, they met in combat. The battle seemed long, but it was rather short in actuality. The warrior wasn't as skilled and enhanced as he would have thought, even with his gift from the stars. And in truth, the sun was merely testing him, seeing his worth. Soon enough, the dark celestial pried the dark suit from the dying villager and departed from this world to parts unknown. Despite his actions of saving his people, the warrior in black would be described as a cautionary tale with one's strength and being humble. Despite trying to become a hero, he fell from grace due to his actions. Him not having proper guidance to know how to be responsible with his gifts. Because of this, so many lives were lost and affected as a result. As the vision ended, Peter found himself back in the cave system. He didn't realize it, but he was on the floor right now, his arms propping him up whilst breathing heavily. What? Spider-Man was unable to make heads or tails of what he saw other than one thing. The sun. He came to this planet at one point millennia ago and did unspeakable acts of evil and VVVVVVV. What relative silence that surrounded him before was now replaced with unnatural sounds. Sounds which came from large machinery. It broke the teen out from his thoughts on what he saw and turned his attention to where these sounds were coming from. Traversing through the tunnels, the young Avenger came into a large cavern opening where he found a massive sphere-like machine in the distance. To him, it was very similar to the Technodrome. Above it was a litany of floors that reached towards the ceiling which weren't natural at all. Seems I found the separatist base here. He muttered to himself. Wonder if I can get in touch with the others. Hey, Karen, do you read me? I read you, Peter, what is it you need? Can you get in touch with Obi-Wan and the 212? I have been attempting to do so, yet I'm detecting various jamming arrays from the facility. Any attempts of contacting our allies will be wasted until those are taken care of. Have you tried working around it? I have, but have yet to find success. Whatever they're using to keep themselves hidden is preventing me from working around their jams. Ain't that annoying? He grumbled. Shaking his head, Spider-Man soon took off. With a few web swings and leaps, the young Avenger got to the facility levels up above in record time. Didn't hurt as he crawled his way up with little to no issue at all. Once at the closest level, he checked his surroundings and went on a sprint toward the nearest form of cover. Peter was thankful the droids never bothered to look up toward the ceiling. This made his sneaking around easier as he ascended the levels. However, there were a few close calls, given he was swiftly going through the place without stopping. Brain modulations aren't fully integrated or tested yet. Specimen control cannot be guaranteed. Peter's head tilted slightly to the sound of the voice. Looking toward the general direction of the conversation, Spider-Man spotted a pair of Skakoan scientists walking through the corridor with a pair of battle droids flanking them. No matter. Grievous grows impatient, especially with recent events. We must deliver the prototypes. But we're just not ready. A timid Skakoan argued. The lead one appeared to be unperturbed by such reservations. Our concerns are of little consequence to General Grievous. Begin the final phase and bring the last specimen forward. I will perform the procedure myself. Yes, sir. Seeing them leave, Peter released his hold from the ceiling and dropped. What are they up to? He questioned aloud. When he made a turn in a dark hallway, he nearly came face to face with a glass tube chamber holding a hulkish blob-looking creature. What the dash? Taking a closer look, the young Avenger soon took notice of several discernible features about the creature. Before long, he came to a startling discovery. A Nelvan warrior. Peter said in shock, placing a hand on the container. What did they do to you? Taking a sideways glance, he saw this one warrior wasn't alone. The entire hallway was composed of captured Nelvan warriors inside of these glass tubes. Not only were they being mutated and disfigured, but they were being cybernetically altered. How long has this been going on? He asks himself, disgust welling up within him. Has to be prior to Ultron's horrific experiments, 'cause I don't know if these guys took inspiration from him on this happening here. Passing by each container, Peter soon realized these separatists were making super soldiers in order to change the tide of some future battles. However, this was a mixed bag. Whatever thoughts Peter bore came to a halt when seeing the apparent procedure soon occurring in another room. Various battle droids stood guard as a normal-looking Nelvan warrior was strapped inside a containment unit. A green liquid rapidly filled up the glass tube. Once it was completely filled, the native of this world was getting electrocuted. White eye lenses widened before dangerously narrowing. Not on my watch. He growled out, having his symbiote suit form and cover him. Leaping into action, Spider-Man crashed into the battle droids and began tearing them apart. After breaking several of them by hand, black tendrils shot out of his back to form the long spider legs. Each swiftly pierced and wrecked the droids as they came rushing in. Up above in the observation room, the scientists from the Techno Union were surprised and startled by the unexpected arrival. They watched as the young Avenger tore into the containment unit, liberating the Nelvan warrior trapped inside with the green liquid rapidly spilling out. I gotcha. Peter assured the warrior, whose body was slightly deformed from the procedure. The Nelvan was slightly taller now with some blubbering muscle added to his physique, yet nothing as drastic as his brethren in the tubes. Whatever tattoos he bore were no longer present. The warrior gave the Avenger an appreciated nod as he was being taken out of the restraints. The pair were unaware of the med scientists observing them from their lab. Not really on the Nelvan, but on the rescuer. What the dash? Who is that? That attire? The Spider-Man of the Avengers. Unleash the specimens. The lead Techno Union scientist ordered, alarming several of his subordinates. But they're not ready. I said unleash them. One of the Skakoan scientists reluctantly complied with the request, having every specimen come out of their containment units. Attack. The lead Skakoan yelled into the speaker system. Attack the interloper. Hearing this command, the altered warriors marched forward to take care of the intruder. Once the last battle droid was destroyed, Peter's senses flared. Whipping his head to the side, he saw a doorway open up to reveal the controlled Nelvans approaching. Wait. I'm here to help. You've changed, you're not yourselves. Pleaded the wall crawler as he began backing away. Those sick bastards changed you. Please, I don't want to fight you. The mutated Nelvan warriors only roared in response, charging to attack the superhero and the slightly altered warrior. Switching from offensive to defensive, Peter was leaping, flipping, and diving away from the blaster fire aimed right at him. Despite these warriors being enemies, he didn't want to live with the guilt of harming these poor, tortured and mind-controlled people. The only way he could take care of them was by immobilizing them. Swinging and leaping all over, Peter fired off a litany of webbing at the altered Nelvans. Some instances were more effective than others. Said moments needed stronger stuff to have them no longer harm him and his temporary ally. Come on guys. You are Nelvon warriors. You gotta stop and control yourselves. Yelled out Spider-Man. Fight it, please. His pleas were ignored as the young Avenger kept doing his best to immobilize them. Through this conflict, the slightly altered Nelvon grabbed hold of the harness of one of his fellow warriors and pried it off. This got the mind-controlled fighter to roar out of pain and agony before collapsing onto the ground. He turned to the Avenger, calling out to him in his native language. Peter turned to him, seeing the warrior holding up the harness that was removed from the heavily mutated Nelvon. Witnessing the present factor, the altered warrior was no longer hostile. Thanks. Peter said in response, instantly getting what was being told to him. Spider-Man began destroying the harnesses the Nelvon warriors were wearing. One by one, the control devices were being severed in the process. Either by his own hands or through the symbiote's tendrils. Once all of the present opposition no longer attacked them, Peter saw every warrior stand around in confusion. Them rubbing their heads, relieving themselves of the pain they once endured. From there, the young Earther saw the slightly altered Nelvon speaking to his fellow people. Despite not knowing what the Nelvon warrior was saying, he understood the context of the speech. Him rallying his people and fellow warriors to liberate the others to take down this facility. With the altered Nelvons going elsewhere to cause mayhem on their oppressors, the one Peter saved approached him. Yeah? What's up? The slightly altered warrior pointed to a contraption in the distance. Looking over, Peter saw an energy chamber surrounding some sort of object as it was hanging idly from the top of the facility. Sparks were emanating from it and were all by its lonesome for some reason. Right. I'll go check that out. With that said, the slightly mutated Nelvon warrior took off to join his brethren in liberating the others. I have no idea what he just said. He muttered to himself. Gotta find a console and figure out what these guys were really doing here. Didn't take long for him to find a good computer system and hack his way through it. With his skills, he was able to get the general gist of what this facility was doing to the planet. How eco-friendly it was in making such weather conditions worse than naturally intended. Time to do my part and fix the planet, he said, leaving the console and heading right to the central power generator. Along the way, he could practically hear the Nelvon warriors rampaging through the facility, tearing battle droids apart with their bare hands, and freeing their comrades from captivity. And through this liberation, the Skakoan scientists were fleeing for their lives. The Avenger would join them, but they can take care of themselves for the time being. Reaching the highest level of this hidden facility, Peter took a mighty leap and plummeted to the central power generator. Once close enough, he fired a webline, swinging around the pole, landed and performed a recovery roll on the metallic shielding above the initial power generator. Making another webline along an opening, he slid upside down and looked at what was initially affecting the planet. That is quite the big kyber crystal. He knew these crystals were used to power lightsabers and sometimes other machinery, the latter sometimes used for stereotypical nefarious means. Okay, that last bit was just something that popped up for exaggerated purposes, but with what Ultron apparently did with the crystals he took as of late, the ideas were endless. What he was seeing right now, behind the electrified barrier, was a kyber crystal the size of his hand. Poking and prodding the barrier, Spider-Man hissed a little from what he was feeling. Karen, is there any way to bypass this? I'm not able to breach the system, Peter. It's self-propelling once the generator is activated. What needs to be done is physically prying it out. It's gonna be painful, isn't it? Excruciating. I am sorry. Don't be. The young Avenger flexed his left hand, having his fingers rub against each other in a slightly nervous manner with what he was about to do. Be sure to back yourself up or something. Not waiting for a response and reaching out, Peter made contact with the energy barrier and instantly gave out a stinging yell. The pain was indeed painful. The electric shocks going through his one limb were agonizing as he got further in. The wiring for his one suit was instantly fried from his present actions as the power the kyber crystal gave out to the energy barrier overloaded his systems. With the bond he shared with the symbiote, it was far worse. The Earth teen could practically hear the alien suit hiss and wail out of utter agony. If he wasn't entirely focused on obtaining the crystal, Peter would have seen the excess amount of the symbiote flail out of control while trying to maintain consciousness. Gritting his teeth, Peter kept reaching forward before his left hand grasped the kyber crystal. He pulled back hard to get the crystal out of the barrier and kept his hold of it, despite his arm shaking like crazy. His limb bore a lot of electrical burns, given his initial suit was torn up from his recent action. The symbiote was slow to cover up the limb and slowed down the shaking he was experiencing. Suffice to say, what occurred wasn't as bad as him being beaten up by Ultron. At the very least he wasn't gonna try and break the crystal. That would be stupid. It might blow and rip apart his hand if he did so. Wonder why I thought of that, was the thought. Pocketing the large kyber crystal, Peter swung away as the facility began blowing itself up. Wow, talk about a failure protocol. With the generator for the facility no longer operational, the effects it was causing on the environment were swiftly noticeable. The snowstorm ceased, the ice-covered rivers began to crack and warmth slowly returned as the clouds parted. Making his way out of the facility by reaching the exposed cracks to the surface, Peter saw the Nelvon warriors attacking the Skakoan ship stationed here. The natives were quick in apprehending the retreating scientists. And one by one, the Nelvon warriors began prying off the robotic attachments from their bodies. It was painful but necessary to be normal in a sense. With a pained smile, Spider-Man approached the mutated natives. Time passed as the environment of Nelvon was slowly returning to normal. At the one settlement, Obi-Wan was waiting patiently for Peter's return. He felt the shift in the weather was his doing but wondered what exactly had occurred. He tried contacting him throughout his absence, but there was some form of interference and complications. All he could do was wait and hope things would turn out all right. Taking a walk through the settlement, the Jedi Master heard a commotion among the locals. He looked over and spotted something in the distance alongside everyone else. On the horizon, he saw a great number of individuals walking toward them. Eventually, Kenobi saw Peter at the front and took notice he looked rather ragged given part of his red and blue outfit was torn up with the symbiote forming some sort of cast on his left arm. Before long, the Jedi saw who was flanking the young Earther. And like the Nelvon villagers, Kenobi was surprised to see the mutated and mutilated warriors. It was hard to watch for Peter and Obi-Wan. All these men were finally returning home and none of their loved ones were stepping forward to greet them. They were scared and disturbed by who was before them. And the mutated warriors were feeling it. Then something unexpected happened. A child stepped forward and came to one of them. Silence surrounded the area before the child spoke. From what Peter could perhaps tell, the child was saying father in their native language to the warrior. Just like that, the tense atmosphere began dissolving once the father embraced his child. From there, the floodgates opened as the mothers rushed forward to find and embrace their husbands with the other children coming to their respective fathers. The sight melted the hearts of the Avenger and Jedi, yet they couldn't deny the lingering anger and remorse at what the men of the tribe had been forcibly transformed into. Some time passed for the off-worlders as they were awaiting their transport to arrive and pick them up. As this went on, the pair conversed with Peter retelling what occurred during his time away. Near the end, he handed Kenobi the large kyber crystal he procured from the Separatist facility, much to the Jedi's appreciation. "You've done a great thing for these people," says Obi-Wan, giving his pseudo-Padawan a smile. "Well done, Peter." The young Avenger was quiet for a time, observing what he could with the villagers. "Do you think they can be fixed? Changed back to the way they once were?" "I am uncertain, nor can I be definitive. Even if they were to be changed back, the scars aren't just limited to the physical. What matters is that as long as each of them is willing to accept themselves, then things will heal much easier." Peter could only nod as he and Obi-Wan were seeing the mutated warriors try to adjust to their new way of life. "But tell me more of your experience in the cave." "Not much, I think. I merely got a vision. One showing the sun came to this planet years ago, probably before he and the others were forced to stay at Mortis." Peter then patted the symbiote suit occupying his left arm. "And this guy found his way here back then before the sun took it for some reason." He then looked to his mentor. "I wasn't the only person to have warned this guy. One of the warriors here was a host and things didn't turn out well in the end, all due to him being consumed with power and not listening to others when needed." Obi-Wan could only nod, digesting these bits of information. Peter, the most difficult trial a Jedi must face is to look inside oneself. This applies to anyone. Often we see things we don't like. But these aspects are not set in stone. It is our decisions that shape our destinies. A nod was all Kenobi received as their transport finally came to the edge of the village. With a parting wave, the two humans left Nelvon to return to Coruscant. Scene cut. It has been a long time, hasn't it? Since it was just the two of us simply talking. Heh, yeah, you're right. Been so caught up with everything else I never even realized it. Palpatine simply chuckled, reaching forward to pat the young Jedi on the back. I am glad you had time in your busy schedule to stop by and see an old friend. These bones aren't getting any younger. And you're not getting any free time. Anakin Skywalker shot back with his usual smirk. The Chancellor's expression became one that was far more sullen now. Yes, that has become a luxury seldom afforded to just about anyone in the galaxy now, hasn't it? The war with the Separatists was one matter, but Ultron changed things. Anakin released a sigh, running a hand down his face. That's all everyone's been thinking about, and I don't blame them. The Jedi Knight looked disgruntled. Have you heard about the Citadel? The secret Dark Lord of the Sith put on a false look of pure disgust. Dreadful, he shook his head, hand over his heart. Positively dreadful. To think that droid, no, that monster is doing this to the clones and the Jedi and other innocent civilians. Skywalker had a disturbed look in his eyes. This is just . Now it was Palpatine that interrupted him, placing a hand on his shoulder and shaking his head. My boy, that vile being will be brought down. The man put on a fierce expression of determination. But that is not why I wished to speak with you. I simply wished to see how my friend is doing in the midst of this respite we so rarely are afforded now. Anakin found himself blinking at this before his face morphed into that of appreciation. Yet in the eyes of Palpatine, he saw it. It was subtle, barely noticeable if not an outright mirage, but to someone like him, a Sith Lord who prides himself on reading people, he could see and feel it. The influence, the sway he once held over Skywalker had been slipping, and now he was seeing it. Where once Anakin seemingly found comfort with him and only him save for his secret wife Padme Amidala, now, there was something else that was playing a larger role in the Jedi's life. One that had overshadowed him in a short span of time. A group that some would deem that is composed of some of the most remarkable people in the galaxy. The Avengers. They've changed the very foundation of this galaxy to a drastic degree, and above all else, changed the complexion of Sidious's plans. Both in terms of the 1,000-year revenge implemented by Darth Bane and by their interference in swaying the Chosen One to the dark side. Just thinking about these meddlers, these insects coming in to interfere with everything Sidious had been working towards, was beyond infuriating. The rage he felt every time he thought about them only increased tenfold, and it is now at an unquantifiable level after seeing Anakin today. The Sith Lord saw it immediately. The posture, the tilt in his voice, the confidence and comfortability he now possessed. For years, Sidious was always able to sense the tension, frustration, and litany of other emotions that were buried deep within the boy. The ambition, the want, the arrogance, the confidence, all of it that always either had to be kept in check or outright buried due to the dogmatic doctrine of the Jedi Order. So much just waiting to explode out from him. And he festered and nurtured these feelings. Where the Jedi told him to keep his ego in check, to be mindful of his emotions, Palpatine always sought to encourage everything he felt. There was nothing wrong with what he wanted to be, to accomplish, and that the Jedi simply viewed him with a jealous lens. He had built such a trust with the boy that in one of their many private moments together, the Chosen One revealed something truly shocking. The death of his mother at the hands of a village of Tusken raiders, leading to his slaughtering of them all. Coincidentally, it occurred shortly before the first battle of Geonosis. On the surface, Sheev Palpatine played the facade of the kind old man who spoke candidly and carefully to assure the man that what he did wasn't out of the ordinary and that he should hold no real shame in it. As for the inside, the sadistic glee Sidious experienced was nothing short of euphoric. In his eyes, this was the long-awaited first step the Chosen One needed into being molded into Darth Sidious' ideal apprentice. The one who would finally enact the revenge of the Sith and exterminate the village once and for all. And with the advent of the war, Palpatine was self-assured that by the time of its conclusion, Anakin would willingly take that step. But now things were different. Anakin was different. And once more, it all goes back to those blasted Avengers. Since their arrival, they have been unknowingly undoing the millennia-long plan of the Sith by simply being as they are. Being the disgusting heroes that they paraded themselves to be. When learning of the Sith Order and becoming the Dark Lord, there had never been a group he had despised more than the Jedi. Weak-minded and weak-willed fools who had the power of the universe at their fingertips, yet they choose this self-righteous path of service to others rather than to themselves. That was until meeting Earth's mightiest heroes. Never before had Sidious experienced such vitriolic rage in his life than he did after every single thing these bastards did. Befriending the Jedi, clones and well-known senators, influencing many that they knew quite considerably, throwing themselves into a war, not of their own, and displaying heroism that even the Jedi had a hard time matching. And then there were their powers. If Sidious were to equate his hatred to the Jedi, it would be that of a flowing river. With the Avengers, the only proper comparison was a raging ocean entering into a force storm. Their powers were godlike, quite literally, for one of their members being a god of thunder. Each and every one of them, even without an enhanced power, displayed abilities that matched any and all Jedi that has come before them. And they use it to help people. To protect and save them when they're too weak to even be considered to be saved. It made Sidious almost vomit at the thought. The Jedi were one thing, but the Avengers using their powers for others and not themselves was the biggest insult a Sith like Sidious could experience. With the powers they had, the galaxy would have fallen to its knees in an instant. It could have all been theirs for the taking. Yet they had noble hearts. Disgusting was Palpatine's thoughts on the matter, the word constantly coming to mind whenever the notion of those Earth freaks came up. All that power wasted on the insignificant specks on the everyday person. And once again, the Dark Lord found himself in a mental spiral of everything that was coming undone before him. Anakin had inadvertently become distant from him, with there actually being an awkward start to their conversation since they haven't spoken in so long. The Jedi, whom he would usually see on a consistent basis, came only once or twice a week now. Grand Master Yoda, who at one point spoke with him almost as frequently as Anakin, had not spoken with Palpatine in over 2 months. Dooku had been acting more aloof in how he addressed him, and his suspicions on the Count began to rise. Not that he never held any before, viewing the apprentice to a Sith Lord with a skewed eye was common practice in the Order. Only now, it was becoming more noticeable. Then there was Krennic, who no longer communicated with him, and Sidious didn't understand or know why. He had already tried reaching out to him on numerous occasions only to be met with static. And finally, Ultron. The pure, unadulterated hatred the Dark Lord possessed for him couldn't be properly articulated. So much so that he, Chancellor. The Sith's thoughts were cut off by the sound of Anakin's voice piercing through them. Palpatine jolted from where he stood, seeing a concerned look of Skywalker. "Pardon?" Sheev managed out. "I asked if you were all right." Anakin stressed out. "You suddenly stopped talking and then you just froze up and, you looked angry. Like really angry." Palpatine had to curse at himself for letting such a thing slip, brief as it was. Thankfully, years of political training allowed the Chancellor from Naboo to regain himself and answer smoothly. "I'm sorry you had to see that side of me, Anakin," he said with an apologetic smile. "I had thought that part of me had long since left my person through years of discipline and dedication. Just, the recent issues with the galaxy's mutual and shared enemy have truly got under my skin, more than I would ever imagine." Before responding, Anakin paused as he scrunched his face up in thought. That was strange. What was that just now? Something felt really off about the Chancellor. Was he? Nah, he was probably just imagining things. The Chosen One gave him a sympathetic smile, one Palpatine couldn't really recall ever getting such a thing. "I don't fault you for that, Chancellor. What everyone has been going through, it hasn't been easy. And it probably won't get any easier for a while." Palpatine released a mirthful chuckle, shaking his head. "Any words of Jedi wisdom you have to share, my boy?" "Endure," Anakin said with a shrug. "And make sure everyone is working together. This can't be done alone. Ultron wants to rip us apart. It's our job that he fails, and that's how we'll bring him down." Sheev shook his head with a false smile. So simple, yet perhaps that's what's needed at times. Nothing needlessly complicated. I try. Anakin said with a faux smarmy grin. The Chancellor chortled, shaking his head, patting the Jedi on the back. Don't let me keep you any further then, Anakin. We have this moment's respite, best use it before things inevitably fall into further madness. It's said how much that doesn't bother me. Anakin admitted with a heavy sigh, moving to leave the office. It just pisses me off. Palpatine stared at the back of the Chosen One, raising a brow at the odd statement until chalking it up to more Earth-based lingo from the Avengers. Now he was glowering at Skywalker when... Hold the phone. What was that just now? Something peculiar caught his attention when sensing the Jedi Knight. Even if Anakin had a light shining brightly from within, it was beginning to cast a rather dark shadow. Blinking, Palpatine saw the shadow Skywalker casts was large and intimidating for some apparent reason. He was sure he wasn't seeing things. In the briefest of moments, he swore he heard something amiss as he stared at the shadow longer than he should. And with Anakin's departure, the feeling was no longer around. That dark pressure that was here vanished as quickly as it came up. Curious. Sheev mutters, taking a seat at his desk, placing his hands together. Very curious. The Sith Lord was deep in thought once more, going over everything that is coming fairly soon. The ceasefire between the Republic and Separatist armies. Ultron. The Avengers. The state of the galaxy and force itself. Everything was out of balance in the eyes of the Chancellor. He also needs to get in touch with the other projects he had planned going around. Ones he's been working hard in the background for his future plans for the galaxy. Some of which he had to rework, due to Ultron's meddling. And that started with his agent in the Outer Rim. Why wasn't Krennic answering his summons? He's been trying to reach him for 2 months now. Either he's long dead, due to his long-term mission, or something else is afoot. Hopefully the former, resulting in having one less issue to deal with. Elsewhere in the Senate building, while one Sith Lord brooded and contemplated his plans, one senator was meeting with a speedster and a recently returned webhead. He had reached out to them in regard to his defensive recruitment bill and the standard armor that is to be distributed. Now one might ask, why would these two Avengers known for wearing skin-tight outfits have any hand in armor for soldiers? Well, that would be because they had been the ones who came to Cham Syndulla when he was in the middle of developing the law and offered their services in designing the armor for the future soldiers of the GAR. Thrown off by this initially, the Twi'lek senator was unsure as to why they would do such a thing, calling them out on this being a rather odd proposal. Both Avengers promised the man that their suggestions would not only be great but the standard bearer for the armor that the common Republic civilians would soon be wearing as soldiers. And now was the time to show the fruits of their labors. With Captain Keeley in tow, the 4 men stood within the office of Senator Syndulla as they went over the armor of the Grand Army of the Republic. I do admit, Peter, the designs for these armors are sound. Cham praised, looking at the schematics of the baseline armor that the pair had thought of together. Yeah, real nice work here, boys. Keeley approvingly said, examining several armor pieces that would be worn by the average trooper. When the senator for Relith got the offer from the 2 Avengers on designing the armor for the first wave of conscripts, volunteers, and draftees for the new defensive recruitment bill, he was unsure of this. Not that he didn't trust the 2 men, far from it, but designing armor for soldiers felt like something out of their forte. Yet what they just presented to him was nothing short of a stellar design, capable of being outfitted onto just about anyone who may wear it. Helmets would need obvious alterations depending on the species, but as a whole, the armor design was sound. Easy to put on, customizable in every sense of the word, quick to produce and improve on. Spider-Man and Quicksilver really knocked it out of the park here. With how these are made, we can start getting these made by month's end. Cham said with a grin. Peter, I don't know how to thank you both. Daw shucks, Senator, you're gonna make us blush. Peter bashfully said. Just make sure that our patents and trademarks are there. Maximoff said in overdramatic seriousness, pointing at the senator. I want to make sure that I'm as rich as can be so I can rub my credits in Stark's face. What? Ignore him, he's just joking around. Parker said. We're just real glad you guys took our suggestions. We have other ideas in mind for later. I'm real interested in what else you will produce. Cham freely admitted, looking back to admire Peter and Pietro's work. Quicksilver grinned at this, turning to Peter and the pair high-fived, exclaiming Halo. Triumphantly. Sindola turned to them, brow raised. Clearly we're missing something. Don't worry about it. Just know we know what we'll be going for next. Parker said with a wide grin. Consider me hooked then. Keeley said, heartily slapping the fastest Avenger on the back. The superhero pair departed after a few minutes, showcasing their designs a bit more until they were walking down the corridor ecstatically. I can't believe they bought it. Peter proclaimed, repeatedly pumping his fist in victory. We made Halo a reality. Can you believe that? Oh, this is a great victory for nerds the universe over. Got that right. Spidey jovially said, rearing his hand back again for another emphatic high five with the silver-haired Avenger. The pair were chattering excitedly for a few minutes, not noticing a blue-skinned senator coming up to them, an amused expression present. Her gaze was focused solely on the older of the two, the man walking arm in arm with Peter as the pair spoke of their future ideas from their favorite sci-fi franchises they hoped to make a reality in this galaxy. It wasn't long before the two Avengers took notice of her. Pietro's expression brightened even more than it already was, separating himself from his fellow Avenger to sweep his girlfriend into a spinning hug. Ro. He happily said, grinning at her with Chuchi giggling at his gesture. You seem to be in a good mood. Hell yeah we are. Pietro declared. Peter and I just met with Sindola and Keeley about the armor plans for the defense bill that we offered and they loved it. I didn't know you could design armor, Pietro. Peter shrugged. We had some help. It was mostly pulling the concepts from memory. Nope, all us. Maximoff boasted. Everything was our idea cause anything on Earth that doesn't exist here is fair game with no threat of copyright. Right. Seeing her boyfriend here, a certain thought popped up. Something which she had wanted to discuss for a while now. Pietro, can we talk? Her demeanor shifted now into a more serious, albeit nervous one. The Sokovian blinked, sensing her changed mood yet complying all the same with Chuchi's request. Parting ways from Parker, he followed after her, going in the direction of her office. What's up? He asked during their walk until they reached the front of her office door. It opened up for the two yet Chuchi bit her lip nervously, face away from her boyfriend, shaking her head before pulling her boyfriend inside. He said nothing, simply waiting for her to speak first. The speedster watched as his girl paced about her office with a clear sign of anxiousness until she finally spoke. Pietro. Her voice was low. What are we? Maximoff blinked upon hearing this, tilting his head considerably. What? He asked in bewildered uncertainty. What do you mean? What kind of question is that? Chuchi wrung her hands nervously, looking a bit conflicted as she tilted her head down to prevent him from meeting her gaze. Us. Our relationship. She elaborated, gesturing to herself and him. This only served to confuse the superhero more. All right, Ro. He patiently said. What brought this on? What's eating it yeah? I've been thinking a lot lately and you mentioned how the means by which you reconnect to your home world draws near end. She hesitated, looking down with a conflicted look. Pietro, would you leave me? The speedster's eyes widened, his jaw dropping at such a question with him immediately zipping around to stand in front of her in response. Whoa. He said aloud, putting his hands on her shoulders. Chuchi, baby, what in the world brought this on? Why would you ask or even think of such a thing? How could you even ask that? You know I love you, right? You're my girl, how can you even think that? It's not that. I'm scared, Pietro. Chuchi hugged her small frame, trembling slightly. Scared about everything that's happening and I guess. I just wanna know there's at least one thing in my life right now that's still good. That isn't stressful or dash. She was abruptly cut off by Pietro pulling her in for a loving kiss that cast away her worries for the moment. The Pantoran melted into the kiss, wrapping her arms tightly around her boyfriend, moaning almost desperately. He pulled back after a few breathless moments, panting slightly with a roguish grin in place at the sight of her blush. "Better?" he quietly asked, Ro biting her lip and looking up at him that only caused to stir his wanting emotions for her more intensely. She moved her hands around for them to rest on his chest and she leaned forward with Pietro holding her close. He gave her a reassuring hug, whispering into her ear. "Ro, you're the only girlfriend I've ever had. You're the best thing I've ever gotten in my life and I wouldn't want to end it on a whim. Hell, I'd be a fool to leave you." And Pietro wouldn't say it out loud, but Wanda would probably kill him if he were to do such a thing. Ro giggled tearfully, burying her face into his chest. "I know things are crazy right now, God knows when they aren't." He said that last bit to himself. "But you don't ever have to worry about us going downhill. Rough patches, sure, no couple's perfect but I'll always want to be only with you. You're the love of my life, Chuchi. There's no one in this universe I'd rather be with. And, if I were pregnant." Chuchi was almost inaudible but he heard her all the same. "What would you do?" A metaphorical record player in his head let out a massive screech when this was said. He practically pulled away from her to look at her directly with disbelief on his features. What was that last part?" he said with a slight squeak in his voice. Are you? Are you really?" "It was a false alarm," she said quickly, looking like she regretted saying that. "Was just feeling stressed, I guess. I had some symptoms that could be equated to it but I did that to myself. They checked me over 3 times to be sure." At that, Pietro released a breath and appeared to deflate, certainly surprising the Pantoran senator. She looked intently at him before blinking in realization. "Wait," she squeezed his hands lightly. "Are you disappointed?" "Well, kinda but also not really," Pietro earnestly said. "As much as I'd like to be a father, I'd rather do it when there are fewer issues going around. Preferably without a war and genocidal AI running around. Lets us have a better focus on raising the little tyke." Chuchi was pleasantly stunned, to say the least. This was the last kind of response she had expected to hear from him and to see this response. "You do know that even with time, that's a luxury few would ever get. Call it a stereotype and be romantic, depending on how typical a reaction may be. But I do mean what I say in this as I'd take responsibility in helping raise the baby. I'd take responsibility." Ro parroted, lightly nudging him. "What, you're gonna raise our kid all by yourself?" "I am amazing enough to do so," Pietro said in faux smugness, getting flicked in the head in response, the speedster laughing at the gesture. He hefted her up, loving her surprised eep that turned into laughter as he twirled her around. Setting her down, the pair held each other in an embrace, their forehead leaning on one another. "So if we were to have one, well, I guess I'd have to speed up my marriage proposal." Ro went bug-eyed, blushing heavily, blabbering out an incoherent string of sounds until she managed to find her voice again. "My marriage proposal? If we're gonna have a kid, we should do it proper, right? Husband and wife, that sort of jam." Chuchi shook her head, feeling like she would be steaming by this point. "No, it's not. I appreciate that part. It's just, you wanted to marry me." "Wanted is a past tense thing, Ro," Pietro said with a loving smile. "I do, right now, really." Ro now felt as though her head was spinning but she focused on the last tidbit. Right now. She wanted to make sure she didn't hear things, seeing him nod. "What's stopping you?" "A lot, really," he freely admitted. "Ultron, the war, getting home, and that's just the surface level stuff. But I just need to get back home first and take care of something important." When that's all said and done, he wrapped his arms around her waist, kissing her briefly. "I'll come right to ya. I don't care what you're doing, who you're with or where you are. And I'll be on my knee, looking up at the best girl I'll ever have in my life, asking her to consider spending her life with the most reckless Avenger." Chuchi giggled at this proclamation, knowing her boyfriend all too well to know that this isn't a boast. Likely, this may be a possibility in the future. That made her pause. The future. A future with Pietro Maximoff as his wife and him as her husband. To one day be called Ro Maximoff. That does have a nice ring to it. were Chuchi's thoughts as she pulled Pietro down for a loving kiss, the two remaining in her office for the remainder of the day. Scene cut. At the Jedi Temple, Ahsoka and Barriss were in the former's room with the latter laying atop her as the pair shared the Togrutta's bed. Barriss had her forehead leaning onto Ahsoka's cheek, eyes closed with a content air radiating off her, something her girlfriend picked up on through the Force. Tano snuggled in closer, hugging her lover close, pecking her forehead as they resumed their peaceful moment. Though it had only been a week, the Force bond the two shared had become far stronger than either could have even imagined. The bond they shared was always there, having been forged since the start of their friendship, only really properly forming after their time on Geonosis. After Ultron's attack and the Battle of Jabiim, the Force bond was all but cemented and a connection was always shared between the two. It only strengthened as time went on, but after last week, after finally becoming lovers with each other and Peter, the bond they shared deepened to a degree they didn't think possible. For the past few days, whenever the pair spent time together, be it through meditation and sparring, there was a natural flow they shared, knowing what both would do and it becoming a dance. When they spent time together, there was a feeling of serenity as they simply enjoyed each other's presence. And when they got intimate, the bond was like that of a raging supernova. It felt as though every cell in their bodies were alight with flames and connected in every possible aspect. This was only heightened when it was the two of them with Peter. Though the girls weren't sure what it was, there was something about their boyfriend that was really starting to confuse them. It wasn't anything bad, none of that, it's just ever since he came to the galaxy, he always felt like an odd outlier within the Avengers. They were all void from the Force for the most part save for a few exceptions. Vision for the Mind Stone, Wanda, and Pietro due to their connection from said yellow rock, T'Challa strangely enough, and he chalked it up to the connection those of royal blood have with his culture's astral plane, and Thor because he's a literal god. Which was why Spider-Man was an oddity. He has a presence within the Force just not one any Jedi or Force user had ever encountered. It was bizarre really, and something that the pair along with even Obi-Wan at several points investigated. This became especially prominent after their time on Mortis, they just haven't had much time to properly delve into this unusual anomaly. But right now, they just wanted to have this moment to themselves as it was their first in the entire day. For most of it, they've been feeling a sense of unease. They were aware of Peter having been sent out on a small recon mission with Master Kenobi to inspect a planet that had insurgent separatist activity. But by this point in the war, even a simple recon op could escalate into a desperate life-or-death situation. Not that it wasn't before, but the feeling and possibility have simply escalated. And it's not like they didn't have any faith in their boyfriend. He's been put through tougher situations than a simple patrol and reconnaissance mission with Master Kenobi. But the feeling still remained. A feeling they knew they had to learn to come to grips with. The worry and concern for each other's safety have always been a present thing, but it tends to grow once becoming lovers. In the midst of their moment of silence between them, they failed to hear the window to Ahsoka's room being opened up and crawled in the teen of their affections. Upon seeing his girlfriends, a wide, loving smile bloomed as he moved over to the pair. "Just the gals I wanted to see," he softly said, alerting the two to his presence. Seeing Peter here made the two Padawans brighten. "Peter," Barriss softly said, sitting up with Ahsoka, the duo being embraced by their boyfriend. "Hello, Snips," he said before claiming Ahsoka's lips for a brief peck. Breaking away, he gave a cheeky grin to Barriss. "Hello, nurse." "Peter," the Miri Allen Padawan said with a smile before kissing her male lover. "Hey, Tiger," Ahsoka greeted him in turn once he broke away from their girlfriend. "Did you miss us?" "How could I not?" One may wonder about the nicknames these three share on a more personal level. Snips was already present, given that Anakin gave her this nickname. And while she originally hated it in the past, out of sheer annoyance, she grew used to it and accepted it. But when the Mortis situation came about, Ahsoka seemed to like the idea of her boyfriend and girlfriend calling her this. Tiger was something that felt oddly random. Ahsoka didn't know where it came from, as Peter didn't associate with tigers in the first place. Webed was one idea that came to mind as an option, but it felt more towards friends with some villain back talk. As for Nurse, it seemed to work quite well with Barriss. Her being a healer and her desire for such a trait was well known through a number of the Jedi Order. It can be used for passing between them and no one would bat an eye. Of course, for the more flirtatious feel, Peter blamed it on when he was a kid, recalling an animated nurse that was far too promiscuous looking for a kids show that he grew up on. When did you come back? A while ago. Had to go to the Senate building to help out with something before coming back. And the mission, how was it? Their boyfriend released a tired sigh, sitting down to tell them everything that happened while on Nelvon. Meeting the locals there, learning of their plight, going on a journey to assist them, learning of the separatist presence and what they did to the males of the tribe of the Nelvon. Sometimes I really don't want us to make peace with the separatists. Ahsoka bitterly said, completely disgusted by what she just heard. Barriss was simply disturbed by what she heard, leaning on Peter's shoulder when she noticed something about his left arm. She gently took hold of it and held it up slightly, fingers trailing over the wounds. Your arm dash. A result of prying the kyber crystal out of the facility's main generator. Peter explained, placing his hand over hers. I submerged in Bacta tank water to help out on the healing. Better that than waiting for a day or two. Barriss frowned at that and without missing a beat, held up her hand, letting the force flow out from her and into Peter. Whatever markings or leftover injuries remained vanished in a number of moments. Peter looked on in wonder, Ahsoka smiling at the gesture. That's never not cool to look at. Parker said, taking Uffy's hand into his. God, I love you too. I feel spoiled right now. Well, we wish to be spoiled too. Ahsoka said, leaning down to rest her head on his lap. We demand to be serenaded. Peter was quick to play along with her demand, bowing his head in his best impression of a butler. What is thy bidding, lady to know? She grinned at his voice, silently gesturing her finger in a come here motion. He bent his head down, Ahsoka reaching up to place her hand behind his head and pulled him to her, locking lips with him in an upside-down position. She let out a small moan of satisfaction, the two separating a moment later. I think that's an adequate start. Ahsoka chipperly said before glancing elsewhere. What do you think, Barriss? Barriss only hummed aloud, leaning down to capture Tano's lips before doing the same to Peter a few seconds later. A good start. Uffy remarked. You two are incorrigible. Peter commented with an amused shake of his head. You know you love it. Ahsoka cheekily said. I'd be branded a liar if I said I didn't. Was his response, wrapping one arm around Barriss whilst the other took one of Ahsoka's hands. The contact remained as he leaned back and took Barriss with him to lay down on the bed. They remained this way for a time, basking in the moment with each other until it was interrupted by the strangest of beings. Abruptly, the symbiote appeared around Peter's chest and from what the webhead felt, it was almost as if it just woke up from a nap. Hey there, Peter greeted with a bemused expression. Something wrong? His two girlfriends had sat up at the abrupt appearance of the symbiote, looking at it with a degree of reservation. You know, we still haven't exactly figured out just what this slime is supposed to be. Ahsoka pointed out, cautiously leaning forward to better look at the black glob with white eyes resting in Peter's hand. Peter hummed aloud, lifting his hand slightly. We know it's called a symbiote, thanks to the sun. It enhances its partner to some capacity. There are bound to be drawbacks, I reckon. Like I felt excruciating pain back on the Nelvon separatist facility when pulling out that kyber crystal from its force field. Normally it would be what comes to mind, but it just felt utterly worse. What? Barriss quietly said. You didn't mention this. Sorry. Peter gave her a strained smile. Just wasn't the first thing on my mind after what I saw. But you don't need to worry, I'm fine now. The Mirialan Padawan frowned at this, gently pushing against him. Just don't forget next time. I know how you and Ahsoka can get reckless. Hey, I'm not that bad. Ahsoka complained, cheeks puffed out. Ahsoka, I love you with all my heart and soul, but we both know who you've gotten a lot of your reckless tendencies. Uffy admonished knowingly. Well, how else am I supposed to keep up with Master Skywalker? She rhetorically asked with a pout. Barriss only shook her head, reaching forward to rest her hand on Ahsoka's cheek. Out of the three of us, someone has to be the mature one. Hey. Both Peter and Ahsoka said at the same time, eliciting a laugh from their Mirialan girlfriend. It was then that they heard an unusual warble, causing them to freeze up as the sound came from seemingly nowhere. One of them was about to ask what that was until they felt movement coming from Peter. It was the symbiote, and rather than spreading itself to its usual full-body suit of the webhead, instead, the black substance was moving down his right arm. Bewildered and intrigued all the same, Peter held his hand forward, watching the symbiote wrap around his palm and took the shape of a bulbous head. White lines came together to then form white lens eyes, akin to the ones on his mask. "Well," Peter said in quiet awe. "It's never done this before. This is a first for you?" Ahsoka asked with equal intrigue. The Queen's native nodded, bringing his hand closer, squinting his eyes at the symbiote. Adorably, its white lens eyes mimicked Peter's facial expression, even angling its head in the same manner as him. The teen laughed slightly at this, finding the action to be rather adorable, a sentiment shared with him by his girlfriends. "So do you have any idea what it wants?" Ahsoka curiously asked, leaning her chin on Peter's shoulder. The symbiote that rested in Peter's hand abruptly nudged itself forward, making Peter, and in turn, his girlfriends pause to look down at it. They saw the black slime bobbing its head continuously in the direction of the Togruta. She noticed this, becoming perplexed as she was a bit nervous now. "What's it doing?" Barriss curiously asked. Peter wasn't entirely sure, but he was able to pick up on its want and intention. It seemed to wish to interact with Ahsoka, and Spider-Man gave the Padawan a look that was a silent statement of, "I think he wants to say hi." Apprehensive but equally as curious, Ahsoka held out her hand, watching as the symbiote's head tilted at this, having several tendrils come out from its body and directed them to her. Reaching the tips of her fingers, the Togruta shivered slightly at the tendrils probing her fingertips before it slowly moved over from Peter's hand over to hers. It rested there for a time, the white lens that was its eyes looking up at hers. Honestly, it kinda looked adorable. A moment later, it wrapped itself around her hand and then passed up her arm and then down to her chest. She shivered for some moments, due to the crawling feeling going everywhere, inspecting every part of her, making her blush before reaching her head. She was uncertain as to what it was doing, but she knew it wasn't hostile. There was a feeling the slime gave off that displayed it wasn't doing this with the intent of harming Ahsoka. It wanted to know her. And when it reached her head, it spread itself atop her forehead and expanded into 2 circles on either side of her head. The last thing the Padawan and her 2 lovers expected was the symbiote to release a calming hum that seemingly vibrated down to Ahsoka's core. It was, actually pleasant, as she felt a connection of some kind clicking into place. The Togruta found herself exhaling in a satisfied fashion, allowing the pleasing sensation to wash over her. Then, the symbiote flattened itself and began spreading all over her body. She let out an embarrassed eep as now it was moving over to cover her entirely. And in this process, as it started to connect with her senses, Ahsoka unintentionally emits a pleasant moan, but it was mostly mistaken as perhaps something unpleasant due to things shifting for her. Moments passed before the black substance formed a bodysuit around the Togruta. "Wow!" Peter couldn't help but utter out, eyes widening at the sight of the changed Padawan. "Ahsoka," Barriss tentatively said. "Are you alright?" Her fellow Padawan didn't respond at first, taking a moment to inspect herself. "Yeah, it's just. This feels so weird," says Ahsoka, turning around at every angle to get a more proper look at her body. From Peter and Barriss' perspective, Ahsoka's bodysuit was reminiscent of the former's when it fully encompasses him. The spider insignia present on the chest and back portions with the subtle webbing design on several locations along with the eye lenses. What was different, however, was the white markings on her flesh were copied over onto the black suit and were visible. The same seemed to occur with her Leku markings. And whatever marks were on her chest were melded with the insignia for a unique appearance. The symbiote adjusted itself to better reflect the Togruta Padawan, who was feeling unusual right now. "I didn't even think it would do that," Peter commented, going over to her with Barriss. "How do you feel?" "Really? I dunno," Ahsoka admitted, flexing her fingers experimentally. "This is one of the strangest things I've ever experienced, and I kinda like it." Her mask retracted and it actually made her boyfriend and girlfriend pause. Ahsoka looked healthier somehow. Her skin pigmentation actually looked as though it had a glow to her. She was also sporting a blush right now, delicately running her right hand over her left arm. I wanna say this is freaky but it's real natural, actually. The Togruta Padawan commented. Is this how it usually feels for you, Peter? The Queen's native could only shrug. Wouldn't really know. Just felt natural for me. Ahsoka rolled her eyes. Well duh, that's what I said too, dummy. She jumped up and down slightly, feeling the symbiote moving and adjusting as she did so, and it was starting to feel really good. Why did she also smell something extremely enticing? This scent. She glanced over at Peter and that enticing feeling only intensified. What she didn't notice was her Mary Allen girlfriend approaching her, a tentative hand outstretched until she gently trailed her fingertips over her arm. Ahsoka shivered at her touch, turning to face Barriss, who held a look of concentration. That turned to surprise abruptly as the symbiote now latched onto her. It slowly removed itself from Tino and jumped into the surprised hands of Barriss, who certainly wasn't expecting this. The symbiote's white eyes returned, the slime gazing at the Padawan in wonder before it flattened itself on her hand. Barriss was startled by this but recovered a second later, and she too was treated to the same inspection that it gave to Ahsoka. The feeling was small once making proper contact. Making the connection for the coming bond, which she was quick to accept. This all led to the over-encompassing feeling happening like wildfire as it began to spread. The sensations happening all at once. The Mary Allen had lost focus on her surroundings and was more attentive inwardly. By the time she regained her senses, Barriss had begun registering and vocalizing her thoughts. Not as disturbing as I would have thought. What were you thinking about? The time with the Genosian worm. Barriss shivered at the memory, shaking her head at that. Hard not to. But right now, this feels pleasant, I think. Yeah, it really was. Ahsoka unabashedly admitted, her skin still tingling from the experience. Barriss had the same treatment as her girlfriend. Same kind of appearance as the spider logo and web theme. There were even the diamond freckle markings that were naturally on her face were oddly present on her mask. There were other ones which appeared on her arms and chest to adjust some of the arachnid designs. However, what was more interesting about her rendition of her attire was the hood, as it was reminiscent of what she previously wore in the past. And on top of this feature was rather interesting, as the hood was long and tattered in a sense, with a white border on the outside with the web design more present on the inside. The Mary Allen Padawan traced her hands over her body, feeling the extra silky layer. She let out pleasant hums as she unintentionally moved her body in a sensual manner. So much so it made her partners shift in place due to them feeling uncomfortable, in a good way. In fact, I feel so good and fantastic, moaned Barriss. It's like I'm on fire. Didn't recall feeling that way when I was wearing it, said Ahsoka, a bit befuddled by Barriss' choices of words. That sounded so unlike her. Seriously, how her girlfriend just said that was something she didn't expect from her. Seems you're more confident now than before, noted Peter. Guess the symbiote really agrees with you. Yes, and Barriss blushed, a small smile appearing once her symbiote mask receded as she hugged herself in a small swoon. It feels like you're both holding me. Like your arms are around me right now, and I love it. Oh, so it's trying to steal our thunder, huh? Peter spoke up in faux offense, walking forward and pulling Barriss into an embrace, the Padawan giggling at the gesture. Oh, bold aren't you? She lightly teased. Ahsoka couldn't help but laugh slightly. Where's this coming from? I think it's the suit, Barriss murmured, placing a hand on her chest. I feel so, it's just dash. Yeah, I know what you mean, Peter said with a knowing smile. I've felt the same sometimes. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. I don't think you do. Not all of it, just yet. The Mary Allen soon grasped the sides of Peter's head and brought him into a searing kiss. He was briefly surprised by the action but accepted it. What he didn't expect was her practically shoving her tongue into his mouth right away, battling him for dominance. And what neither of them knew but Ahsoka witnessed was Barriss was curling up against Peter, wrapping all limbs around him as the symbiote was shifting about both partners. To have called this a kiss would have been a grave inaccuracy, for this was more akin to a predator trying to devour their innocent prey. Although this was rather strange to witness, given the stark contrast with Barris being the one to enact this. Breaking away from Peter, Barris giggled when seeing Peter's flushed face. "Okay, I clearly got the idea now," he said before looking over to Ahsoka. "Do you dash?" The human didn't get a clear response as Barris unclung from him and latched onto the Togruta via a leaping tackle. Ahsoka, once balancing herself, got the same treatment as him moments ago, which in turn got Peter to see how enthusiastic the Mary Allen was about the whole thing. And it wasn't long before Ahsoka reciprocated the motions as she was moving her hands all over her girlfriend. They both emit moans and groans in the process while heavily petting each other. And Ahsoka, while being honest to herself, she was feeling rather excited doing this. It feels like a drug or drink she needs more from the source. Not long afterward, once the two pulled away, there was an odd hum that emanated from Barris yet was not her own. It was the symbiote making a pleased sound as the bodysuit Barris had retracted to her right shoulder. Once there, it jumped back onto Peter, the black suit forming around him once more, and the Avenger felt the satisfaction it held in bonding with Ahsoka and Barris. "I don't know if this symbiote will be the death of us with this pleasant high I'm getting from you of all people." No longer wearing the black suit, Barris was quick to return to her usual calm, serene and more reserved self. With the symbiote back on Peter, the boy wondered about the girls and why the suit took a cosmetic change for the both of them. While similar in the overall theme, there were obvious differences. Probably reflected the host to a degree, yet it was clear that he as Spider-Man was its base. Huh. Peter thought, eyes glancing over Barris briefly. "What's with that posture?" Barris stood a bit more, pronounced, if one can use that, to her stance. It was an odd thing to notice with her, but it felt different suddenly. And it wasn't just her, but Ahsoka as well. Whereas it was noticeable with the Mary Allen, the Togruta in the room had a subtle one while it was hidden underneath her embarrassment with what happened earlier. It was shortly after his bit of pondering did he inhale sharply, registering something new with the alien symbiote. There was a new addition that he was picking up on, and was it a scent? Yes, it was no, there were two scents now. Two different scents invaded his senses and he soaked it all in. Taking in a deep breath, he processed these new scents, and after a few seconds, the two images of Barris and Ahsoka popped into his mind. These were their scents. Peter's eyes widened upon finally realizing what the symbiote had done. The alien being had bonded with his two girlfriends, to some unknown capacity, marking them whilst also copying their scents and assimilating them into its own. He didn't need to verbalize his question as to why the symbiote detected this query, as it responded with one simple word: mates. The young Avenger's face was as red as a tomato upon hearing this, and the powerful dual scent of his two girlfriends didn't help him in getting himself under control. He really needed something to distract him right now, cause he was about 10 seconds away from pouncing on an unsuspecting pair of Padawans, consequences be damned. Thankfully, that came in the form of LAAT gunships flying by from above and the familiar voices of Commanders Thayer and Thorn chiming in from Peter's comlink. Thank God for small miracles, he thought, once climbing out of the window and web-slinging away. Scene cut. Stress. This was a word that is thrown about inconsistently and at times, unsuitably depending on the context. Being late for, say, a doctor's appointment, contingent on what the health issue in question might be, can be construed more as a small annoyance than full-on stress. Being stuck in traffic just grates on the nerves more than being stressed. Dealing with the result of a war stemmed from decades of tension, trying to make peace, end it quickly while also making sure the people were accounted for, balancing a secret marriage, and you get the idea. Stress defined the life of one Padme Amidala at this moment in her life, as it did many close to her. The advent of the Clone Wars was something Padme had been at the epicenter of, quite literally being present for the Battle of Geonosis that kicked off the war. She had hoped the galaxy would never have fallen into such a state after nearly 1,000 years with no large-scale galactic war being waged in between that time. There was a small hope that maybe, just maybe, peace could be achieved in spite of the war kicking off. Of course, that was a tall task to be sure, one that she knew would take a good amount of time and progress to achieve. And achieve it she did, though, obviously, in a way that she found to be less than ideal. A ceasefire between the two factions in hopes of surviving long enough to take out an even scarier threat in the form of Ultron. It was great that they weren't fighting each other. It's just that it was a simple, let's focus on taking out this enemy before we may likely resume trying to kill one another. Less than ideal. But this wasn't the first uphill battle Padme had faced in her life. Her entire political and personal career was defined by these overwhelming obstacles. In her office at the Senate building, Senator Amidala was going over many data pads sprawled over on her desk. Things have been rather busy for her and many of her fellow colleagues quite recently. In fact, every politician out there in both Republic and separatist space is working overtime. While it may seem like an exaggeration, in comparison with how things were in times of war, the present time wasn't a joke. The bags under her eyes were clear as day for anyone to see, showing the lack of the proper amount of sleep she's been getting on a comfortable bed. And no amount of caffeine and tea is able to properly make things better before she eventually crashes out of exhaustion. Hopefully, I can make enough headway on this before finally going home for the day. Padme let loose a yawn from her lips. I have a date with my mattress to look forward to. Hopefully Anakin will be there to help. Childish such a thought may be, it's a form of luxury for a person such as her. And while it would be nice to relax with Anakin, if he were available, her body greatly desired rest above all else. Her husband has helped her when he was able to, utilizing the Force to allow for easier and quicker rest. When she thought about it, she actually recalled never remembering him using such an ability. As a matter of fact, this came after his time spent on Mortis and a newfound wariness and wisdom with it. She was so absorbed in her work and thoughts, her holo communicator went off, absent-mindedly answering it as she was drinking her soothing beverage whilst moving on to the next data file. It's good you're answering my call. Hearing the familiar voice, Padme nearly choked on her tea, coughing a few times in response. She then looked over, seeing the hollow projection of her old mentor and friend, Mina Bonteri of Onderon. Mina, was the Naboo senator's joyful and surprised response. I didn't expect to get a call from you. Did I call at a bad time? Bonteri asked sympathetically. Not at all. Padme used a handkerchief to dry up the spilled liquid. Forgive me. I've been distracted lately and I'm extremely tired. Haven't felt this way ever since my time in the academy and around the beginning of the Clone Wars. Her old mentor and close friend held a strained, understanding smile. I've had similar experiences, Padme. While it was good to talk to a long-distant friend after quite some time, Padme knew better. I take it this isn't a social call? Amidala said expectantly. The tired sigh Mina released all but confirmed her suspicion. Oh, how I wish it was. What's wrong? Does it have something to do with the separatist parliament? Something more close to home? Bonteri clarified. As you may know that while I am a separatist and serve as Onderon's representative in the parliament, King Dendup remained neutral throughout this war. I respected his decision and never forced or coaxed him to change his views on what side to take part. It's the reason why I have a mixed relationship in our parliament. A change occurred. Padme surmised. We have a new king. Mina stated in a grim tone. This got the Naboo senator to blink in some level of surprise. Has King Ramses Dendup passed away? No, he was deposed and as far as I know, he's under house arrest and silenced. Mina revealed to her former associate. The new king, Sanjay Rash, has changed our system's allegiance. A worried feeling slowly formed in Padme. Is he fully shifting Onderon to the Separatist alliance? I somewhat wish he were. Would make things more manageable. In truth, he's amongst those who are insurrectionists with this latest ceasefire. This made Padme's worry increase. This doesn't sound good at all, said the Naboo senator. From what I know with the ceasefire, both sides are trying to assuage or quell the sectors breaking away so we can be unified to take down Ultron. Multiple Republic fleets have actually been dispatched to separatist systems in case of violence breaking out. Yet not everyone believes as such. Either they are trying to hunker down and hopefully survive Ultron's genocide or side with him out of desperation. Such an idea shocked and disgusted Padme, her facial expression contorting into that of fear and anger. Don't they even know what's even happening with those he's been capturing? She nearly yelled. How he's experimenting on people to become abominations. Bonteri visibly shuddered at that, only hearing the horror stories that Padme relayed to her through those who have bore witness to such atrocities. I can only make assumptions. Can't you do anything about it? Padme inquired, seeing Mina shake her head in response. If I could, I would. However, Sanjay Rash is pulling out several old laws which are making it difficult for me to act and interfere. That's gotta give you quite the headache. Padme muttered. Anything else in particular? Lux is gone. Padme nearly shot up from her chair in alarm. What? How? The distressed look of the mother only served to further worry the Naba senator upon the reveal of where he had gone to. He ran away from home. He's on Onderon right now, helping the rebels try to retake the capital city of Isis. For the briefest of moments, the Republic senator thought Lux was kidnapped or worse, killed. There was some bit of relief that came up for her, but it was squashed down when digesting the last bit of details. He's what? Why would he do such a thing? I can only imagine it's youthful ignorance or possibly something more. You know he idolizes you and everything you've done when you were younger. Please don't tell me he's focusing on my time retaking Naba from the Trade Federation. Not just that. Even when you were a child, the relief missions you went on with your family. Mina had a fond look as she said this, recalling the stories herself when she and Padme first became friends. But now, he has new heroes to aspire to. Peter, Ahsoka, and Barriss have left quite an impression on him. Seeing the actions of the Avengers has only bolstered such beliefs. My son. I don't want to say he is enamored with what they are doing, but he has been watching much of their HoloNet coverage far more often than not. He sees the good they're doing. Their rescue of Jabiim natives sympathetic to the Separatists and what Peter did for us on the orders of that team to put up a safety net from Ultron being unable to hack into our systems has inspired him. He feels that if he has the influence, ability, and simply the will to act, he wishes to do so. Padme was as exasperated as she found herself, ironically flattered and amused. There must be something you could do. Can't you perhaps appease Dooku for possible support? If only that were easy. His influence is already removed from Onderon, making it difficult for him to simply order Sanjay Rash to comply. And if he were to send a droid army, I dread to think of the full implications. Mina bemoaned. Unfortunately, the only way to reclaim Onderon is through armed struggle. But the rebels lack sufficient hardware and supplies. Hearing all this, Padme soon realized what the call was really about. You're asking for my assistance. Mina looked apologetic. Yes. I'm calling in an old favor. And here I thought I was done with those. Padme then glared at her old mentor, playfully. Are you sure you aren't making one up out of desperation? Mina chuckled with a smile on her lips. All right, I'll let this slide this one time. What is it you need from me? With Dooku's hands tied on the matter, I need the Republic's help. A guiding hand to help the resistance group. And I believe outside assistance can be more than welcomed considering the individuality of Onderon practices. Says the Onderon senator. I'll await your response on the matter. With this said, the holo call ended. Silence filled Padme's office, with its lone occupant pondering on the plea for help. Knowing the history of the planet on top of the current state of the galaxy, the only way for things on Onderon to be liberated is to take Sanjay Rash off the throne and reinstate its rightful ruler. And for that to occur, in a better light, the people need to make it so. Not in a means of them being labeled as terrorists, but as an insurgency. With Mina's request, Padme needs to be sure her actions won't spread terror through dangerous possibilities. She can't merely fund the rebels to overthrow a legitimate government, and she is able to tell Mina won't do the same, despite her son being amongst the rebels. A comparison came to mind when thinking about how Cham Syndulla worked with his people retaking Relith. That's it. Padme thought, a smile slowly forming on her lips. The timing couldn't be better. The doors to her office opened and in walked a clone trooper guard, colored not of the Red Coruscant Shock Battalion, but of the Naba Green and Blue. Senator Amidala. Lieutenant Buck. She said in surprise. Something the matter? The clone trooper shook his head at that. No, Senator, just telling you General Syndulla wishes to speak with you. Wow. Padme couldn't help but marvel at this, just having thought of him. By all means, send him in. she graciously said, seeing Lieutenant Buck nod, stepping back outside and signaling Cham Sindola for the go-ahead. The Twi'lek nodded appreciatively, patting the trooper on the shoulder before walking into the office. "Cham." Padme greeted happily. "How are you? To what do I owe the pleasure?" "I hope I'm not disturbing your work, Padme," Cham said, hands together with a small bow. "I know how busy you are right now. I'm just here to ask about the matter of the defense bill in the upcoming vote." "Well," Padme gave a coy look, one eye closed as she looked at the Twi'lek senator. "It's funny you should mention that. An issue has sprung up that I believe needs to be addressed. And it plays into your bill." Sindola frowned at this, now curious. "What seems to be the problem?" "The bill sounds good written down, but people desire actual results before proceeding further," Padme pointed out, Cham silently nodding at this. "And there has been a recent development that just may serve as the perfect means of getting the bill ratified and preparing the influx of draftees, conscripts, and volunteers for the GAR." Now she had the former freedom fighters' full attention, eyes sparking with intrigue. "You have something that can be used." "A recent development came to my attention. The local government are like many other worlds being insurrectionists. However, its people are against this practice and are seeking to liberate their planet from the new regime. A factor many of us have guessed right away." "Which world are you talking about?" "Onderon." "Onderon. Are you familiar with that world?" "Somewhat," Sindola admitted. "I understand it has quite the storied and complicated history with the Republic, if not the galaxy." "You mentioned something about insurrectionists." "Onderon's king, who has been neutral throughout this war, was deposed and replaced with an insurrectionist." From here, Padme told the Twi'lek representative much on the Onderon crisis. How it may be a good opportunity to practice and refine the defense bill before officiating it for voting. Cham stroked his chin, deep in thought on the matter at hand. It was a complicated issue to be certain, but it's in these types of scenarios where opportunities were formed. When he proposed the defensive conscription bill, he did so after deep thought and contemplation. This wasn't a notion he did so haphazardly. During the occupation of Relith, he gained a deep respect, appreciation, and brotherhood with the 71st Legion. He didn't see the clones as the meat droids as some bantha fodder opted to call them, but as men who were very much beings of their own who had died in droves for the people of Relith. The Twi'lek people greatly revere and respect the sacrifices they had made for the planet, and when Cham forwarded the bill, many Twi'leks put their names forward, waiting to be assigned to their legions/battalions/corps when the time came. But as much as his people are warriors in their own right, they don't hold a caliber to the clones. Few groups and armies did, and that was a hurdle that he needed to find a way to overcome with this bill. The conscripts and volunteers are not replacements but supplements to the clone army, and if they were to fight by the side of these brave men, they needed to be up to snuff with them. He knew that the clones would be apprehensive about the idea and that a majority are going along with it simply because the proposition was made by someone well known, liked, and respected by them. Had it been anyone else, they may not have taken to the idea as they did. If it was someone like the fabled Jedi Master Ram Kota, known for his anti-clone trooper attitude, the troops would not have accepted such an offer. "A rather difficult position you've placed me in, Padme. An opportunity such as this is too good to pass up." Cham mused aloud. "From what you've told me, I see that a small number of clones would suffice to get this resistance group up to standards. They will need to be picked carefully then." The Naboo senator concurred. "Perhaps you should speak with Captain Keeley on this matter. I shall see what I can scrounge up on my end." Sindola nodded appreciatively on this until another thought came to mind. What of the Jedi? They need to have an input in this just as much as the clones do. They'll be leading new soldiers after all. Will be quite the conversation to bring up with them, having some tag along to oversee the operation. The Naboo senator had a good, mutual relationship with the Jedi Council. But what she intended on discussing with them may be problematic. They could be fine sending some of their own out, but it depends on the delivery and who is present. And with the current circumstances, say what you will about Onderon, the wider galaxy demanded their attention. But how many would even come? Would anyone even be able to? Cham questioned. Last I heard, A number of them were with their fleets along with the Avengers scattered across the galaxy trying to maintain a semblance of order before the ceasefire can be officially declared. Even then, the Jedi and Avengers can't exactly fight the war for them or else it'll defeat the purpose of getting the bill passed. That was a serious conundrum. Padme hummed a little, thinking of what good Jedi and Avengers are available and can be reached out to. Might have to make some calls. Scene cut. In its earliest ages of civilization, Onderon was a world located in the Inner Rim marked with savage jungles that were filled with dangerous creatures. To survive, the primitive human inhabitants of the planet protected themselves behind the walls of fortified settlements. Over time, these became enormous walled cities, like the planet's capital, Izis. Soon enough, it will be hot and crawling with a rebellion. Coming out of hyperspace, a Republic ship made its way to its destination. On the planetary rotation, it would be nighttime where the drop-off point is located. This is Valkyrie 2929. We're coming up on the drop zone, said the clone pilot, directing his transport to an opening in the deep jungle of Onderon. Slowing down on its descent, the pilot flipped a few switches to get things to go underway. The front entrance opened up, having the majority of the ship's occupants leap out and make their own respective landing strategies. With the last one out and them all on the ground, the Republic craft took off in order to return to Republic space. All the while, the group quickly formed a quick circle, checking for any signs of hostile activity. "We're clear," said one in a hood, pulling it back to reveal Ahsoka Tano. She turned to the rest of the team she arrived with, all of them checking themselves over for their equipment and suit. "So I'm still trying to figure out why we are involved in this," voiced one Scott Lang who looked at the group expectantly. "I mean, not that I'm against it but helping cause a rebellion is a first for me." "We're the only ones on hand, Scott," Hope Van Dyne remarked. "Matt, T'Challa, and Sam can hold down Coruscant while we're gone. We're needed here. Would be so weird if the twins took part in this. Would have made em think too much of Sokovia. Are they not with Captain Rogers right now?" Berisophy inquired, lowering her own hood. "Yeah, last they told us, they found one of Ultron's bases," Spider-Man revealed, causing a noticeable shiver down his Mary Allen girlfriend's spine. "Wanda was getting stir-crazy about not going on a mission since reuniting with us. Cap figured what better way to alleviate that than with her tearing apart more of Ultron's stuff. Good riddance to em," Scott stated, tone uncharacteristically dark though none could blame him. Hope herself held a look of utter contempt at the mere mention of Ultron. "Best not to stick around here," ARC Trooper Echo commented, cutting through their thoughts and conversation. "We're still in unknown territory here. Let's get moving," ARC Trooper 5 stated, gesturing in the direction of the jungle. "These coordinates aren't accurate but they're at least a starting point to go off of." Cut Up and Heavy, along with the rest of the motley crew all nodded in agreement and went off into the trees. Traversing through the dense jungle, the new arrivals did their best to not be spotted when getting to their next destination. Peter and Ahsoka took to the treetops, jumping and swinging about in utter silence. Ant-Man and the Wasp shrank down, the former having called upon an Onderon ant equivalent that conveniently could fly for him. Barris and Domino Squad used their darkened armor as their cover, sticking to the shadows of the jungle as they moved through it. Though they moved with the intent of not being spotted, they were well aware that they were already being watched by natives of the planet. Even in the dead of night, a Republic transport ship was easy to spot. From the underbrush, someone eyed these folks and radioed it in. "I spotted some trespassers," they whispered into the comms. Moments later after this was called in, the jungle got a bit more activity. "Do we have a visual on hostiles?" Heavy inquired, readying his rotator gun. "Not hostiles from what we see," Hope stated, flying from on high. "Forest is rather dense and dark. But we do have company," Scott tacked on, him and Hope moving down to be with the rest. "Hang on guys." Down with those on the ground, they soon realized they were surrounded. They were on guard but waited for whatever was about to appear. Coming out of the foliage, some were approached by someone riding a Delgo, a reptilian mount. "Stay where you are," the person sternly said, revealing themselves slightly to be a woman. Following her, others appeared while also riding Dalgos. "Identify yourselves." "It's all right," Barris calmly said. "We've come to help." "Jedi," said one of the riders, seeing both Barris and Ahsoka who dropped down from on high. Looking over, the ones who ambushed the Republic forces saw Spider-Man hanging upside down on a web line. Following him, Ant-Man and the Wasp grew back to normal size, startling the riders a bit more. It took them a moment, but they all soon recognized who it was that was standing in front of them. The HoloNet showed their actions and exploits every single day. "Avengers," the lead rider said, certainly surprised by their presence. "And what's with all that fancy armor?" asked another rider, gesturing to Domino Squad. "ARC troopers," Cut Up plainly said. "Here to show you all how to wage war and win." The riders looked at each other, well as best they could in the darkness before focusing back at the Republic forces. "I'm Commander Tino, and this is Commander Afi. Meet Peter, Hope, Scott, Heavy, Fives, Echo and Cut Up." The Togruta Padawan listed them all down. "We're here to help you take back your planet." The rider who was the first to be seen by the group approached and spoke to them. "My name is Stila. I'll guide you to our secret base." Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 90, Onderan Incursion. It felt like hours since the Republic forces met with some of the Resistance fighters in the nighttime hours. Them traveling by foot to whatever outpost the rebels were based at. By the time they reached their destination, daybreak seeped across the land. In that time traveling, Stila Guerrera had been silently observing the newcomers. Her eyes first trailed over the ones called the Avengers, and she couldn't help the surreal feeling wash over her when she met some of them. Over the past year now, other than the ongoings of the war that plagued the galaxy, the exploits of a small group of extraordinary beings shot up in interest across the stars. Tales to astonish, as they say, of amazing abilities, skills, and powers unseen by all, where any force that came before them was toppled in an instant. Then Ultron and blah, 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 you know the rest. Regardless, she had seen the powers of Ant-Man and the Wasp along with the web-swinging and wall-tree climbing abilities of Spider-Man. She then took a bit of time to look at the Jedi that had come and, quite frankly, she was slightly underwhelmed. These two girls were teenagers, her age really, and they were the ones sent to help them. Either they were really as exceptional as the stories have said, or someone was blowing smoke up her backside. Yet the ones who held her attention the longest were the clones. They called themselves Advanced Recon Commandos, and given by their armor, equipment, and synchronized movements, it was clear for her to recognize the skills these men possessed. Though she was only now beginning to understand the concept of battle and war, she was intelligent enough to realize that it would be these men who may prove to be the most beneficial to her little rebel group. Hopefully, things can change so we can get better reinforcements than just these people, thought Stila as they drew near the base's entrance. A few Rupiings flew in and landed nearby. One of them landed on top of the entrance to the secret camp with a rider on top. Entering the opened base, the Republic forces saw how lacking everything was. "Well, this is pleasant," Scott awkwardly said, though Hope held no such reservation. "You really aren't doing so well, are you?" she asked Stila, the Onderan native, jutting her chin up before she sighed, shaking her head. "Yeah, things could be better. We're scraping by, but we know it's not enough. That's why we have Domino Squad with us," Ahsoka assured Stila, a confident grin in place. "They're the best squad in the entire army." "Well, I wouldn't call us that," Fives bashfully said. "They're not exactly what we'd call shinnies, but we can work with them," Heavy commented, taking a moment to gauge the Onderonian rebel fighters, who in turn looked at the lot of them with curiosity and wariness. "At least we'll get the experience to teach conscripts," Echo stated, observing the camp, specifically the creatures that were being attended to. The Rupiing that perched on the entrance flew down and landed before the new arrivals. Its rider dismounted and approached them. "Saw," Stila said with a small smile. "Everything all right here?" "Holding down the fort, sis," Saw greeted, matching her smile until he turned to the newcomers. "Whoa, Jedi, clones and Avengers. All coming here to help us out. Can't thank you all enough for coming here." Our responsibility as protectors of this galaxy does not end with just one government. Barris softly said. You needed assistance and we are here to help. Just doing our job. Wasp plainly said, seeing Saw gain a wide grin. I've seen you guys on the HoloNet so many times now. Wonder how you'll do in person. Hopefully we'll live up to those expectations. Is it true one of you guys can grow to the size of a building? Steela abruptly asked, an excited gleam in her eyes. Scott Lang bashfully looked away. Yeah, that was me and I knocked myself out for a week after. I don't think going for that tactic will help us in this instance. Ahsoka said good-naturedly, laughing at Lang's expression. Saw looked emboldened, grin growing in size, punching his hand into his palm. We're looking forward to taking the fight to Rash's forces. Yes. All in good time. Barris patiently said. Saw Gerrera. He introduced himself. He fashions himself as our leader, said Steela, soon punching his arm out of humor. Though no one elected him. The Avengers, clones and Jedi introduced themselves properly a moment later. So, what's our plan then? Saw eagerly asked, Hope Van Dyne raising her hand at that. For the time being, we're in charge and we have a lot to teach you. Wasp pointed out. You're gonna be learning a lot from Domino Squad and we expect you to take in every word they say. They're not the best of the 501st for nothing. We wouldn't say that. An exaggeration. Putting too much on us with that statement, Hope. You kidding? She's right. Don't stroke your ego too much, Heavy. Echo flatly said. First things first. Hope stepped forward. We gotta know what we're dealing with here if we're to help you properly. Steela nodded at this, gesturing towards a set of ruins within the camp. We understand. If you will follow us. Being led to the central part of the base, the Republic forces were soon met with the assembled rebels with a hollow table in the center. Despite the Separatists not having their presence on Onderon, their forces still remain with the droids. They have strength with numbers. It's been the reason why we've been pushed back all this time. Steela explained to the new arrivals. Among other things. Saw said offhandedly. At least we're here to show you how to target and destroy them more effectively. Cut Up stated. Saw, you said something about others. Ahsoka brought up, Steela's brother nodding at this. Were there other natives who support the new king? Or are they something else? What can you tell us about M? Saw frowned in thought, recalling the day the previous king was deposed by the current ruler Rash. They arrived when Rash took over. A means of showing his strength. Don't know how he got M, but either Rash stumbled upon some finances or has a backer supplying these people. Mercenaries? A foreign army. Scott listed off, only earning some shrugs in response. Would have liked to know of this beforehand, but we'll be sure to figure things out as we go. Putting a pin on that for now, let's stick with what we know. Hope said. You're all here to learn how to better yourselves in a fight and in a battle. That includes knowing how to coordinate an attack and how to throw a punch. I'm pretty certain we know how to throw a punch. Saw cockily said, arms crossed. Wasp only raised an eyebrow at that. Do ya now? Well, we'll be testing that theory pretty soon. Seeing as nothing else was to be discussed, Fives stepped forward to address the Onderonian rebels. We'll be showing you the ropes on how the 501st wreck the clankers. But first, we'll need volunteers to carry supplies from our entry point to half-click west. Shouldn't be a problem. The older brother of the Gerrera siblings declared, Steela rolling her eyes at him. Good. Fives approved. Come on, we'll show you a few tricks while we prepare. With the meeting more or less over now, the people dispersed. Throughout most of the discussion, Peter surveyed the crowd and was able to spot a familiar face. It took a moment to realize who it was, due to the change of attire from noble clothing to that of a resistance fighter. With the opportunity now present, a reunion was in order. Luxury. Peter said, throwing his arms out. Good to see ya, buddy. The son of Mina Bontari stepped forward with a chuckle upon seeing the Earth teen. And flanking him were the Padawans he got to know back on Raxus. Likewise, Peter. Lux said with a wide smile. Ahsoka, Barriss, I am happy that you are both here as well. Hey luxury. Ahsoka greeted friendly, Barriss silently nodding at him with a small smile. We're glad to see you're alright. And I am eternally grateful for you three for coming here in Onderon's time of need. Bonteri graciously said. Ah, come on, dude, what are friends for? Peter remarked, lightly clapping Lux's shoulder. We're here for ya, man. You know each other. Came Steela's voice, the Onderonian coming over to them. We met not too long ago on Raxus. Lux explained. They actually came with Aunt Padme from Naboo, and Peter here helped my mother and I and all of the Separatists with a means of keeping Ultron back from taking over our droids and systems. Steela blinked at that, mouth parting slightly. You guys did all that? She asked in slight disbelief. He's over-exaggerating. Peter waved off. But yeah, it's true, he was a helpless puppy and he needed our help. Lux rolled his eyes good-naturedly at the webhead when Ahsoka stepped forward. It was a surprise to hear you decided to come here. I would have thought you'd be with your mother right now. My mother is busy enough as is with the upcoming ceasefire. I felt the need to step up and do my part. Even if it's up close and personal where the action is. Steela walked beside them. Your voice is strong, like hers. Yeah, well, just so ya know, you gave your mom a heart attack, most likely, and she's probably gonna have one every night until you're back. Parker Riley said, seeing Lux visibly cringe at this. I'm not gonna enjoy the reunion, aren't I? No, I do believe you will be met with a proper scolding. Barriss said, a mixture of amused sympathy which only grew with Bonteri's audible groan. A verbal lashing of a lifetime. Peter says out of sympathy. Got plenty of that from my Aunt May. Lux only hung his head in a comedically dramatic way, making the teens around him laugh. Ahsoka then opted to switch topics to a more serious matter. When this world is liberated, what then? Will Onderon join either side? Lux Bonteri held a small contemplative frown as he mulled it over. Even if we do take back Onderon, the fate of this planet may remain unanswered. I'm not fighting for the Republic or the Separatists. I'm not representing my mother. I'm here as a concerned citizen of my home planet. But you do know what's going on with the rest of the galaxy, right? Peter rhetorically asked. This isn't something that's gonna be ignored. I am well aware of that. Lux firmly said. But that is something more in the field of my mother's expertise. My purpose right now is to help Onderon's people about all else. Well, what matters now is, we need each other's help. Ahsoka calmly said. Still walking, something popped in Peter's head. Oh, and before I forget, your mother left you a message. And what would that be? Thwack. Lux practically recoiled from the hit. Did you just smack me across the head? It was the context of the message. Peter elaborated. And it went like this. He pressed on the spider emblem on his chest and a voice recording of Lux's mother was heard by all present. And thank you enough for this. And when you do see my son, tell him I'm worried as I am proud for taking action for the sake of our people. And smack him for good measure for making his mother worry so much. Lux only hung his head, though a smile could be seen as his friends laughed around him. Excuse me, I need to prepare a long-winded apology for my mother. He sheepishly said, walking away from them. Lay it on thick, bud, Peter called out to him. Really make yourself look bad. Bonteri only nodded in a resigned fashion as he kept going, hearing the others laugh. Lux holds a lot of respect for you guys, said Steela, soon walking away from the Republic teens. Let's hope that respect is well-founded. Once everyone was situated and ready, training began for the Onderon rebels. They all stood around at first until Fives took charge. Attention! He said aloud, startling the Onderonians. He let out a tisk, shaking his head at this. When you hear that, understand that you are to stand straight and upright and await further instructions. What you all need to understand is that everything you thought you knew, everything you assumed to understand about warfare needs to be thrown out the window, here and now. Echo then stepped forward. You're not rookies, but you're not professionals either. Far from it. You've all only just begun to get a taste of real combat and it will only escalate from there on. Now Cut Up spoke. You may not know it but right now, there is a talent and skill you each possess that we will bring out during your training. We won't sugarcoat it either. Heavy said. Our Captain Rex taught us that training is the start but experience is where you truly develop. We'll give you the tools and teaching needed but what comes after will be all on you. You must be ready for the real war to come because it will not be pretty. Once that was stated, Scott and Hope took center stage, pulling out tiny items, setting them down and stepping back. A moment later, several AAT tanks grew to full size, making the Onderan natives jump back in shock. It was amusing to say the least, seeing such reactions to their tech. The ARC troopers themselves smirked at the faces of the rebels before resuming their training. Their first lesson was to take out the tank with the EMP grenades that would short-circuit and disable any separatist tank. Cut Up and Echo made a quick display, each going once before teaming up and showing the tag team attack. Then it was the turn of the Onderonians. Everyone was paired off into duos to get the dummy bombs into the two hatches. Though there were a lot of stumbles, hiccups and mistakes, a majority grasped it quick enough or at least manageable in the eyes of the ARC troopers. All but the two had things rather difficult on their turns were Lux and Saw, mostly due to them butting heads. Sorry about that, came Lux's apology. You're a terrible soldier, Bontari, was Saw's aggressive response. It was quick to see Lux and Saw had the beginnings of a rivalry going on. Didn't help with Saw criticizing Lux for not being a fighter as he's more suited as a politician, which doesn't work well on the battlefield. Lux's retorts of words being louder than actions didn't exactly mesh with Saw, given politics have failed them. Heavy was quick to cut in between the bickering pair, not letting either get away from a proper scolding. Lux wilted a bit from the beratement, whilst Saw tried to put up a stoic front, failing towards the end. At least Stila is able to mediate between them, stating that they'll need to be exceptional with words and actions. There will indeed be time for both. I'm not sure if they're more interested in fighting the droids or each other, Hope idly said, shaking her head at what transpired. Give it time. They'll learn, Barris assured. We'll just need to keep our eye out on the quick learners. In this fight, time ain't on our side, Fives declared. Elsewhere on Onderan, at the capital city Izis, several probe droids were sent out with a directive. Sensors picked up an unscheduled ship that entered the atmosphere in Sector S11 and failed to register. They needed to search the area to see if the rebels may be operating in that area. Time went on at the rebel base before it was time for the locals to learn how to deal with the droid ACUS. While these roller droids are very problematic with their shields, with nothing less than a cannon taking them down, there are two weaknesses to them. Each will be needed to be learned for the rebels to exploit them. First off, the droid ACUS are blind from behind. The second pertained with the shields dealing with high velocity and kinetic attacks, however slow or stationary objects can bypass them. Thus the training exercise is rolling more dummy bombs at the staged enemy. Once again, many were having difficulties with the right throw and power behind them. Saw was the first to go and he got his ball to bounce right off. Lux, however, got the throw perfect on his first try. Stila ended up having results down in the middle. This ended up getting Lux to come in and show her some pointers, much to Saw's annoyance. It was at this point, Barris was approached by the male Gerrera sibling. Saw put on his best idea of a charming smile as he mosied up to the Padawan. Hey, Commander, how about helping me practice? Oblivious to his intentions, Barris simply smiled and nodded. Sure. I'd be happy to. Some time passes with more training occurring for the rebels. Some more progression occurs, yet results waver with each particular local. At this time, the young Avenger was conversing with his two girlfriends, Barris having joined them after showing Saw how to utilize a droid popper. Onderan, huh? Peter mused aloud, petting the chin of the flying beast given to him by the rebels. Trying to remember this but I'm sure we did. Did we ever read up on it at one point where we were in the archives? Ahsoka pondered, racking her mind with everything she could think of. Maybe. Just a lot we researched and everything muddles. This was a planet that Exarchon once came to before he fell to the dark side. Barris recalled, eliciting surprise from her lovers. Wait, Really? Her boyfriend said in shock. That Sith came here? The Miri Alan Padawan frowned now, reaching further into her memory to see what else she could remember in their studies. This planet. I don't remember right now, but it holds a dark history. One that has greatly affected the course of the galaxy on numerous occasions. Exarchon's fall was one of them. That feels a lot more important than it should be. Peter muttered. How exactly did he fall? Well, don't forget Peter, Exarchon's fall to the dark side didn't happen overnight. From what was shown to us in Jedi Master Nostural's collection, Kun's fall was gradual. Onderon was one of many steps that led him down that path. Or maybe it's most important. Ahsoka mused in thought. That collection of his had a few things missing, privy to knights and masters only. Vision couldn't even help, saying the knowledge was removed in a few spots. Like around Onderon. So we're gonna need to investigate this on our own time. Peter remarked. After this whole conflict with their king and all? Probably, if we don't forget, that is. Barriss said briefly. Might be something why we need Onderon to side with the Republic, or at the very least go back into being neutral. Don't think they can afford to be neutral. Ahsoka dryly said. It's either go with either of the two governments or alone and be easy pickings for Ultron. Not much of a choice. Peter muttered. But then again, stubbornness is a universal concept. You got that right. While the trio couple continued conversing, all while observing the training of the rebels, unbeknownst to them, they were spotted by one of the probe droids. Rebels found in Sector S-29. Back with the trainers, those of Domino Squad and the two Avengers were doing what they can in instructing the Onderonians. They're learning. Fives commented, keenly observing several rebels going through the exercises they had assigned to them. It was a simple set of maneuvers wherein a squadron of 3 to 4 men would always be advancing, be it under fire, infiltration, or going through an area with no combat, though with the likelihood of there being conflict just right around the corner. The whole point was for the rear to always be on the lookout, whilst the lead was to direct the squad to their next destination. It's really happening now. Cut Up quietly said, clenching his fists tightly. Feels like we're being replaced. Echo scoffed. No, we're not. This is a conscription bill meant to supplement our numbers, remember? We're gonna be there to make sure all who join up are up to our standards. It was in the print. If it wasn't headed up by Cham Syndulla, I sure as hell wouldn't have agreed to it. Heavy bitterly muttered. You all know how some people look at us. Delia likes us. Fives reminded. Delia is just one woman, Heavy retorted. A damn fine one dash. Heavy. Echo, Fives and Cut Up said at the same time. I know, for the captain, we made the pact, Heavy quickly said, holding his hands up in surrender. But Blue is just one person who we got lucky with, and she slotted right in with the boys. The rest of the galaxy isn't like that. That doesn't matter, Fives said with a shake of his head. What matters is our duty to the Republic and now, the galaxy. We can't let ourselves fall into these thoughts. Besides, the Republic once had an army of people who joined up willingly. Echo pointed out, though Cut Up rolled his eyes at that. Yeah, like 1,000 years ago. Maybe even more. We're the first army the Republic has gotten in 1,000 years. I know the Jedi preach humility and our ARC training has told us to never get ahead of ourselves, but how can new people who have been born into this keep up with us? They're not meant to. Echo countered. Some, maybe, will reach our level. But we have to do what we can so that they have a semblance of skill so that they can survive long enough that they get to go home. Heavy had a melancholic expression appear on his face, a sullen look that threw his brothers off. And us? What's home for us? Would say something cheesy to lighten the mood, but can't really think of something appropriate. Cut Up said with a weary sigh. Home could be anywhere that we can be accepted or someplace we feel comfortable in. Fives said, a look of longing before becoming a grimace. And the only place that comes to mind is Kamino. Don't wanna call that downpour home much as it is. Heavy somberly stated. Where else aside from there? Silence drawled and surrounded the clones with no response given. Let's just drop this for now. Echo quietly said, the rest of his batch brothers all murmuring in agreement. We got a job to do here. It was time for target practice. Gathering the rebels, they had them all in order, each sporting a different rifle. So, you guys know what to do here, right? Scott jokingly asked, so rolling his eyes good-naturedly. Instead of traditional targets, there were battle droid heads. The rebels learned a headshot is the only decisive way to disable a droid. They don't need arms, legs or even their bodies to pass intel to Central Command. Amongst the first was Steela. Instead of being close to many of the others, she pulled back a good distance away than intended, given she preferred to use a sniper rifle of all things. A blaster bolt struck one of the droid heads, knocking it off the rocky perch. And then another followed. Impressive. Most impressive. Ahsoka praised, nodding her head at her consistency. Steela puffed her chest out with a bit of pride. She was always a good shot with her sniper rifle. Helped out a lot when hunting game out in the wilderness. Fixed targets are one thing. Let's see how you do with a moving target. Barriss said, turning to the droid heads. Using the Force, Barriss and Ahsoka levitated the remaining droid heads and began moving them about. Immediately Steela pulled up her weapon, looked through the scope and fired upon them. After getting hit several times over, the Force users merely let go of the droid heads. Nice job. Peter said with a thumbs up. Possible sharpshooter here. Echo said approvingly, smirking at the preening expression of the Guerrera sister. So who's next? Heavy spoke up. Spider-Man was about to make a comment when his senses flared. Guys. He said aloud in alarm. We've got incoming. Whereas the Resistance fighters were confused about what Peter was referring to, the Republic fighters immediately got on edge. Confused with what was happening, Steela raised her rifle and looked into the scope, seeing something moving in the foliage. Wait, what is that? Droids. Fives yelled out, pulling out his blaster pistols. In an instant, the Jedi, Avengers and clones jumped into action. Training time is over, people. Heavy yelled, grabbing his rotator cannon and unloading a hail of lasers on the droids marching forward. Cut Up and Echo ran forward, a shrunken down Ant-Man and Wasp flying in between them as they charged at the incoming droids. Spider-Man, Ahsoka, and Barriss also jumped into action, the Padawans whipping out their lightsabers. The rebels couldn't help but marvel at the immediate response by these individuals, momentarily awestruck with how the first wave of droids was eradicated in a near instant. Saw Gerrera shook his head, snapping himself out of his stupor, and looking at the others. Come on guys, this is our fight too. He yelled out, rallying the rebels to get in on the action. Following the instructions of the ARC troopers to the best of their abilities, the Onderon natives split off into small squads with those they work best with. Getting into positions behind crates and makeshift huts, they began firing back at the oncoming droids who were firing back. Over with Barriss, she had opted for the utilization of Form I in this instance as she was dealing with a dozen regular and super battle droids. Long arching swings to cut through the metal foes whilst deflecting blaster bolts sent her way. After slicing through another super battle droid, the Mirialan Padawan halted in her movements when she caught something or rather someone out from the dense jungle. It was a grey humanoid of some kind wielding a blaster rifle that she had never seen before. And it was pointing it right at her. Eyes widening, Barriss jumped into the air, spinning about as the humanoid fired at her. And what came from the gun weren't the usual blaster bolts but what looked like energized fireballs, if that made sense. Landing on the ground, she quickly swung her lightsaber and was glad to see that she was able to deflect these shots, but when she blocked one, she found her arms actually trembling from the impact. Barriss! Came the voice of Ahsoka, the Togruta Padawan rushing to the aid of her girlfriend. Jumping in front of her, Ahsoka swung her lightsaber about, deflecting the shots sent her way, gritting her teeth. What the? What's with these guys? Ahsoka slashed at an energy bolt, sending it back to the one who shot it, striking the chest. Wait, what even are they? Not droids. Fives shouted from his end, now moving to engage with these strange new humanoids. Getting in close to one, he quickly used the back of his fist to smack aside the rifle this new species held, elbowing it in the gut, followed by a quick hip toss with a bolt to its head to finish it off. He heard the sound of multiple blaster bolts impacting bodies, turning to see Echo and Cut Up covering his blind spot from being attacked by more of these unusual new humanoids. Nodding his head at them, he resumed the small skirmish, firing at the new enemies. Ant-Man and Wasp had also engaged in these foes, their small stature and enhanced strength being too much for these strange adversaries. That was until they heard something feral coming from the jungle. The foliage and trees shifted about with the ground also rumbling from something big stomping on the ground. And it was headed right for them. "What in God's name is that?" Spider-Man blurted out, having been in the air briefly from a jumping web swing. "What did you see, Peter?" Hope asked, turning back to normal size, delivering a kick to the neck of the armored humanoids. Peter didn't get the chance to answer as what he saw came charging in at full speed. The entire camp froze up, momentarily stunned by what they saw. A gargantuan beast that looked like a gigantified gorilla burst out from the trees with an ear-ringing bellow, standing upright whilst beating its chest. The front hands had 4 fingers while its back feet had 3 toes. What looked like armor plating and even cybernetics were seen all over its body with a helmet that covered its face and eyepieces that glowed. It was an intimidating sight, and it wasn't alone. From behind it ran in over a dozen bizarre monstrosities that put everyone on edge. These beasts had leathery black and yellow skin with 4 clawed arms, the 2 appeared to have 6 and these ran on their hind legs. Unique to these 2 latter were pairs of pointed protrusions that spread out from their heads. There appeared to be no visible eyes, and their mouths are equipped with 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Scott exclaimed, hastily shrinking at the last possible second after nearly getting mauled by one of the beastly creatures that were drooling slightly, both with mucus and blood decorating its teeth. "Fall back!" Ahsoka shouted, letting out a small cry of surprise at one of the 4-armed monsters that jumped at her. "Arg!" screamed out one of the rebels, having been tackled down by the leathery-skinned beasts, and it began literally clawing him to death. "Dooland!" Saw yelled in horror, rushing to him only for him to get backhanded away by the beast mauling his comrade. "Kill it, kill it!" Heavy shouted, turning his rotator cannon onto this new nightmare, riddling it with blaster bolts. The bolts made the creature jolt about violently, yet it seemed to refuse to die, taking a step toward the ARC trooper. It was killed only by Barriss' intervention, the Mirialan Jedi jumping at full speed and using her lightsaber to cleave its head straight off. Heavy released a breath he didn't realize he was holding, shooting the Jedi an appreciative look beneath his helmet. "Thanks, Commander," he earnestly said, Barriss managing a quick smile and nod in his direction before going on to the next threat. The rest of Domino had teamed up now, managing to take down 2 of these multi-armed creatures that were now tearing through the rebels. Several more of them had been killed with even more injured. The large gorilla beast had crushed one under its large arms and charged to take on Ant-Man, who had grown to full size, assisting an injured Onderonian to her feet when he heard the gorilla-like creature coming right for him. Seizing up briefly, he turned to the rebel he just helped up, muttering apologetically, and shoved her into the arms of another Onderonian before facing the oversized gorilla. Making a quick adjustment to his suit systems, he held up his left thumb and pressed down on the control button to his suit. Growing twice the size of the charging beast, Ant-Man had the satisfaction of seeing it actually screech to a halt as it drew closer to him. With one powerful haymaker, there was a sickening crunch heard by all in the camp, with the gorilla-esque's head whipping around, arms flailing before collapsing onto the ground, unmoving and dead. "Woo!" Ant-Man threw out several victory punches. "How'd ya like that? You hear that, Adrian? This one's for you." "Very funny, Scott." Hope's voice came in through the comms. "Now focus up, please." "Yes, dear." Scott sheepishly responded, quickly lifting his foot up to squash another one of the multi-armed enemies. Spider-Man was engaged with one of the 6 armed creatures, the beast swinging its limbs about savagely, with every swing being an attempt at Peter's life. The young Avenger had ducked and dodged for the most part, and every time he blocked one of its swings, the New Yorker found himself surprised at the strength behind its strikes. "What is with this thing?" he asked aloud, punching away one of its hands, firing a web line that encases one of its clawed hands. He quickly repeated the action, webbing up the 6 hands of the creature, followed by its mouth, and once that was done, finished it off with a spinning kick, his heel connecting with the neck of the beast. It let out a choked gasp, keeling over a moment later. In the midst of all this, Stila watched from atop a hut, seeing the aggressive creatures being picked off one by one, but the damage they were causing was still too much. Thinking quickly, she spotted the litany of native Onderan creatures that restlessly moved about in their pens. Raising her sniper rifle, she fired the latch that kept them all inside and let them loose on their enemies. The rampaging beasts were what they needed to capitalize on the distraction, quickly taking out the remaining foes. Some of the saddled beasts were killed by the multi-armed creatures, but thankfully, they were taken out after a few moments. Jesus Christ! Were Scott's words upon the small skirmish ending. Where in the hell did those bastards come from? From the capital, more than likely. Saw Gerrera spoke up, nursing an injured leg. Geez, these freaks nearly tore into me. Here. Barris was quick to go to him and begin applying her force healing abilities, so releasing a relieved sigh. Thank you, Commander, he said appreciatively. Stila came down from her perch with a distraught look. They killed so many of us. This happened under our watch. You weren't prepared, said Lux Bonteri, wincing slightly, placing a hand on his hip. Pulling it back, he saw that he was bleeding, not having realized one of those leather-skinned monsters got a good swipe at him. He grunted slightly, sitting down on a nearby crate, holding his injury tightly. Luxury, Stila said in concern, going over to him with Peter joining them. Hang on, buddy, I got you, Spider-Man said, making Bonteri move his hand out of the way. Flinching a bit at what he saw, Peter pulled back a rectangular cartridge from his belt and slapped it over Lux's injury. He let out a sharp gasp of pain until it faded, letting out a breath of relief. Looking down at his scratches, he saw that they were now covered with blue webbing, something he hadn't seen yet. What is this? He questioned, trailing his hand over the web patch. Bacta webbing, Peter revealed, turning to Domino Squad, Scott, Hope and Ahsoka utilizing Bacta web cartridges of their own on the injured. Lux gave the webhead an appreciative smile before turning to Stila, who was sullen and downtrodden. Are you all right? Bonteri asked, and she shook her head. No, I'm not, she said, voice strained. We just got attacked and were nearly wiped out. If it wasn't for you guys being here, we would all have been killed. Can't take all the credit. Ahsoka tried to assuage her. That quick thinking with your animals helped us win outright. We could have lost a lot more if it weren't for you. Still though, they weren't able to discuss it much further as Heavy walked by them, going over to one of the dead humanoids. Let's see who these guys are. Turning over its body, the dead humanoid had the facial appearance of insect-like mandibles and jaws, an arthropodal exoskeleton, and 4 fingers on each hand. The blood leaking from its open injuries was yellow. Who are these guys? Cut Up asked, kneeling down on the other side of it, grabbing hold of the discarded weapon. Get a load of this thing. They're one of the people Rash has. Saw answered, glaring down at the dead humanoid. I don't recognize their species. Barris muttered, healing another injured rebel. Or these other guys, for that matter. Ahsoka said, crouching in front of one of the creatures with 4 arms. Geez, look at those chompers. Scott made a squeamish face. They look like they can eat through metal. And what about that big bastard Ya killed? Echo thumbed to. I sure as hell never saw them on any data listing I've read through. So where do they come from, then? Peter asked in general. You're saying no one here knows what these things are? We've been thinking about that since we first saw them. Saw said, glaring down at one of the razor-toothed enemies, kicking one of its many arms. There's a lot of rumors of freakier and unknown species and things that supposedly come from the unknown regions of the galaxy. The unknown regions. Peter thought to himself. Your guess is as good as ours, said Fives. Whatever the case may be, we can't stay here any longer. Echo nodded in assent. This place is compromised. We don't know how long it'll be before reinforcements come over when these guys don't contact back to base. What about our dead? Stila somberly asked. Echo shook his head, placing a hand on her shoulder. I know you won't like this, but we'll have to leave them. What? Saw exclaimed angrily. Why would we do that? We don't have time and we can use that to our tactical advantage. Heavy argued, though he himself appeared to dislike what he was saying. When the report of them not being here doesn't come back, they'll want to find out what happened to them. When they find this camp, yes, their forces will be dead, but the bodies of our fallen will also make them believe, at the very least, your rebel cell was taken out with them. Or at least a good portion. You'll have some anonymity back. The older Guerrero looked ready to vehemently argue against this, but the logic set in, making him slump in defeat. Heavy patted Saw on the back sympathetically. Look, I don't like this as much as you do. Believe me. But we have to be smart about this. It's not pretty, but this is what happens in war. Ahsoka said with a sad frown. We have to do what we can for the fallen and keep on living to win in the end. When things die down, we can come back here and give them proper burials. Came Barris' suggestion. Don't know when, but we can do what we can then. Saw closed his eyes, teeth clenched tightly when he felt another hand on his arm. He opened his eyes to see the pained and understanding face of his sister, sharing the grief he was experiencing. For Onderon. She quietly murmured. Saw steeled himself, nodding though the pain remained in his eyes. For Onderon. It wasn't long before everyone began to move, gathering everything for their abrupt move. Wasn't the first time on such a thing, but this one was critical for their mission. For they were now gonna move into the heart of the enemy territory. Scene cut. From one of the many balconies of the Palace of Izis, Sanjay Rash, the new king of Onderon, oversaw his city with a critical glance. Up here, he could see his citizens living within the city walls. Them conducting whatever happenings for the day. Amongst them were the various battle droids conducting patrols. And they weren't alone, given the assistance of otherworldly forces. He let out a tisk of annoyance and disdain upon seeing these particular species. As much as Rash would love to have them off his planet, they were necessary to hold his rule, as he doesn't have Count Dooku's backing. Leaving the balcony, Sanjay went back to sit down on Onderon's throne. Once getting comfortable, he reached for the plate of fruit beside him when his messenger appeared. Yes? What is it? He demands. The messenger bowed apologetically. My lord, you have been summoned. Summoned? By whom? Rash took a bite of his fruit when the messenger responded. Your benefactor. The king of Onderon choked a little, clearing his throat from the surprised bit of information. Clearing his throat, he nodded at his messenger, standing up to smoothen out his robes and appearance. I see. Thank you for informing me. Getting up from his seat, he left the throne room and continued to munch on the fruit. By the time he was finished eating, he reached the designated meeting room where he'd now converse with the man who gave him the throne of Onderon. King Rash. Spoke a dark voice from the shadowed part of the room. I see you are doing well since our alliance came to fruition. Though intimidated slightly, Sanjay managed out a sinister grin, a pleased expression on his face. Your forces proved to be as capable and devastating as you said. He nearly boasted, tossing the fruit's remains into a nearby fire. Any rebellion that came up was crushed in an instant. Whatever rebel forces remain fled into the jungles of Onderon. The jungles of Onderon, you say? Rash faltered at the change in tone from his benefactor. My lord. I hope that you aren't a foolish king ignorant of the history of your world, Sanjay. The shadowed man stated. Lest you forget about the culture that stemmed beyond the walls of this city. Any concern from the king melted away, scoffing at what his benefactor was insinuating. Oh please, the beasts today pale in comparison to back then. He said dismissively. There was an annoyed grunt by another in the shadows, with Rash seeing the other shake his head at his words. They can still be taught and used by the rebels. Stepping out of the shadows were two Zabrak males, one Sanjay's height while the other was a head taller than them both. They made for an intimidating appearance for any who caught sight of them. Rash gulped slightly, faltering a bit at both their intense, acidic yellow eyes that bore into him. Very well, Lord Maul, what do you suggest? The former Sith Lord began pacing about in the room, letting out a contemplative hum. What do you think, brother? Maul inquired, not turning to his brother. Taking them out as soon as possible is one viable option. Maul nodded at this. A simple idea, savage, but one that works nonetheless. However, the question that should be asked is how should they be eliminated? His gaze shifted over to Rash. Not to mention how soon. The king simply scoffed, dismissing such thoughts. Wouldn't matter. With your forces, these rebels will be decimated. They don't have the manpower and weaponry to properly combat against them. Maul shook his head. Never underestimate desperation, Your Majesty. That is where your enemy can be at their most dangerous. What can they possibly do? Rash irritably asked. What indeed? The Zabrak said with a gleam in his eye before changing topics. Have you made any progress with what you are looking for? It was Savage who answered first. Hardly any. We've narrowed the location, yet its exact coordinates still elude us. The tomb of Frieden Nad was sealed away in a location by one of my ancestors centuries ago, said Rash with a shake of his head. I've given you everything I know, but even my knowledge is limited. The older scrolls have been lost, destroyed, or hidden. My lineage has done everything in its power to bury any means of locating Nad's tomb. And yet, statues of him remain. Maul idly reminded. Onderon does not shy away from its history. Sanjay declared with his chest puffed out. Why else do you think I allied with you? You promised us power in return for our support. So short-sighted. The former Darth chided. I have learned that power for the sake of gaining it is foolish as it is self-destructive. My time under the rule of two showed me that much. They wish to eradicate the Jedi and rule, and what then? Is that all that there is to be once you've attained such a thing? No. What that result will give you is a time bomb that will eventually blow up in one's face, and all that millennia of planning undone in a few short years. You'd merely be too comfortable in your power, become too lax, and despite all your planning, when you least expect it you'd lose everything. Sanjay bit his lip, feeling pressure now beginning to seep out from the red-faced Zabrak. Then what should be done, exactly? Be better than such predecessors. Scene cut. Up on the rooftop of Onderon's palace, Ramses Dendup, former king of Onderon, walked in the confined space of his prison. Ever since he was deposed and placed under house arrest, this was the only place he could be remotely free. Being confined within his own room for hours at a time and doing nothing would drive him mad. Overseeing his time up here were a few battle droids. A means to be sure he wouldn't do anything rash. Not that he could do that, given his old age and physique. The king could do nothing but allow his thoughts to run rampant, the fear and worry of what his power-hungry cousin was currently doing to his people. The suffering they must be enduring. You appeared troubled, Your Royal Highness. Dendup came to a slow stop, turning over to see who was visiting him. It was a red-skinned Zabrak with black tattoos, if he could guess correctly. And who might you be? He calmly asked, locking eyes with the newcomer, who bowed slightly. Lord Maul, if you would. The yellow-eyed Zabrak introduced himself. And you are the one we helped to overthrow. Such a pity. A strong spirit hidden beneath a feeble appearance. What could have been? Aged eyes narrowed when hearing this. I see. Are you here to gloat? His voice was sharp and angry. Maul shook his head. Nothing of the sort, Dendup. I merely wish to talk. Of what? Dendup asked, close to sneering at the Zabrak. Maul walked a little, his gaze not meeting the old monarch. I find it hilarious the Republic often left this planet alone, despite the fact its ruling family are the descendants of a Sith Lord. And not just any, for that matter. This one played a hand in shaping galactic history for centuries. The former ruler of Onderon tightened his fists, soon coming to a realization of what his visitor was implying. Such an action wasn't unnoticed by Maul. There is nothing to be ashamed of, Dendup. He mockingly said. You should be honored of having such a heritage. Such flattery will not work on me. The former king said with a bite to his tone. I will not allow such ideas flourish once more. Maul silently raised a brow at this, with the former king remembering his current predicament. With a withered sigh, Dendup gazed intently at Maul. Why are you here? Information. He plainly responded. And what would that be? The tomb of Frieden Nad. Your cousin, Sanjay Rash, could not provide me with the information I desire. Thus I needed to get to you. Maul's tone remained respectful in spite of the glare Dendup was giving him. He is not of the main line. He wouldn't obtain such knowledge unless I properly abdicated or he came into the line. I have no children and grandchildren to call my own after these past several years. Thus my line ends with me. Maul hummed to himself, a contemplative look for Dendup to see. Yes, the fault is my own for such an oversight. One that will be corrected here. You mean to kill me, here and now? Came the statement, not a question. The Sith scoffed at this, shaking his head. No. Not now. You may prove some use to me if Rash becomes problematic. Dendup was unable to restrain himself. If he becomes problematic? Don't you mean when? You seem like an intelligent man, Maul. I do believe you are well aware of whom it is you are dealing with on the throne. I most certainly do. Maul plainly said. Which is why I came here knowing this would be the most likely outcome. Brother, if you would please. Dendup then felt a presence behind him, the elderly man turning in time to see Savage Opress standing over him. The younger Zabrak brother grabbed Dendup by the back of his neck and forced the man to his knees. The former king struggled in vain as Maul approached him with a sinister smirk in place. Raising a hand to the man's head, the last thing Dendup saw was the malicious eyes of the former Dark Lord of the Sith. Now, this may hurt, only if you don't open up. Scene cut. With the recent attack in their jungle encampment, the rebels had to take the fight to the capital. They needed to move their operations there now where and when the enemies least expected it instead of relocating elsewhere in the environment. Before they realize it, the resistance fighters would fade in with the rest of the population. But in order to properly move everything that's necessary from the jungle base into the capital city would be a little problematic. Granted, all of the supplies and gear can be shrunk down, courtesy of Scott and Hope. What was truly needed was their approach to getting through the checkpoint at Izai's Skates. That's when Lux and Scott came up with an idea. Coming in with several Dalgo-drawn hover wagons, many of the resistance fighters hid underneath many layers of collected hides and furs of animals. A means to hide from the scans from the battle droids. With some wordplay and working through the guarding battle droids' lack of common sense, sneaking in worked perfectly. As many have known, these battle droids are dumber than intended. Even with their recent reprogramming. Not a bad start. But now the hard work begins. Barriss said, now inside the city of Izais. What should be our first step? Saw asked, turning to their new allies. Scott was the one to give the orders. We need to spread out. Some of us will need to find a good place to hunker down for our time here. Rest of you, start finding recruits and map out the city. Those will need to be done carefully. Hope couldn't help but smirk at her boyfriend's take-charge attitude. What? Some of this was basic for a former thief with me. Everything else is just typical of what we're doing here. I wasn't saying nothing, Scotty. She remarked, reaching over to pat his cheek. What about the other supplies? Steela asked. We'll provide what we can. Peter said. Can map out a few places here that we can use to keep us all fed and whatever else we need, I can grab or Scott and Hope can shrink down and bring back. Alright then, who wants to do what? Ahsoka asked, looking at everyone expectantly. I can get these wagons somewhere so we may unload everyone. Lux offered. I'll help with that. Said Cut Up. Count me in. Steela stated, bumping her shoulder with Lux's. I'll help set up the base. Barriss said. I can finish healing up the rest of us once settled. Well, go with you, Commander. Echo spoke up. Need a place to keep our armor secure and start getting our own lay of the land. Saw and I will walk around for a bit. Ahsoka said, gesturing to herself and the Gerrera brother. Get a feel of the people and see if we can pick up on any chatter that could be useful. Then we should map out the whole city. Hope said, placing her hands on Scott and Peter's shoulders. If we're gonna be here to help, we need to first know where everything will be. This is our city, we can help you with that. Steela offered. We'll use both. Scott assured. And besides, who knows if there have been any changes you guys are likely unaware of by now. This'll be more for ourselves really so we know what we're dealing with. Steela nodded at this, feeling a hand on her shoulder and looking to see Lux. He gave her a supportive squeeze of her shoulder, something she appreciated. "Good luck everyone," she said. "Keep your heads down, be safe. We'll meet back by nightfall," Ahsoka said, and they all dispersed a moment later. Finding an empty alleyway with low visibility, the Avengers had their suits form up and were soon moving atop the rooftops of the city. Peter jumped around for the most part, figuring his web swinging would attract attention, only ziplining from place to place for faster mobility. Ant-Man and Wasp shrank down, the former managing to call upon an Onderan ant to assist him in getting around with his flying girlfriend. From on high, the three Avengers observed the civilians below, all with the presence of the forces under the rule of King Sanjay. The droids were one thing, but these other aliens were another. "They're all over the place," Scott commented, seeing another squadron of those humanoids with the insectoid faces. "Where'd this King Rash guy even get them?" Spider-Man questioned. "Feels like an army he got out of nowhere. He may have help from an outside source or a benefactor of some kind," Hope surmised, eyes narrowing at some abuse of power going on down below. One of those insectoid-faced humanoids was harassing a couple at their booth, demanding more food when they said they needed to keep some for potential customers. Quickly zipping down, she stung the humanoid's backside, making him yelp, and with a flying headbutt, made the unidentified alien species flip about in the air and land on his face. She returned to her teammates, both of whom she could feel amusement coming from them. "Really, Hope?" said her boyfriend, though she knew he didn't mean it. "I couldn't help it," she said with a shrug, making Peter laugh. "Come on, let's keep going." The boys nodded and they resumed their reconnaissance of the city. They passed by many more streets until Peter saw something they hadn't seen before. "Huh, those are new," was his first comment, making the shrinking heroes turn to him. "What is?" Hope asked. "Them." Parker pointed down to a small group of new unidentified aliens. "Haven't seen them yet." One of the aliens then turned around and the webhead was hit with a severe sense of déjà vu. "Whoa, hold up," Peter suddenly stopped, landing on a roof and causing the two small shrunken heroes to pause next to him. "Hope, Scott, you seeing this?" "What's up, Pete?" the latter asked. "Some of these guys with the clankers, don't they look familiar?" The two size-changing Avengers looked towards Peter's line of sight, spotting a small grouping of the same kind of alien. "Can't say that I do. If we were closer, I might find some resemblance." "Come on," Peter said, jumping down a small opening between two buildings, Ant-Man and Wasp zipping after him. Hiding behind a stack of crates, Peter peeked around it, hearing Scott and Hope return to normal size. "Do ya see 'em?" he silently asked, the pair nodding. "Yeah," Scott briefly squinted. "Yeah, now that ya mention it dash. Why do I feel like we've seen those guys before?" Hope finished for her boyfriend as she too intently analyzed this new alien species. They appeared to be a reptilian race with cybernetic implants. They wielded rifles that were far different than what the Avengers grew used to while being in this galaxy. Around them was a wide berth of fear by the natives, with these unidentified aliens speaking in a language no one could identify. Placing a hand on his spider emblem, Peter spoke to his suit AI. "Karen." "Yes, Peter," was her immediate response. "Do those look familiar to you by any chance?" he asked, pointing directly at the new aliens. "Scanning." "Peter." Karen's voice had an odd sense of surprised fear. These are the Chitauri. The aliens that first invaded New York in 2012 and the Avengers fought against." This got a cold sense of dread to quickly run up the three Avengers' spines. Whoa, what? Scott could barely restrain his yell, but he did. Still, the feeling was shared by him with his girlfriend and friend, who had their jaws dropped, and Peter paled considerably. "How are they here?" Hope Whisper shouted. "Are they actually native to this galaxy?" Scott soon thought of something. "Wait, if they're here, then is Loki here too? Didn't Thor tell us he's dead?" Spider-Man asked, mind still trying to recover from what he just heard. "I can't believe this," Ant-Man muttered, slumping down to the ground when his eyes widened. "Oh shit, what if one of those Leviathans are here too?" I'd rather hope it ain't here, 'cause that would clearly cause quite the panic. Hope muttered, sharing in her boyfriend's dread. What do we do? What do we do? Peter panically asked. Peter, Hope grabbed hold of his shoulders and kept him from moving about erratically. Just calm down. We need to get back with the others and radio this in, pronto. Scene cut. Within Onderon's palace, Savage was undergoing some lessons from his brother within a training center they found. Around him were other Force users in robes, observing them in silence as Maul continued to instruct his brother. These were once Jedi, decades ago on a ship led by former Jedi Master Joruus C'baoth before they found themselves lost in the void outside the galaxy. They were supposed to venture into the unknown regions, exploring everything those territories had to offer. However, not every plan can go as intended. Their collective transport was caught in a storm, one that was severely harsh. The only way for them all to remotely make it out alive was to do a random hyperspace jump. It was successful, yet they were sent elsewhere than they could never have thought possible. Not to mention their emergency jump didn't leave things unscathed. Soon, the residents of outbound flight meet someone beyond their comprehension, who saved them in their dire time of need. Now, they serve a new master, who gave them a new purpose. The same one Savage's brother has yet to inform him of. A purpose of balance, as he says. Not of the Jedi but of the man Maul calls the strongest being in the universe. When he heard this, Savage was unable to suppress the cold shiver he experienced that made it feel like his blood was about to freeze over. Someone who was the strongest being in the universe? Not the galaxy, but the universe? Savage couldn't even fathom such a topic, yet it was presented to him. It was this being that gave Maul power far greater than the limitations of the Force. This being helped his brother tap into a far greater, truer form of the Force, and that was what Maul called the power cosmic. Remember, brother, to begin to understand this greater power, you must allow the shackles your mental faculties hold you in to become undone. Find the limit of your strength and use that to attain an immeasurable vitality where few could even come close to you. Savage could only nod. He still didn't fully understand just how it is he could achieve this greater level, but if his brother could attain it, so could he. In fact, despite the short amount of time he had spent with his brother, Savage could already begin to feel it. A shift in his body, his senses, all of it. Everything was registered quicker, more easily, and there was this subtle growth in his physical prowess. His brother always trained him either with other methods of testing his strength or directly combating him. Maul was just as much of a menace with a lightsaber as he was fabled to be years ago. More so, really, with the level of intensity he gives off. And whenever Savage did fight his brother, it was over in a matter of seconds. Every fight ended with Savage either on his back, flat on his face, pinned to the wall, or in a myriad of other compromising positions. But with Maul's training, Savage began to put up a greater challenge. Mind you, his brother barely applied his own skill, but bit by bit, Maul needed more seconds to defeat his brother with every spar that went on. A press was a quick study as his brother understood the means by which it was needed to educate him. The dark side is but a pond, unconnected to the endless ocean that dash. Maul froze, eyes glazing over as he slowly turned in the direction of the city. Savage tilted his head at his brother's sudden silence. Maul, he quietly said. Is everything all right? Yes, I sense something, no, someone. Who is it you sense, brother? Jedi, was Maul's quick response. Two of them. One being stronger than the other. His features became curious. And I feel voids. That was an odd description. Voids. Ones who appear absent in the Force. Maul crossed his arms, stroking his chin. Voids in the Force, or rather, absent of what is perceived to be the Force. Closing his eyes, Maul concentrated on these voids, and they became clear as day to the former Sith Lords. Fascinating, were the red-faced Zabrik's words. Interlopers, outsiders, and foreigners to this galaxy. How very interesting. Not of this galaxy, Savage said in surprise. Yes, Maul focused on these signatures. Two of them have access to a power that I cannot identify. Strange, in my time away from this galaxy, I have encountered energies and powers of all sorts. These ones are unusual. I can't identify them. And what of the Jedi? One has a strong connection to the power cosmic, yet lacks the ability to tap into it. It appears this is a recent connection. The other Jedi is on the periphery of it. Perhaps due to their proximity or even relationship to the one with the connection. Same with one of the voids. Maul scrunched his face a tad more. A connection with the three. Curious. This other one of the voids, he is not of the Force yet it surrounds him like an intricate web. Most intriguing. What shall we do to them, brother? Appress inquired, seeing Maul in deep contemplation until coming to his answer. We shall simply observe and watch from afar. Maul answered. If we are to rush in, unwanted attention shall be turned on us. When the time comes, they shall know of our presence and shall weep with what is inevitable to come. Savage could only nod, being directed by his brother to resume his training while he went to meditate on this development. Things were getting interesting for the former Dark Lord of the Sith. Check the description for the links to the author.